I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card-related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because, again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep. Yeah, Cracker Barrel gave up. They threw in the towel and just said whoops-a-daisy. I think they noticed the plummeting stock price and tried to throw the parachute on last minute here to try and save it. And actually, it is working. Their stock is rebounding after they've announced they're just going to go back to the old branding and everything, which is definitely the right call because the new logo is just more of that minimalist corpo dog shit, just personality-less, sterile, chrome garbage. I use chrome in the way that it was used in SpongeBob, how everything's chrome. Well, when it comes to marketing, there's been a huge push over the last few years to do everything as simply as possible and take all of the creativity and soul out of, like, a brand identity. I don't understand it at all, just boiling everything down to plain text. And for Cracker Barrel, it's even more incomprehensible because their old logo was kind of iconic, and the entire reason people even go to Cracker Barrel is for the sake of nostalgia, to go to something that reminds them of being a kid and driving across the country to old Meemaw's house. Like, and you get like that whole blast from the past at Cracker Barrel. And now this whole new marketing campaign was about how they're modernizing it and changing it. Like, it's super stupid. Obviously, the people that are going to Cracker Barrel probably weren't going to respond well to it. And even people that don't go there weren't going to respond well to it because no one likes to see this fucking direction that companies take now. It was a lose-lose situation across the board. I don't know how they thought they could squeak a fucking W out from their butt cheeks here with this one. And now, after everything was going tits up for them, they've just desperately said, alright, you win. We're going back to the old logo, and we're not going to be making these sweeping changes. Their original statement after the backlash was that it was a vocal minority that didn't like it, so they tried the denial approach and drank a delusion smoothie. It wasn't saving them, so now they're trying to snap back to reality and trying to paint this as like a good thing, like, we listen to you guys. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away. Our old timer will remain. It's like the end of a fucking MCU movie. Old timer will return. So now they're like, okay, I guess it wasn't a vocal minority. So we're gonna listen to you guys, because if we don't, I think we're gonna be ending up with our ass in the air getting fucked in the stock market. This now puts Cracker Barrel in an exclusive club of companies whose marketing was so bad they had to just pull the plug, get it off life support ASAP, and go backwards. This includes Coke, like with their new Coke push, an infamous marketing blunder. Also, HBO Max, where they changed to Max, but then eventually back to HBO Max. Again, I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. I really don't know what kind of scam is being run from marketing agencies on these big companies, but all power to them. They must be making so much money through coming up with the most simple, stupid ideas ever that any sensible person with half a brain would hear and be like, yeah, it's a bad idea. But somehow these marketing drones are able to convince these like fucking billionaires and like these super high upper echelon people on the food chain of massive corporations that they should completely redo everything and ruin their brand image because somehow that will make it fresh. I don't know how it's working for them. Well, I mean, it's not working for the companies, but it's working for the marketing agencies of convincing them that they need to be giving them hand over fist amount of money to do these awful changes. Again, these are changes anybody, like even someone at like a fucking elementary school would probably hear this and be like, why would Cracker Barrel do that? I don't like that. Actually, any human being would hear these changes and just, they'd naturally ask the question, why? But somehow these companies don't. Like, let's talk HBO Max. You have your marketing firm that's doing all the levers and pulleys on the doodads and whatever to try and help your company grow there with the streaming platform. And then one of them says, let's change the name from HBO Max, a name everyone knows and recognizes, to just Max. Does no one ask why? Like, why would you not just follow that up with a simple question, like a simple inquiry saying, but why? Because there's nothing to gain from that. You actually gain nothing. All you do is lose people that don't know what Max is now on their fucking TVs. Like, oh, what is this program here, Max? What'd you download here? Is this some kind of porn platform? What is this garbage? Get this out of here. Like, you just lose the entire identity of it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Especially in Cracker Barrel's case. They lost like $100 million overnight, and I have to wonder how much they paid for this huge rebrand and this huge push. The whole idea of Cracker Barrel is nostalgia. And this new push was about getting rid of the nostalgia. You've done it. The marketing execs, they really do get it. That, like, these guys, they've got their finger on the pulse of what the people actually want. It's like every single marketing push from these companies is about, like, how they can completely change things and then try and, like, hypnotize people into thinking that this is a good thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna hate this, but you gotta take your medicine. You gotta swallow the pill. We know you better than you know you, and this is what you want. So it's what we're giving you. Yep. And it didn't go over well. I'm actually very surprised that they shifted course so quickly. I thought for sure they were going to ride this for a little while here and just try and brute force it. But it must have been so bad for them internally that they're like, okay, just fucking abandon it. Please, God, we have to save this now. I thought for sure they were going to stick to it for a little while to, you know, test the waters, dip their tootsies in there before, like, fully cannonballing back into the pool of regret and, you know, reverting everything. I thought they were going to stick the course. Because most companies do. When they spend this amount of money on this kind of push, it's very hard for them to admit fault and go backwards. So I thought they were just going to go for, you know, brute forcing it through, like, okay, just hunker down, you know, plant our feet, lat spread, and yeah, we might lose a little bit in the short term, but what about the potential long-term gains, which are always non-existent in a change like this? It's not like there was like a huge flood of people that were like, okay, now I can't wait to try Cracker Barrel. Now that it's gone fully minimalist and is now just another generic sterile restaurant, I can't wait to get my teeth in there and chomp on those meals. Like, that doesn't exist. There was never that group of people. All it does, again, is just kick out the customers that went for a specific purpose of, like, that old-timey feel. But these companies don't seem to know that when they make these changes. So I thought for sure they were just going to try and get that imaginary group of people into the door, but they didn't. And they made the right call by abandoning it this quickly. It should have never even been something that had been greenlit in the first place, but at least they did act pretty quickly in reverting everything. Definitely was the right call to do that. They should have never even got this far in the first place. Maybe this will be like a lesson going forward that maybe a lot of those marketing agencies you're paying the big bucks to don't really know a fucking thing about what they're doing or what people are looking for out of your brand. I mean, I know that's kind of blasphemous to say in the corporate world, but maybe it's just a little food for thought. Also, one more thing I wanted to mention. In the midst of all the Cracker Barrel hoopla, I saw some reports from employees claiming that they don't actually make the food at Cracker Barrel fresh. Like, it's not all made from scratch at some of the restaurants, which, I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me per se, because a lot of companies make these claims about, like, how fresh the food is. We make it here. In fact, we got all the animals in the back and we go slaughter them there and make it so fucking fresh you wouldn't believe it. And it's like, yeah, that's probably not true. In Cracker Barrel's case, though, that was like a core component to their pitch on their cuisine. So if that is true, That's a damn shame. Like I said, I've never really had a problem with Cracker Barrel food. I've always enjoyed it. Every time I've gone there, it's been like good eating. I've never been disappointed or anything. But one of their big things of the new marketing push was like improving the food. So I don't know if that means that now they really are going to commit to making it all fresh from scratch at the locations or what. But I don't think all of this is going to lead to more customers going to Cracker Barrel, like a new wave of enthusiasts going there. Like, they listened, I can't wait to commit to eating at Cracker Barrel 3 times a week with my family. I don't see that happening. I think this will just be everyone going back to not eating at Cracker Barrel unless they're really feeling nostalgic, or if it's something that's just really convenient on a road trip or something. I don't see this being like a huge eruption of popularity for the brand or anything, even though it did get their name out there in a big way, and I'm sure there are people that are happy that they did go back and listen to the feedback. Granted, that's not what they did. They weren't listening to the feedback. They just noticed that they're fucking floundering in the stock market. They were losing so much money. But regardless, there are people happy that they at least did go backwards, and they might try it once or twice. I just don't see it leading to like long-term explosive growth of Cracker Barrel or anything like that. Even though it is rebounding with its stock, I don't think anything's going to really change for this company going forward. Though I did mention that one of their changes in this new push that they've now abandoned that I actually thought was a really good idea that they should definitely still go through with is changing their chairs. Those chairs, they do not feel good on the old tuchus after a little while. I think changing out the chairs was a actual good idea. That is a banger. They should definitely still do that. Get rid of everything else they were proposing, except that. Get new chairs. Get some, like, real comfortable chairs to sit on. Because those seats they got there, yucky. They are just not comfortable. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about Cracker Barrel. That's really about it. See ya. Almost 3 years ago now, I made a couple videos talking about a YouTuber whose house had been firebombed. The YouTuber's name is Friendly Jordies, and he was very outspoken about corruption, calling out bad actors in the local government, and for all of this, his house was targeted in a firebombing. And actually, the fucking stooge that was in charge of this, the mysterious boogeyman, actually went for the double scoop on the firebombing. So they started by firebombing Friendly Jordy's neighbor, thinking that it was his house. Then when they realized they got the wrong house, he came back to firebomb Friendly Jordy's house. And luckily, no one died in this, but the intention was pretty clear, either to scare or kill Friendly Jordy's. And now, almost 3 years later, there is someone who has been arrested for this.
Some not-so-breaking news. One of the guys that firebombed my house back in 2022 has been sentenced to 5 years in prison. Now, I'm grateful to the judge, the arson squad, and the financial crimes unit for all their hard work in securing this little bit of justice. That was a Herculean slog for the investigators to get it to that point at all, but this is hardly a definite end to this saga, and there are a few things that really need to be said in wake of this conviction.
The man who was arrested and now facing 5 years in the slammer is an associate of a well-known crime family in the area. His name is Tuffy, or Toofy, Goofy, whatever the fuck it is, however you say his name. He's 39 years old, and they're describing it as a professional attack on a journalist. But don't worry, he's not a monster. He has a lot of remorse here. He feels really bad about it. He even made an apology video for it. So he is clearly feeling a lot of sorrow for his misdeeds, no doubt. In a video he sent from prison, he said, "I would just like to apologize from the bottom of my heart." Aww. Alright. Not guilty. Free this man. He clearly feels bad about firebombing 2 people's homes. He's no longer a threat. He's seen the error of his ways. That is a touching sentiment. He went on to say that he believed in God and said he was over his life of crime after spending so much of his 20s and 30s behind bars. Quote, "I'd rather die than return back to jail," he said. He's turning a new leaf. You can clearly see it here. I mean, it's just an honest mistake. Who hasn't accidentally firebombed 2 people's homes after being paid to throw those firebombs in the first place? It could happen to anybody. And this is a guy who clearly recognizes that these evil deeds are best left in the past. And it's crazy that he's only getting 5 years, by the way. He is a career criminal, and he's still getting 5 years after firebombing 2 people's homes, which is literally like attempted murder. At least it should be. That was the whole goal. At least one of the goals, either to have Friendly Jordy's fear for his life or take his life here in the firebombing attack. It's just crazy that he's only getting 5 years. Maybe that apology really did weigh heavy on the heart of the judge.
The person convicted of the firebombing is a man by the name of Tufi Jr. Tuisi Alua. I don't know if I'm saying that name correctly, and frankly, I don't care. I've never met Tufi Jr. I've never mentioned him in videos before. In fact, Before he was charged, I'd never even heard of his name, nor do I hope to hear it ever again. It does, however, open a big question, a question which was not satisfactorily answered in court, and perhaps even more shamefully, not examined by most of the media. Why would a man with no connection to me whatsoever go to the effort of stealing a Mercedes, cloning number plates, surveilling my house, and then setting that house on fire?
As Friendly Jordies points out here, it's very interesting that the judge recognizes this as a professional attack, a coordinated attack here on Friendly Jordies. They even call him the muscle. That's what he was hired to do. Yet, at no point do they try and inquire as to who hired him and why. What were his motives? Why would someone whom Jordy has never heard of, never mentioned at all, go through so much effort to firebomb his fucking house? That's awfully strange, right? Isn't that a little weird? They fully recognize that this was a paid, planned attack on Friendly Jordies, yet don't bother to try and uncover who planned and paid for this attack. It wasn't just some random act of violence where this guy just had 2 firebombs sitting on his passenger seat from, last Halloween where he won his, the pyro from TF2 or something, and he decided, all right, I'll just throw these 2 firebombs over here. This was clearly a planned attack, and they recognize that, yet don't even give the slightest smidgen of effort to try and figure out who's behind it. That definitely smells a bit fishy.
I think I know the answer. I'd wager some prominent defamation lawyers, property developers, and politicians also know the answer. There were some unsurprisingly cowardly and oblique hints of an answer in the ABC article about the conviction, an article which refers to me as an internet personality. Mr. Shanks, who uses the moniker Friendly Jordies online, had mentioned the Alameddine crime network in a video 2 months before his home was set alight. Just mention the Alameddines. A lot of people mention the Alameddines, Anton. The Alameddine crime network might be one of the most prolific gangs in this nation's history. They're nightly news. Some people bank their entire journalistic careers on talking about the Alameddines. They don't get their houses burnt down. How characteristically low from the ABC, especially when even the judge labelled the firebombing as, quote, a professional attack on a journalist. Anton here acts as if it was a coincidence after reading out a BuzzFeed article on a stream.
I found this fascinating. What Jordies is mentioning here is that some journalists, like the one he's pointing out, are making the insinuation that because Jordies has mentioned the Alameddine crime family before, prior to his house being set ablaze, that maybe it's not a coinkydink. Maybe the two are related. But Jordies hits him with the counterpoint here. He gets him with the Uno reverse with some very basic logic that the Alameddine crime family is one of the most infamous in the area, talked about daily as a piece of nightly news, where tons of journalists make their whole career solely around reporting on the Alameddine crime family, and yet none of them seem to be getting fucking napalm striked here like Jordies was. So it's a pretty weak insinuation to make that doesn't pass the smell test, especially because it's not like that's all Friendly Jordies talks about is the Alameddine crime family or anything like that.
This is not at all to excuse Toofy Jr. He tried to kill someone. He burnt down a house with no regard for not only the other potential occupants, but neighbours, which were the elderly, and for all he knew, could have been children. Even worse, because his motives are murky and seemingly transactional, he seems to have just been waved away with he was just the hired muscle. He tried to kill people. He burnt down a house. Things are a little bit scary in New South Wales, if you ask me. At this point, you can order a firebombing, not only not get caught, but the muscle who does get caught gets about the same time as it takes to do a bachelor's degree.
The guy responsible for double-fisting firebombs that could have killed multiple people is getting an extremely light, soft sentence of just 5 years, which is basically just the amount of time between Stranger Things seasons. And not only is he getting a light sentence, but the people that hired him, that they openly are saying that he was the muscle. So they recognize he was the muscle for someone, but the people that he is the muscle for, they're not even bothering to try and investigate and find out the identity of. They're just like, oh yeah, he was the muscle, and that's it. That's as far as we're gonna go. It's just so blatant. It's so obvious. It's so fucked.
Pretty good risk to reward ratio, if you ask me. Over the past few years, I've faced multiple different criminal investigations and charges over what apparently in New South Wales is a far more serious crime, making YouTube videos. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that there were far more investigative and legal resources thrown at botched attempts to punish me than there were at punishing the firebombers.
If you followed Friendly Jordies at all for any length of time, you are probably familiar with the fucking ringer they have put this man through over the years. The justice system over there is trying so hard to bend them over their knee and spank his cheeks red every chance they get for even the slightest things. They will go to extremes for him, all because he posts videos online talking about corruption. Meanwhile, a firebomber who firebombed 2 houses, a career criminal as well, by the way, so he has a history too, gets significantly less resources put into that investigation. It's fucking crazy.
How can a man be charged and sentenced to 5 years in prison for a firebombing and the courts get to know nothing about his motives?
No, they know everything that needs to be known about his motive. He was hired to do it. He was the muscle. Hired by who? Cares. Who cares? They don't give a fuck. Just gonna send him to jail for just a little brief period of time here and just let this whole thing quietly die down so that way people don't ask too many questions about this whole firebombing, hoopla, that kind of thing. Because there's no need to dig any deeper on who might have paid for this kind of thing to happen. You know, it's just, he was the muscle. Ah, come on, let's move on.
Why certain politicians like Rose Jackson, who originally condemned the firebombing, albeit in the most performative Twitter-approved template, that not only was mostly about her and how awesome she thinks she is, she also just had to add, right after I was nearly killed, that I'm, quote, way off and gross. I'll tell you what I think is way off, Rose. Hanging out with and propping up a development company which, again, shares the name of the video I was forced to remove due to death threats, and doing so knowingly. You know. That's what I think is gross, you self-aggrandizing transactional party machine cog.
Yeah, over there, Jordy's has got a lot of very powerful enemies. I've made a couple videos talking about Jordy's and everything that has gone on recently. It is not an overstatement to say that he literally does put his life on the line for the journalism that he does. And it's not just him, he does have a team as well that takes the same risk. They have some very powerful enemies over there. And it is very clear that they are willing to go to extreme lengths to silence Jordy's and his team. Keep in mind, the firebombing attack, they didn't know Jordy's wasn't home. They had no idea. They also didn't know about the neighbors' whereabouts if they were home. That very well could have ended with bodies. Just corpses. Charred corpses from this hired muscle coming out and firebombing these 2 houses. All to silence Jordy's and his team for their reporting on the blatant corruption over there.
Why do the Alameddines, an organised crime gang, give so much access to certain ABC journalists? Why is the ABC so ardent in defending these certain journalists? And why isn't anyone able to get enough evidence to bring whoever ordered the firebombing into a courtroom? I'll tell you, there's some very strange things happening in New South Wales.
Very strange things indeed going on over there. I'm happy to at least see that someone was arrested in connection to the firebombing. That's good. 5 years is kind of laughable considering the crime. But I mean, I guess at least there was some semblance of, like, you know, catching the bad guys here to a certain extent. But there is a lot of work to be done. I feel like there was definitely a lot more that should have come from this. And hopefully, it will. Hopefully, there will be more that comes from this, God willing. Because holy shit, it is unhinged. Anyways, wishing the best for Friendly Jordy's here. Hopefully, he and his team can stay safe. And just wanted to give you the update. That's about it. See ya. For the last decade, Xbox has kind of been like the James Corden of gaming consoles, where it's a joke that's just sad. It doesn't make you laugh. It just makes you feel bad because Xbox used to be such a juggernaut. And it's no secret, Xbox has been struggling harder than me trying to reach something on the top shelf of my kitchen. They just have not been able to find their footing. They haven't really been flourishing in the gaming space for quite a while. And now it's looking like they're just getting put in the dirt. It looks like they're going straight to Valhalla. Phil Spencer is leaving Xbox, and he is being replaced by a new individual who has no experience in gaming whatsoever, at least nothing that is publicly available, and is basically solely AI driven, like all in on AI, which is about as exciting as getting kicked in the scrotum. This is just a recipe for disaster, especially considering most people can identify the solution to the Xbox problem. Their woes have a very glaring, obvious solve that would probably help them a lot. Most people can pin the tail on this donkey. Can you guess it? I'll hit you with the Dora the Explorer. More games. There was a time when Microsoft shut down more studios than games they released in the first half of 2024. Microsoft has become more known for shutting down studios than they have releasing games. So the Xbox problem is no games. How do you solve that? Games. Like, there's just no reason to own an Xbox when there's nothing that's really coming to it. So now you have someone who's in this position that doesn't have any relationship with games, like, in their history. So this problem is still seemingly going to go unsolved. For all of Phil Spencer's faults and, like, the missteps with Microsoft, it's pretty inarguable that Phil Spencer at least knew games. Like, he was in the games industry for decades. And even though, of course, he made some real wacky, Insano-style calls, especially with, like, fucking Redfall, Lord help us all, heavens to Betsy. Sometimes you'll still wake up with cold sweats remembering that disaster, that blunder. But even still, he at least had so much experience in the games industry, which this new leader does not. So let's kind of go through the whole thing. We'll start with Phil Spencer's departure here from Microsoft. He actually made a Twitter post about it saying, "It's rare in life to know when a chapter is closing, but after 38 years at Microsoft, that moment has arrived for me. I've made the decision to retire and begin the next chapter of my life. It's a milestone that's given me a chance to reflect on the incredible journey I've been fortunate enough to share with so many of you." Now, also, Xbox President Sarah Bond is leaving as well, so both Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond are no longer with Xbox. Well, will soon be no longer with Xbox. It's a sweet, concise message just letting everyone know that he's sailing off into the sunset. And I think it makes a lot of sense here. He's been in this industry at this company for many decades now, many, many moons, and he wants to do something else. Totally understandable. I also imagine that the last few years at Microsoft here haven't been the most fun with everything that's been happening with Xbox. And Phil Spencer's been the face of Xbox. And recently, that face has been getting shoved in the toilet and they're flushing it. They're giving him a swirly because most people point the finger at Phil Spencer for all of the Microsoft and Xbox decisions that have been very poorly received. And he's been shouldering a lot of blame. I have to imagine that doesn't feel good, especially when there's a good chance some of those decisions weren't from the old noodle of Phil Spencer. It could have been calls made from elsewhere that maybe he didn't even agree with in the first place, but since he's the face of Xbox, the public would eat him alive for it. So I really do find it very understandable that he wants to step away from Xbox at this point in time and explore other aspects in his professional life outside of Microsoft. I'll quickly just dump my take in here. I also think a change in leadership at Xbox was warranted. Just look at how things have been going for Xbox for over a decade now. There's just been a huge problem with delivering games from so many of these studios that they have there, and things just haven't really been, the smoothest. So I do think there needed to be a leadership shakeup and, maybe a change in direction at the company. But I think the new captain of the kickball team here over at Xbox that they have chosen just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a gaming console whose biggest fucking problem is not having games. Now with Phil Spencer gone, and in his place steps Asha Sharma, who is currently the president at Microsoft's Core AI product, previously with Meta and previously with Instacart. No gaming background, but it seems like a strong focus on AI in her career recently. So now she's taken the Xbox Iron Throne, which is leaving a lot of people very skeptical, because why would you hire a CEO of a gaming company who has no experience with gaming? It's a really weird fit. Now, there is a message from Asha Sharma. There is a memo that went out where she tries to kind of get ahead of like the AI stuff. So the first part of her message is talking about, how excited she is and thanking Phil and his leadership in the studios. And then she goes on to say, "My first job is simple: understand what makes this work and protect it." That starts with 3 commitments. First, great games. Everything begins here. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything. Unforgettable characters, stories that make us feel, innovate gameplay, and create excellence. And basically going on to say, like, how important great games are. Second, the return of Xbox. This is something Phil Spencer also said once or twice, if I remember correctly, and every time that this comes up, the return of Xbox, they make it sound like it's a fucking Jedi coming back, yet, unfortunately, it still hasn't arrived, taken the scenic route. But she's highlighting the importance of bringing back, the former glory of Xbox with a recommitment to core Xbox fans and players that have invested with them for over 2 decades, celebrating the roots and renewed commitment. And then third, the future of play. We are witnessing the reinvention of play. That, to me, just feels like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo buzzword nonsense. I don't think there's a reinvention of play. People still just want to play good games. I don't think there's like a huge change in how they want to play those games. It's just a desire for games, which have been severely lacking with Xbox. To meet the moment, we will invent new business models and new ways to play by leaning into what we already have. Iconic teams, characters, and worlds that people love, but we will not treat these works as static IP to milk and monetize. We will build a shared platform and tools that empower developers and players to create and share their own stories. So, there's some good and bad in there. That's great that they don't want to just take beloved IP and characters and milk them till the tits fall off. That's good news. But that last sentence about developing a shared platform and tools to empower developers and players to create and share their own stories gives me the same DNA that Roblox and Fortnite have kind of pitched about, like, AI to make your own games in their game, which isn't very exciting to me. But maybe it is to a lot of other players. I'm not really sure, and I don't really think that'd be like the best direction to go. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Okay, I mean, that sounds good, but I take it with a huge grain of salt considering it's coming from an executive who is extremely intertwined with AI. So I would be shocked if she actually does have this view of soulless AI slop being the enemy, considering her professional career for the last few years is all about AI in general. So I guess we'll wait and see there, but it'd be wonderful if the focus isn't on just farting out AI slop at Microsoft. That'd be great. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. The next 25 years belong to the teams who dare to build something surprising, something no one else is willing to try, and have the patience to see it through. We've done this before, and I'm here to help us do it again. I want to return to the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit processes, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. Thank you for welcoming me into this journey, Asha. Now, to me, a lot of that statement feels like hollow PR speak, where it's just standard PR drivel. We've got to return to the roots. It's all about the players. We can't be succumbing to the dark side of AI slop or anything like that. Which, it's hard to really be super enthusiastic considering this is a leader who, for the last few years, has been all about AI and profits and, profits by any means necessary. Like, it's not an amazing, exciting fit for a gaming company to have a leader who has no experience in their professional career with gaming. That makes it feel like this is a decision that is solely about trying to find ways to squeeze profits out of the Xbox, as opposed to trying to find ways to actually return the Xbox to its former glory. Because I imagine if you were looking for a leader to slot into Xbox for a new era of amazing games to make it a powerful console player again, you would probably look for someone that actually has a passion for games itself. I don't know, but that's just my 2 cents, and perhaps I'm on fence for thinking that. Overall, it is just kind of hard to be excited about the future of Xbox, And I guess we'll see how it goes under this new leadership here. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Gambling has become the lifeblood of all sports. It is like peanut butter and jelly now. These two are married together forever. Sports betting has become more normal than saying bless you after a sneeze at this point. If you watch anything sports related, you will be fed endless advertisements for, Hard Rock Casino, betting apps, sportsbook, this kind of thing, out the wazoo. Gambling has just become so deeply intertwined with the sports industries across the board, you just expect it now. Like when someone farts, you're expecting stink. It's the same thing here with sports. And with the normalization of all of this gambling, we're now starting to see things like this. A bombshell investigation and subsequent arrests all around illegal gambling. In total, over 30 people were arrested in this FBI investigation, including some ties to notorious crime families, mafia involvement here. And amongst those names are some NBA stars that you will definitely recognize. A current player, Terry Rozier, as well as the Portland Trail Blazers head coach, Chauncey Billups, who himself is also an NBA Hall of Famer. Now, I think this is the first of many investigations and arrests of current and former sports players. Because this has become so normalized, I have a very strong hunch that there will be even deeper probes into this industry, and they're going to find a lot of shady shit. They're going to turn over some stones and see a lot of big, pew-wee, smelly fishiness going on there with game rigging, as well as another thing that came up here is like the sharing of private information in regards to the health of some players. So they'd give insider information that they had the privilege of, like in terms of player injuries, that kind of thing, so that way people could cater their bets to it. In the case of Terry Rozier, he was actually involved in this for game rigging, allegedly, where in one game, he took himself out after a handful of minutes and did not return, and apparently had people betting on his unders, meaning he was going to have an off night. People were betting he would have an off night. He took himself out of the game early. Obviously, he wasn't going to have a superstar performance there, so they cash in a lot off of those unders bet, and apparently he got a huge portion of that. That is one instance here that we have been made aware of. In Chauncey Billups' case, his wasn't game rigging, but instead he was working with illegal poker operations where they were using like fucking high-tech technology that you'd only see out of like James Bond's Q laboratories, where he would have victims lured in there. He'd be like the face of it to like use his fame as a means of luring people into these illegal poker games with all of these bad actors. And they'd go to these tables that had X-ray machines so they could read the face-down cards. They'd also have marked cards. They'd even have like the card shuffler would have a way of telling them what cards were dealt to who or something to that effect. Just crazy technology in order to cheat and steal the money from all of these victims, and they made many, many millions of dollars doing this. Now, I also wouldn't be surprised to learn if Chauncey Billups was also engaging in game rigging. Of course, that is not anything that's been revealed publicly or anything. I'm just saying I personally wouldn't be surprised to learn that based on some of the very questionable decisions I've seen him make as the Trailblazers head coach. Absolute bafflingly stupid calls, which, with this new little tidbit of lore here, this little tiddlywink of lore that we got fed here about his illegal gambling activities, maybe they weren't accidentally idiotic decisions. Maybe it was purposeful game throwing, possibly, to make money off betting against his team. Obviously, that's not an accusation from me or anything like that. I'm simply stating that if they do happen to find a little information about Chauncey Billups, maybe, throwing games on purpose, I certainly wouldn't be raising an eyebrow in shock. You wouldn't find me with my jaw on the floor, starting to argue against it like, no, it couldn't be. Because, man, have I seen some absolutely fucking atrocious calls from this guy as the head coach of the Trailblazers. But again, I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just saying, it wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world to learn there is all. But it's not an accusation or an allegation that I'm putting against him. Just saying. Anyway, though, like I said, many people have been arrested here, but these are the two most notable from the NBA. There's also a former NBA player as well that is in the mega mix of all of this. But it is fucking huge. And it's even been hinted at in the reporting that there are other suspects that just haven't been indicted yet. But they have them under the microscope, and I think it's really just a matter of time. With how normalized sports betting has become, I think this is the first of many
huge investigations and arrests that we're going to see over the next few years. There is no doubt in my mind for a long time now, players, coaches, staff have probably been trading information or even engaging in some like game rigging here and there in order to make very big oodles of cash through gambling. Because the money they stand to make through gambling is substantial. So I have no doubt that there has probably been a huge network of sports athletes, as well as coaches, staff, and all of that, maybe even officials as well, that has been engaging in this. And this is a huge deal. And like I said, I believe this is definitely not like an isolated incident. I think there will be probably a lot more over time here. Because gambling has just become so normalized, and it is such like a wasteland in terms of like degeneracy and people looking to exploit one another. I just really think with how normalized it's become, how big it is in just like the culture of sports right now, there is no doubt in my mind a lot of athletes and a lot of people on the staff have probably engaged to a certain degree in many illegal activities in this sector. So while I'm not necessarily, super stunned to learn that this kind of thing has been happening, there was a piece of it that I did not expect, and it did catch me off guard, which was the mafia involvement and the illegal poker games that Chauncey Billups was the face of and luring people into. That I didn't expect at all. The game rigging, that was brought up here, that I kind of always had a hunch was probably something that was happening here and there. But the mafia illegal poker games with the crazy fucking technology, like the sci-fi tech that they were utilizing there, straight from DARPA, that was definitely something interesting. I'd like to show you some news clips or like some segments that cover that in particular, but I've just been so wary about showing that now since what happened when I covered the degenerate doctor that would walk around naked and masturbating in the office on people and whatever. So I'm going to refrain from showing you that footage, but I do encourage you to look more into it yourself because it is fascinating. I'm very curious to see how the NBA handles this because they've been very upfront about, sports betting just being super okay, big two thumbs way up in the air, brings in a lot of money for them. If you watch any of the games, you are inundated with gambling. It is not something they try and hide or shy away from. It is up in your face. And that's not exclusive to just the NBA, but since 3 big NBA names have now been indicted here, I am curious to see how they handle this. I know they released like a pseudo statement about, the disappointment and like how they need to look at things a little differently here, but I do wonder what meaningful changes they're going to make. Because sports betting has been so normalized and such a huge core component of these sports in the first place, what do? They can't really like break it off cold turkey or anything. I feel like it's going to be really hard to like crack down on athletes and staff and stuff like that to like ensure this doesn't happen again. I'm just really interested to see what steps they're going to take. So I'm going to definitely be keeping my eyes on this going forward. And anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, we're going for the sad mood lighting for this one because this is legitimately a funeral for over $100,000. Alpha Magic the Gathering. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, I'll tell you. It's like the most expensive thing to buy, like a sealed Alpha starter deck. It's up there with like a first edition Pokemon, like Shadowless base set, that kind of stuff. It is like holy grail for collecting. Last year, we opened one, and it was a really like kind of juiced pack. Like we got some good hits from it. It was a lot of fun. So we wanted to do it again this year, and thus I had another Alpha starter deck. We brought out Pay Money Wubby again, the boy wonder himself. And I'm just going to spoil it now. It's already spoiled in the video title. This is perhaps the worst recorded Alpha starter deck opening ever without it being a scam. Everything in this seems legitimate. It doesn't seem like it was repacked or anything. There's nothing like super fishy about it. I think it is just statistically the worst possible box you could ever open of an Alpha starter deck. And we got to capture this tragedy on camera. And I'm happy to share it with all of you. One of these goes for like $100,000. If not more, depending on who you're buying it from. So this is legitimately the biggest possible waste of money imaginable. Hey, it's the Alpha Box. We're back. It's been a year and some change. We brought in the magic guy himself.
I'm the magic guy?
The magic guy, Wubby. He's back.
Hey guys, we're back.
We got this box from him a year and a half ago. When
It's the same box.
Yeah. When we
Okay.
just started playing this goofy little card game.
We pulled nice cards and we had no idea what to be excited about. You
Yeah.
were shaking and we were like, "Whippy!"
I want you to know times have changed. I'm a colder man now, and
Yep.
I'm not going to shake.
Okay, that's good.
I'm excited for whatever
We
happens.
now know what's in there. Still, probably will be like, "Whippy!"
Yeah. I've also lost knowledge since then. I was
Really?
I was way more prepared the first time, and now I kind of don't remember shit.
I didn't want to say anything, but it did feel like that when you came in.
Yeah.
This guy got stupider.
This guy doesn't know shit anymore.
This isn't the same guy from last year.
All right, so you brought this last time too. This was the second one that Charlie decided he wanted both then and there.
Yeah, he's even dated May 2024.
2024.
You can't just print those either. That's like official.
That's true. Yeah, it's laser etched on the bag. All right, open her up.
Wait. While
Oh,
exploring their barn, can I say that?
Yeah.
While exploring their barn, I found smelling salts, which I've never done, and I'm gonna make everybody do it before. We need to lock in.
We gotta get excited.
Go ahead.
Me first. Well, you've never done them. You go first.
I need to see how deep to put my nose in.
Oh no, just guess.
Well, that's crazy.
There's no wrong answer with smelling salts.
Ooh, and now nobody else do it.
These are not that strong
They're not?
as far as
So I
smelling
could
salts
get
go.
in there.
You could.
You smelled stinky instead of pain.
Yeah,
Or
it's-
not,
it felt stinky.
stimulation.
It felt
Is it not
stinky.
supposed to smell stinky?
It's supposed to like stimulate you. You do it from like a
Let me
big
get
lift or like he said on hockey shifts.
Oh God!
That one hit harder. They're activating. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Legitimately,
It feels like I shouldn't breathe that. I want more.
Yeah, see, he's already getting used to it.
Ooh, hold
it
on.
locks you in though, right?
It's opening his fucking.
How much
neurons
can I
again.
do before I start to like die?
It says 2.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
I want to do one more. Should I not? Is this crazy?
No, you can do smelling salts. You can smell till the cows come home.
It's making my eye twitch.
It kills some brain cells, not too many. Isn't that funny how that's the reaction though? Like,
It's good though. Ooh. Go again.
Let me. Yeah, they're
Open this pack.
They're a little skunks.
maybe we could see if somebody can go pick up some high-end ones for the next video.
Yeah.
Because you'll fucking snap your
What
head
if you
back.
do like a line of it?
Ooh, that last one.
That might kill you.
Oh God.
So
That last one was
smelling
not
salts are just ammonia.
Oh,
So it
like
smells.
cat pee.
Yes. So your brain goes, you shouldn't be fucking smelling
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. I didn't want to breathe it.
Hey,
Yeah,
what do you
the-
do with cat pee? That was a really fast
You
association.
smell it, but no, like the really good ones.
Oh, yeah,
you'll
that'll
feel like
fucking
there's like
punch you.
fire going
Yeah.
into your head. We'll get some for
Yeah,
you.
we'll get some
We
of
will
them.
not let you leave here.
Thank
without
you.
Every
Thank
single
you.
thing we do while you guys are here, we're gonna start with some smelling salts. A new
everything we
brand.
filmed, just keep.
Oh
ripping it.
man, charades later is gonna go.
Everyone has a bottle.
All right, let's get into this now.
We've got the fresh, sealed alpha starter deck. It doesn't look tampered, right? I think
Let's
we can
take
all
a-
agree.
Oh, I don't want to.
Don't. He's on
You're
a magic
so-
card
he
right
is
now. Yeah,
magic
no.
build
Don't
right
be
now.
careful because this could be a sleight of hand thing.
Oh, well, you know tricks now and shit.
Oh, yeah.
You should do some with this.
That's a good idea. I know a trick.
I'm gonna be real, okay? This looks good to me, but I don't like saying that because some nerd will tell me I'm wrong. I'm just gonna make sure it's filmed from every angle, so when this goes terribly, someone can.
We
tell
have
us.
proof.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, it's very important. I learned that the hard way. It looks good though. I mean, one thing to look for, if you want to be real for a second, any kind of scuffing where someone's thumb would go right here, and this looks clean. I think. You want to take a look at that?
Like gave me.
Looks clean.
Oh no, that does look clean. It was
Yeah.
the light playing tricks.
The one, I've got many fakes in the past, and almost always the fakes have some kind of like someone's nail went there, they bent it a little bit. Do you want to look?
Yeah, I would love to. Sorry, I was just admiring your technique.
They're addicted
I develop a light addiction to smelling stuff.
to cat piss.
Bro, take a look.
Does that smell like cat pee?
Rip that shit!
How do you want to open it?
Yeah, no. We're prepared this time.
all the tools
Yeah.
out for
We brought
you.
all
Well,
the
you don't need a
utensils.
tool for this part.
Oh, right.
okay.
Well,
There
could
should
you?
be a pull tab. Well, you can go that way. Yep. No, fuck it.
You don't need a
Oh,
tool.
we're so back, aren't we? It's the same thing.
You're like I'm a lot less high.
I'm not.
This time,
No,
you know?
I'm as he.
Right, there's literally a pull tab right there.
Wow.
He wasn't lying. He was not lying.
I'd like to take back what I said. I'm super high strung immediately.
Here, pass the rock. I'll open the top.
He said throw it. I mean, it's like.
Yeah.
I truly thought he was going to throw it.
No.
See,
There was
looks like
scratches,
there's
right?
like a scratch going up.
Okay, so yeah, that looks like that's bad. No, that can. We should have lined this up with the plastic. That is.
When I looked, I did see the scratches through the plastic.
Scratches? Are we sure?
There
It's
were
like
two.
So there's dents on the cardboard, and you want to see that there's also dents on here, but it is possible to dent the cardboard without denting
that's
this.
fair.
That's a yellow flag to me.
Yellow flag.
He's going in. He's going. Wait. Did we look up the order? Did anyone do this?
Oh, that'd be.
Last time
There's
you
like
just
12
knew it.
people in this room right now, and everyone just went.
Hey,
Should we look this up or do we not?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, look up the.
I believe I believe it can be different. It can be right here. I believe it can be up below the instruction booklet. It can be above the instruction booklet, and there's a low chance, I believe, of being on the top.
Let's see.
like a year ago, there's a Charlie video that probably has the.
Pull that
order
up.
we
Pull it.
could
There's
use.
a guy in it who probably knew.
You probably actually explained it.
I do think I'm right, and I do think it can be in a lot of places, especially with alpha. These things were not quality controlled at all. They're kind of everywhere. But be careful with the bottom. That's where
Sick.
you could see it.
I've got some
kind
crazy
of an
developments
idiot.
here.
Did you look it
It's already open. By the
Oh
way.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the whole ass end of it down there is open.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's.
Someone did the job for us.
Opened is generous. It's like splitting.
Yeah.
It's damaged.
I will say these look like alpha cards based on the corners, which is always the first. Wait, are they?
Uh-oh.
They look rounder, right? Get a normal magic card. These corners should be more rounded, and they look like they are more rounded.
I would say like a wider.
yeah,
yeah,
alpha is the
wide berth.
only card printing where they
Good
have
save, Matt.
okay.
Good save.
Okay,
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, this is important. Yellow flags galore on this one.
That's good. I just took a peek at the bottom by accident.
Did you see?
I can tell you it's not. I can promise you.
Tell you what it's not.
I can promise you we don't want that to be the rare. I'm hoping.
Is it? Can you flash it to me?
Oh.
We don't want that to be the rare. That can be, and that's a
Yep.
disaster.
I think we've seen it now. Might as well just.
I can also explain why that's really bad potentially. So that is an island,
Wow.
and
That's what I thought.
the issue with that is you can get an island in the rare slot in cases. It's not even a misprint. It was part of the rare sheet.
You would say that's the worst possible thing you could get in there.
Where did we get this again?
Yeah, well, there are some people who value those rares, and they consider them island rares, and they do buy those at a premium, but I still wouldn't say that's a good hit, because it's not a Lotus.
That's a good
It's
point.
pretty much nothing, actually, is
Yeah.
what I would say.
There is one grading company, I believe, that grades those as rares if you have proof that you pulled it in the rare slot, which does put a nice label on it, which can be...
Does it look like the plastic is pulling so tight it's almost bowing, or am I crazy?
Yeah, but I mean, this is what, 30-some
That's
years old or something?
Yeah,
So
it's just
this-
old.
The thing, like, there are real Magic savants who I want them to see this wrapping right now, because they will, in a
They'll be
glance,
able to
they'll tell
tell
right
us.
now. That's why I love doing this live, because it'll get to them while it's live.
Yeah.
But we'll find out. I just want the whole thing documented. Listen, I've been scammed so many times. I'm not the authority on this. It looks fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I trust you.
This source is about as reliable as you can
It
get.
literally is. Well, at the very least, we know he would never do anything.
Yeah. You're going to try and open it with that?
Oh my
I
God.
thought, would you guys like to? He talked a big game before
Yeah,
he sat down.
do you want me to?
Yeah.
There was
You
a,
already dumped smelling salts
The
on it.
precision of a surgeon.
We got a
I'm
rare
glad you
island.
guys are here for this one. You were off camera last time.
well, we're gonna filter in some more friends. We have a ton of people here who are gonna
That's
watch
okay. They're good, I think.
it. Yeah, they're fine.
You guys are good, right?
Did you get it?
I'm very
I
confident.
don't see it.
Here,
I got most of that side.
Be sure to spill this.
Yep.
The fucking vacuum is nowhere. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's just doing it.
This one copy. Okay, careful now. We don't want to spoil.
I will say, top of that card is shit.
But that's understandable.
Let's get it
And
out.
remind me what we're looking for in commons.
Llanowar Elves. We're looking for Lightning Bolt. We're looking
Bolt
for
is where-
Sinkhole. Sinkhole. Dark Ritual.
I thought Dark Ritual was an demonic tutor.
Demonic Tutor. Yeah.
Okay.
All
right.
Here's Lightning Bolt.
Wow.
We are
That's
not
like-
looking for tap symbols, which we don't have.
All right.
That says tap.
That's
good.
great.
That's very
That's
good.
great.
That is good. All right.
Do you want to do 3 and then pass?
There's a lot of
Right.
commons.
Yeah. No. Let's do one each to get it heated up.
There we go. And in I believe in one card, the audience at home will be able to tell the entire common.
Real
sheet.
quick. You also have a bunch of smelling salts on your side.
Oh, look at that. Thank you.
It's weird. There's 1/4 of this table without smelling salts on it.
That is odd.
Do you want to fix that? And it's a boring corner.
Yeah, that corner doesn't have fun.
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you get there's a little salts over there.
No, it's fine.
Swamp. Garbage.
Okay. All right. That's normal.
Yeah. We can
okay.
use this as a coaster, too, for the rest of the good cards.
All right.
Rip it.
Yeah, give us our first salt.
lightning bolt.
Sorry, that was really bad.
This is looking good so
All
far.
right, wait.
Yeah.
Talking a big game over here.
Okay.
I am. And I'm going to rip this lightning bolt now. You ready? See
Oh.
how these look. Okay, only the top card was damaged.
Perfect.
This top card is quite fucked.
And haboom.
I have a question.
Pestilence. What?
Would you say that corner is like cut off?
Where?
This one?
Uh-oh.
No, that's normal.
Oh.
That's okay. These cards look homemade because they almost essentially were.
If you are from BGS, these look wonderful.
That's
Our
good.
grizzly bears.
That's so good.
That's cool to see. I mean, these look nice though. That's it. We're holding alpha cards, guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hopefully alpha cards.
They don't look as nice as the Avatar cards.
No, I know. Where's Aang?
Yeah,
Okay, this is a little weird.
That's weird.
That's strange.
Keep doing it.
Okay.
We're keep going one for one. All right.
That's a good card on the bottom.
I picked it
no,
up
we
while I
know
slid it.
We know what it is.
So we don't mind.
We know
can,
what it is.
It's
The
impossible.
Black Lotus could be this card, or it could now be sandwiched on the.
All right, so bottom card is now fine to rub
Bottom
to our
card
heart's
should be an
content.
uncommon.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't rub it, though.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe rub it a little.
That's a forest.
The forest with a pathway.
I feel like we're playing.
That's basically a
shitty
Llanowar
board
Elves.
game.
Haboom.
Wow.
I'm going black. Ray's dead.
If he pulls a grizzly bears, I'm question marking.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
okay.
Okay, we're good. We're off.
All right. Anyone else want to filter in here? This is a rough
Yeah,
start.
we're not
We
doing
need
so
a fresh
hot.
set of hands.
This is okay though.
Yeah.
We're okay still. It's commons.
I remember when we
switching-
did the last one.
we
We had
switching
some cool
lobs?
stuff right now.
If you pull swamp, you gotta hit the salts.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think that's fair.
I think I have to hit the salts and then pull the swamp, I thought.
Should we make him hit the salts or?
He did just sit at the table.
Where is it?
We're very careful. Please don't get them on the
We don't,
table.
it damages the.
Did someone get smelling
It's
salts on the
really
table?
It
bad
could have been
for the
anyone.
table,
It
yeah.
could have been anyone.
It smells like a cat pee.
Oh yeah. That smells like cat piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hit that hard, though. You see how you just tanked it?
It just
There's your
stinks.
toy
Yeah,
bag.
It just
stinky.
smells bad.
It's just stinky.
Oh, an island.
bro.
Fantastic.
Well, we're getting all the lands out of the way early.
There's lots of lands. I hear that this is a rare. Oh.
If that's a land, I squeal.
Fog.
Okay, fog's good.
Fog's better.
We like fog.
Playable
Fog's a beautiful card.
You
Yeah.
can use fog.
Ryan beat me with fog once.
Fog
I love
is
fog.
Ryan's go-to and everything.
Boom.
Oh, yeah.
A swamp.
You took my card.
I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
I got a black theme
bastard.
going here though.
It's okay. We're gonna turn it around right here.
Yeah, this is where we start to get serious. Well, that's not bad. It's a what the hell am I reading?
He's a guy.
The furloon.
Yeah.
Furloon
Minotaur.
Herloon Minotaur.
He's got it.
It's a Herloon Minotaur.
There's a jacket with him on it. How
Nice.
cool is that, guys?
really
It's like $300.
Is that more or less than the card?
More.
Ooh, I didn't even announce the card because it's bad.
Yeah.
So here you go.
What was it?
That doesn't matter. Phantasmal
Danny.
Terrain.
Yeah, Danny, we need your
Mono blue enchant land.
Danny boy.
Denny.
Give him the
I'll
salt.
do salts.
Based on how we are, I think we're both doing salt.
The speed
Yeah,
at which
dude,
you're
I'm good,
dealing
I'm good.
salt.
Now you're good.
That's
Thank
my,
you.
that's my
No, I get
right
it.
there.
Yeah, I've done those occasionally.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
Oh, thanks. Do one more. Do one more. Right
more.
now.
Yeah,
You
got
got
it.
it. I rolled this over.
You
That
got
was
it.
technically
Okay.
my
We
card.
have to break the loop.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to change something.
Fix it up.
Yeah, some coffee bean forest.
Yeah.
This is a big one. This is a big one.
Boom. It wasn't, guys.
Wow.
Yikes.
We're getting real close to those cool knives.
I'm gonna give up. Should we?
I'm gonna give up.
As are we all.
Please don't give up.
It's okay, guys. This is very normal. The commons are boring normally.
Yeah.
We got shit. Disintegrate.
That's new.
It's new for us.
I
Yeah.
haven't him yet.
This is like any other.
To us.
Okay, here's the Phantasm or Blue Elemental Blast.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's playable.
Yeah,
Very
it's a fun
playable.
card. That's a card.
It is playable.
And look, nobody's here for the comments.
No one's here.
No one's here for the comments.
I like the comments. Someone shoot that guy.
Bro, boo. Ooh.
Nope.
Nope. That's a worm.
Brawl worm.
Yep.
But
He's ugly.
you warmed it up
Yep.
for my
warmed
lightning
it.
bolt.
Lightning bolt.
That could cast lightning bolt.
Could
I
cast
could.
lightning bolt.
Wait, maybe that's a sign.
You and I work together.
Now watch, I'll rip it. Ready?
You rip it, I'll cast it.
Okay, here we go. Tap. Can you tap it?
Yeah.
Tap for lightning
And
bolt.
I'm gonna play lightning bolt.
Oh, I saw
We
the
could
right.
play-
Right? Tap it.
We could play
play a
multiple
lot now.
lightning
Yeah.
bolts.
Yes.
Tap yours.
Yep, tap it,
I'm
tap it,
tapping,
tap it,
okay.
and lightning bolt.
Oh, it's an island.
Wait, now we can play
Tap
something
it.
else.
Lightning bolt.
We've got
I'm gonna
everything we
float
need.
the blue.
Yeah.
All right, I've tapped it.
We're crafting the worst card in all of history. Yep, it's a forest. We are ramping.
Maybe we're casting a commander.
We're ramping as hell.
Are we not doing enough?
I don't. We need to filter in more.
Yeah. Let's
These
get
hands
a
are-
flip out.
Chase.
Chase.
And Zach, come on.
haven't given up a spot. Someone should.
Yeah. Someone come take my spot ASAP.
Come here, sit here. I warmed it up. Now, if you reach into here, there's smelling salts. So.
Yeah. They've been really lucky for us so
Zach.
far.
Zach, come to my seat.
This Brittany bitch. Ooh yeah. Careful on the table.
That was an inhale.
You ever been to Corpus Christi? That's what the water smells like.
Oh, Jesus.
Shouts out.
It's just piss.
That's really it. That's really it.
Yeah.
All right.
Give
And he's flipping
commentary.
and. Hot hands! Hot hands! Hot hands!
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Guys, it was because his mountain was tapped.
Truing.
Of course.
I think that's the best common you can
Yeah.
pull.
Yeah, I think
One
so.
of them, I think. Yeah. That's not a real lightning bolt.
No.
It's either bolt or red.
You gotta follow that up.
Yeah, well, this land's gonna be real nice.
Land or elves.
Regeneration.
They're not bad.
That's bad. That's bad.
The smelling salts kind of fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Pussy.
1, 2, 3. Let me hear you say, "Wayo." Ooh,
Weakness?
he's getting that good suck.
Oh. He got that face. Samite healer. Oh, this guy just chilling.
All right, I'm feeling an island on this one.
Who's coming in for
Back to back.
for me?
Yeah. I'm down to tag back in.
I'm summoning a Carlos for pulling some cards.
All right.
Oh boy.
Damn.
Two
It's a
forests.
forest, guys.
Oh, when do we break into uncommons?
Yep.
So, here, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We're like
You're gonna love
there,
it.
right?
I'm gonna love it.
Yeah. Or is it after
lied.
Dude.
It's the booklet.
Nice.
So be very. In fact, if we want to now, we're not almost to uncommons, but I'm gonna
you're
right
gonna
now.
take out the
I'm gonna
possibilities.
move where 2 rares could be. These 2 could be
those
rares
two
as
could be
well.
rares, I
Put them.
And I'm gonna put them
Put him in the middle.
right there.
As well as, I think after the booklet.
After the
Are these
booklet,
also?
There's also
are these also
possibilities.
potential rares?
those are the bottom. Yes. Those could be rares. We really hope not. These are above the booklet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ha boom. Wow. His plans.
I think it's 4 lands in a row.
Yeah.
So only good things.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Flip one of those.
Giant spider.
Big spider.
He does not fly, but can block flying creatures.
Is that a common?
I think so.
I think so.
Why do I think he's an uncommon?
Already satisfied.
Okay. Little dryads. Little dryads.
Okay.
Yes.
Booty, I'm gonna show it to you.
Tap it.
I'm really happy to see just a lightning bolt.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh no! But you made another Schuler. I'm getting a lot of Douglas Schuler actually.
Here we go.
Would anyone else like to get in? Back in?
Get Alex in, and it's just a full. It's just a Wubby video.
Circle of protection green.
Okay, a circle of protection.
Circle of protection green.
Well, there's almost playable cards here.
Hey, thank you.
This almost. This would be the most whack draft
Yeah.
ever.
There is women here.
What?
Welcome
What?
to welcome to
when?
Mulligan's.
Yeah.
Hi.
This is
All right, guys.
I'm Alex, the token woman.
How do we do this? Rye, cut that. Thank you.
Now, Alex, flip over the card, look at it, and describe the card to us. Don't read the name.
What it does.
What are you hoping for?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Describe-
hoping for.
describe the art.
Tell us what it does based on the art.
Yeah. Unless it's a land, I guess.
But
then
what?
just-
But I can see the words. It'll tell me.
just
Oh,
say-
don't read. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
illiterate, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Very empty.
Oh, it's
It's plants. Yeah.
Very sad. Very empty.
All right, this will be my last one.
Okay. It's a
Oh
pretty
my god, it's a
unicorn.
unicorn.
It's a Belisara.
Would a greedy person
Get
pull
his
this?
ass.
Earthbind.
Oh!
Hey!
I'm hard as fuck right now.
That's the kinky one.
I'm hard as fuck right now.
People cosplay
I'm so
that.
hard. I gotta rotate out. Anyone else?
Oh, but I never got salts, man.
Wait, come here.
Booty, why do you gotta bring it? I was. Yeah.
Carlos almost got away with it. He did not do it.
I was trying to put it on her like she got away with it.
I'm full. I
Are
don't.
you trying to quit?
Is this monster? Yeah. I'm just.
It just stinks.
Oh. It just.
It's not good.
Well, here
It smells like hair dye, actually. If you've ever been covered in bleach, you know,
Yeah.
like the girl take. Yeah.
Salute, he says.
That's a good sign.
Boom! Oh, damn. I felt it.
You tried to sneak up on it, like I got it.
When we weren't paying attention.
Yeah, literally.
Gentlemen?
Hold on, ready?
Oh, let them both put one more.
Oh, okay. You're too kind, guys.
Death Ward.
That's new.
Okay, we like new.
They're all gonna be new, by the way.
Yeah. I would hope they're all new or something's wrong. Okay, let's
Pull
see.
something big for the
Last
for
one.
our chair.
Rip it right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me add to that. Let me add to that.
Okay, yep.
Give me a big one.
Yeah.
We gotta tap a bunch. It's gonna be
Yeah.
good.
You gotta put all the energy into it.
All right, I'm all tapped out.
Shaboom. Oh,
No, that's fine.
you know what?
That's good.
All right.
Also,
okay,
remember when I said there's no doubles?
More resources. Hey, the other spot proud.
Is this the last uncommon? I mean, last common?
Last couple, there's like 2, I think.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
there's 2. So that means Charlie will start the uncommons. Fuck. Okay.
That's good.
Oh, you big dog.
We love to see those.
And I think this is gonna be a Llanowar Elves. Nope, it's a snake.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, I'm now gonna prep next for you. So these could be rare. This is the book, very rare. These sell for something.
Well, we need those because we really don't know.
Yeah, we gotta read up.
Yeah.
These could be rare right here. And I'm gonna move them to the side.
So any of these packets can
So
be
we
rare.
know what this is an island.
Yep.
Could be a rare. Rares. We don't know. And these should be uncommon. We're gonna find out right now.
Here comes the demonic tutor. Well, good growth. That's not bad.
It is an uncommon, right? Somebody fact check it. You know?
A dragon whelp.
Oh, yikes! Yikes!
No good. No good.
Yikes!
So what you're looking for, Ryan, when you're pulling.
Demonic tutor.
Yep.
There's a lot of uncommons that are rare.
Let me see the back of one of these.
Are you looking at the blue ink mark that's on every magic card?
Yeah. You look at the.
Yeah, you see that there?
Yeah.
It's on all of them.
I have a story about that. When I first started buying vintage cards, like very early, I got into it with a seller about the blue mark on it, and he educated me, and it was a very humbling experience. He's like, "That's how they're printed." All right, here we go. Demonic tutor.
Damn.
Boom. That's tough. You don't want lands in this section.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The good news was this was a free pack.
Yeah.
You know?
This was nothing. It's been sitting so long, it just doesn't register.
So remember, Wubby back then, Play the Clip, said, I'll cover this one for you.
Just get me
All
out.
the good
Just
stuff's
get me out of
concentrating towards the bottom.
Oh god.
All right, there's only one thing to do here. Danny, come flip this card for me.
Whoa! Calling in.
didn't work so well last time.
It's all right. Talking to my pecs.
Well, I don't know if I need to talk to do this. I'm going to be
talk.
honest.
Narrate.
All right, I'm flipping the card right now. What do you want this to be?
What do we want this
Demonic
to be?
tutor.
Demonic tutor,
I
please.
think I pulled the last one.
You did pull the last
Do it again.
one,
Yeah,
I
let's do it right
think.
here.
No
way.
Oh, okay, wait. That's still good.
No, it's not.
It's trash.
Spoken like someone who's played against that before.
Yeah. It's tough because you recognize the card, you get excited, but it's like, I don't think there's value there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Demonic tutor. Boom. Gloom. Doom and gloom.
That's a really bad omen.
How we're all feeling.
That's a good omen.
Here, let me get in here real quick.
Get him. Please rip it.
It's not good.
Ooh, little jade.
I summon Drew.
Okay.
Can you redeem this chair?
No, I can't, but I might on accident.
Demonic tutor.
Is this the last one? Because I'm locked in for this
You're
one.
locked in. It's the last one.
I'm locked
It's
in.
a tutor.
It's a tutor.
Do it, Matt.
This one.
Do it. Please.
Man, this is less fun when you don't hit.
Wow. Maybe don't upload this one.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh
It's
my
about the rares.
God.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're here for the race.
It's about the rares.
I say, can I lead?
Yeah, please.
I don't have to
Please
flip,
do.
but let's just start by getting rid of what we know, which is the
Yeah.
island.
Rare island.
So this, hopefully not. We're praying. I'm gonna leave this.
Sure.
We leave that for last?
We'll leave it. Well, we'll see. We're
Yeah,
gonna start at each
that's
pile and
true.
see where. Let's start. You want to start here?
Yeah, let's start there. I like
Do you want to start?
No, you start. It's
Okay, so
calling your name.
let's. If this is a rare, we hope it's good. If it's not a rare, that means we can flip the rest of these. Or if it is a rare, we can flip the rest of these. All right, here we go. Wall of Air. Is that uncommon?
I think that's uncommon.
This is worth fact checking.
I heard
I think so
keyboard.
too.
This is worth
Zach is
Wall
gonna-
of
We have
Air.
clicking coming.
My boss just spent all of their money on
He's gonna like how to
Job
return-
applications, Florida.
Uncommon.
Uncommon. Okay, good,
Uncommon.
good, good. So
Uncommon.
that means
which means that's a demonic tutor.
this is an uncommon if you
Yeah.
want to flip it.
Which means this is nothing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you did say nothing.
That's Siren's Call. We said it was nothing.
So that brings us to these two.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to start.
I
I think that skill check gets to flip one together.
really hope this is a rare.
Me too, because
Actually, we need this to be
We
rare now.
need this to be a rare.
Ready, go.
Unsummoned. That is an uncommon. I
think
believe.
so.
Which means we got a rare island.
No way.
that's good news though.
Unless it's one of
had
those
to do it.
rare. All right,
Someone had to do
I'll
it.
flip the last
Just get us out of
uncommon.
here,
Yeah.
boss.
Just take us out.
Really, wipe that on the table.
No, that's this. Yeah. That's
no.
Good. This is good.
Charles.
This is where we want to be.
So that means here's one of our rares,
Now,
everybody.
here's the thing. All of this is moot and is not hurtful if that's a Black Lotus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if it's just anything.
That we recognize.
Okay, I'm not going to
Anything-
look at it. I want good reactions.
Make sure it's on camera, bud.
Are we happy?
Oh my God.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
That may be the worst alpha booster that is possible to open.
Hey, when we were all here to share it together.
That's exactly right.
great time.
Gentlemen,
Gentlemen.
that's exactly
Gentlemen.
right.
That's
Well,
what
history
happened
was
to me.
made. History was made.
Gentlemen, it.
It was the salts that got us there the whole time.
Hey,
yeah.
the next person opening an alpha deck, you're lucky. We got this one out
You're
of the way.
talking to
for you.
us in a year.
Yeah, that's true. Us. Our next deck is going to be great.
You brought the other one with you, right?
Oh yeah, it's always with me. Yeah. Hey guys, this was really bad.
Yeah.
In case we didn't realize.
That was not good, huh?
No.
No, that wasn't good.
We made $600 back.
Yeah.
Chipping away at the investment.
I think I'm just going to put that in a deck.
Yeah.
That was good. Hey, that
I would
was,
play this.
And we were here.
All right.
Let's just delete the footage.
Do we upload this? This does feel worse when you don't get anything.
Yeah.
Let's fake it.
Wait,
We've
is this
talked about this before in like esports and stuff. We've found scientifically
Yeah.
we have more fun when we do well
Yeah.
Win.
than when
Winning
we
is
don't.
more fun,
Yeah.
usually.
All right, well done.
Hey, that's one less force field out in the world.
You're welcome. Your deck is worth more now because of us here today. So
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go cry.
That was good. Hey, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Man, dude, the wind got sucked out of this room.
Oh yeah, you just got freaked off. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got it. Ace Rogers, follow me. I'm in place. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much
that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why you can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here, and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago shortly after this by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot, your car, and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here, of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're gonna stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending. Now it's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. and yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
To claim the title of most delusional man in gaming is no easy feat, especially with specimen like John Risitiello existing, the former EA greed Goliath who tinkered around with the idea of charging players for reloading their gun. But what if I told you he is no longer the most delusional man in gaming? It sounds impossible, right? Because that guy is a fucking mutant. Who could possibly beat that? Well, there's a new lolcow on the block that no one would have expected. Leslie Benzies. Now, this name might ring some bells because if you look at his resume, it's nothing but bangers. These are beloved, cherished games, all of which he has had a hand in producing at Rockstar. This guy has had nothing but hits until this year when he had nothing but a shit. After 2013 with Grand Theft Auto 5, he doesn't have any other credits to his name in the gaming industry until Mind's Eye that dropped this year. A little embarrassing nugget that everyone has taken their turn spitting on, and that's not the biggest deal in the world. Everyone has a blunder here and there. The fact that Mind's Eye is a bad game is not what makes Leslie Benzies the most delusional man in gaming. It's his response to it. Even before the game launched, when the critics weren't really excited about it and the people that had gotten their hands early on it said it wasn't very good, he immediately discredited all of them, saying that it was a concerted effort to trash the game because people were like afraid of it. There's, our rival in the space is trying to sabotage Mind's Eye. They don't want you to experience this game. It's going to open your fucking mind's eye. And he kept that attitude up. The game came out. It flopped. It is now completely dead. It has become a joke of a game. And he is still coming back in and making these same claims, except this time he's also saying that the development was sabotaged internally by fucking double agents or something. He refuses to accept that the game is just not good and people don't like it. So now he's also planning on relaunching Mind's Eye, whatever that means. It is embarrassing. And it is sad to see a legend like Leslie Benzies become what he has now. And it's weird because I went back and watched some interviews. He himself doesn't even seem very enthusiastic about the game, so I don't know why he's trying to put on this strong face of like, no, this game is actually amazing and everyone's wrong, and even if the game's not that good, it's because there are bad actors at my company that I didn't realize were working for the deep state that ruined it. Yeah, here, I'll talk more about the Mind's Eye stuff. I know. I'm the preeminent expert on everything Mind's Eye related. I briefly talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I'll talk about it a little bit more. It's wacky. It's honestly sad to a certain extent. So, a lot of people know this, but the guy behind Mind's Eye is like an actual legend. Like, Leslie had worked on some absolute bangers, most notably Grand Theft Auto, what everyone knows him for. And he comes up with Mind's Eye and makes Build a Rocket Boy, everything like that. Well, Leslie doesn't like that no one enjoys his game. He really can't come to terms with it. So before it launched and 2 executives left, he went out there, he infamously said that all of the bad reviews and everything, like they're paid shills from competitors that are scared of Mind's Eye and what it could mean, and it's all manufactured hoo-ha. And now that other people, not just reviewers, got to play the game and they all still hated it, he's now come out and said that the reason it's bad is because of internal saboteurs. There was like this espionage effort at his company to ruin his game. And also, like, other people outside have been brainwashed and they don't understand it's actually still a masterpiece.
So he plans on relaunching the game. So, because apparently the issue was, you know, he needed to weed out all the bad actors internally, so he came into the fucking swamp and started shooting all of the monsters in there that have ruined Mind's Eye. It's actual delusion. It's almost to like a gang stalking level. It's scary. Because this guy isn't just some nobody, like, weirdo. This is Leslie fucking Benzies. Like, this guy has worked on so many Rockstar projects. I don't know how you go from that to Mind's Eye, and I don't know how you go from that to thinking that everyone is out to get you. Not that you just made a stinker. It just doesn't make sense how that happened. He's worked on every 3D Rockstar game. Really, I didn't know it was every single one. I thought it was just some of the big ones. But that makes sense. Like, he is actually a legend. And now, he's a clown. An absolute clown. I don't know why he thinks relaunching the game is a good idea. This is actually a Morbius situation. Except this game hasn't even been memed ironically. It's just sad. It's just sad, and I feel really bad for his employees that he's just gutting. Or most likely going to gut. Like, what is this? What is it? Are you on... You're looking at Metacritic right now. Get out! Give me your badge and your gun. You're out of here. Build a Rocket Boy will no longer be requiring your services, spy. Go back to DARPA. It's just so odd. Are we going to play it again? I will 150,000% not be playing the relaunch. No fucking way. No. No sirree. Here. Menzies reportedly went on to tell staff via video call that the game's disastrous launch was due to internal and external saboteurs. It's unclear who he believes sabotaged development of Mind's Eye, but it's not the first type of comment to come out of the Build a Rocket Boy executive's mouth, and then this is him talking about the concerted effort to ruin it before it got off the ground and sprouted its wings. I did, however, see something interesting, not delusional. The guy who plays the lead, he actually came forward and he's like, man, it really sucks that this game's bad. He gave an interview where he's like, man, the game's just kind of a mess. You hate to see it. So, like, even... I mean, I'm assuming Leslie has now labeled that guy a traitor, and he's going to try him for treason or something, but, like, anyone who plays the game, anyone who's seen the game can tell you it's just not a good game. And for some reason, Leslie can't wrestle with that. He can't come to terms with that. He's blaming everybody and everything else, literally creating his own boogeyman. It's, I don't know, it sucks to see. Like, it actually sucks to see. I do think the guy who played the lead is a talented guy. I agree with that. I feel bad for him. Like, he is not a bad actor. Like, he is pretty solid. They promised wheels that spin. Yeah. Well, that was one of the saboteurs. The reason the wheels don't spin is because the guy responsible for making them spin, he was working on Rockstar's payroll in order to ruin it. It's like this whole thing is deep. It's like the plot to Andor. You don't understand. You don't see what Leslie sees. There was nothing promising in that game. What could they possibly add to it? I have no idea. It's also extraordinarily odd how he's coming out and it's like, the development was ruined by saboteurs, but it's like, Leslie, did you not play the game yourself? Did you not see the game before it shipped? If you really think that somehow your developers did some, like, under-the-hood weirdness to ruin it, wouldn't you have seen it before you shipped it? He's acting like this is some big surprise that came out of nowhere. I think they made a fake build to make him think it's Game of the Year material. Can you imagine? Like, they trapped Leslie in a genjutsu at the Build a Rocket Boy headquarters, and they just fed him, like, the actual Game of the Year Mind's Eye. He had no idea how shit the game was, because they were just giving him, like, the best thing. Fucking Infinite Tsukiyomi over there. No, I have no idea what he actually means by relaunching. He's not exactly clear. I don't know if he's doing, like, a new version of it, or if he's actually just dropping the same stinker twice. I don't know. I don't think he's explained what exactly he means by relaunch, not that I've seen. Wow, player count's already at 20, or down to 22? It's thriving.
Last week, the studio began a 45-day consultancy period that is required by UK law whenever a company is planning to lay off 100 or more employees. Oh my god. Build a Rocket Boy currently has around 300 UK employees and 200 based abroad. Barb, Build a Rocket Boy, said at the time that the cuts would focus on delivering ongoing updates and performance optimization for Penguinz0 while also ensuring the long-term success of Build a Rocket Boy's future ambitions. We're trimming the fat. The saboteurs, we've located them. And we're re-educating them at the office right now. Probably like Cyberpunk. I guess, but correct me if I'm wrong, Cyberpunk didn't have this whole thing where it's like, Cyberpunk relaunched! It was just they did a ton of updates, they made the game better. Thus, it's kind of like a new Cyberpunk than what launched. But they didn't make a whole song and dance about it, they just kept patching the game. I think it means he's going to remake the game by himself, so there's no possibility for internal sabotage. Holy shit, that'd go hard. Leslie has his action hero moment. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. Then he makes his own Penguinz0 and it's a masterpiece. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself as he smokes a cigar. There is a cheat code floating around right now that science doesn't want you to know about. It's kind of a well-kept secret, but there is a word that can summon money. It's an ancient incantation that's starting to become a little more popularized, and basically any company that says this word gets a ton of money instantly for nothing. And that word isn't open sesame, it's AI. As long as a company says that word, for some reason, the most brain-dead, insufferable fucking morons will pour endless amounts of money into it. Let me show you the most recent example, and I think quite a few of you have probably seen this because it's blowing up. Allbirds, or excuse me, what was formerly Allbirds and is now Newbird AI. Allbirds was previously a shoe company. It was once valued at $4 billion and then recently sold for $39 million. They crushed it. They really, they did it. That's big business, baby. And because this was a failing brand, they made a pivot, or they announced a pivot 2 days ago that they were going to become an AI-focused company. And the second they made that announcement, their stocks shot up 400% and have only continued to climb. And keep in mind, this is a company that has nothing. They fired like all of their employees from what I can tell. They got rid of all their shoes. They don't manufacture anything or have anything. And they haven't even begun with anything AI outside of an announcement saying, we're going to pivot to AI. So right now, people are golden showering them with tons of money off of just a thought. Literally the concept of an idea for this company, and they changed their name to Newbird AI. That is how out of control this fucking mass psychosis around AI is, where people just instantly throw all of their money, dump in their wallet at the computer screen just because a brand said the word AI. A brand which, by the way, is not successful. Again, they sold a $4 billion company for $39 million because it went straight into the shitter over the last, I don't even know how many years. You see the shoe company pivoting to AI and the stock jumped 800%. Allbird. I didn't look into that, but I kept seeing that pop up on tons of headlines. Basically, it was a complete failure of a shoe company, and then they made this announcement that they're going all in on AI to get a bunch of, I don't even know what it was, GPUs, and selling computation power to AI services or something. And then all of a sudden everyone just pumped their stock. I don't know, I didn't look into it. But yeah, this felt like a very interesting thing. Allbirds shares soar on a very 2026 pivot to AI. Shares of Allbirds, the 2010s pioneer of trendy sneakers, I've never heard of them, and eco-conscious millennial marketing took flight in an almost comical fashion Wednesday morning after the company announced an extremely 2026 pivot, abandoning its environmental agenda and getting into the AI business. Literally every company on the planet. The stock, which had been in the gutter since November 2021, shot up more than 600%, closed at $14.50, up 582% from Tuesday's close. Catalyst came from Allbirds' announcement that the company, once valued at $4 billion,
would soon reemerge as a new entity with a focus on AI. What? No one's ever done this! Oh, I see why everyone started pumping it. Wow, nobody's doing that. What the fuck? Can you do that? AI, oh my god. Wow. Essentially, it's going to buy and rent out computing power to tech startups? It's genius. Whoa. The shift comes just weeks after Allbirds sold its footwear assets and branding to American Exchange Group, which specializes in selling licensed fashion accessories with already existing recognizable brand names for just $39 million. Oh, I bet this company's gonna kill it in AI, though. They took a $4 billion business and sold it for $39 million. NFT bros are coming in their little trousers right now with those kind of returns. That's fucking business, baby. That's the kind of company that's going to be trailblazing in AI. Again, a highly underutilized market. No one's touching AI right now. They're bucking the trend. They're going where no brands dare to go. Into an AI pivot? Fuck! These guys are brave. These guys are so brave. Allbirds, which will be rechristened New Bird AI. Oh, God, that hurts. Eek. Yikes. Terrible name. New Bird AI. Ooh, more like No Bitches AI. Yikes. Said it executed a $50 million deal with an unnamed institutional investor to acquire high-performance GPU assets to begin transitioning into a fully integrated GPU as a service. Yes! Oh, I can't wait to hear who this unnamed investor is. Dead Parrot. Despite the stock's sudden surge, though, Allbirds remains a shell of its former self. Market value was shy of $150 million at Wednesday's closing bell. Worth underscoring, the sneakers to AI pivot is not exactly part of the standard corporate playbook, and the novelty may have amplified investors' early enthusiasm. Investors, these are just brainless drones, man. These are actual, just like, hype goblins seeking out any kind of quick pump and dump. Investors, my fucking left butt cheek. I might short this. I'm not like a big stock guy, but this feels like the easiest, safest short of all time. Am I crazy? I feel like everyone's doing that now, though, so it probably won't work. I imagine genuinely everyone is shorting this right now. This is just so baloney. This is just such barnacles. Still not as annoying as Crypto Bros, but it's damn close. I would say it's getting to Crypto Bro level. Like, very... Like, you're right, I think Crypto Bro's still more cringe, but this is, like, right there. Like, one little fucking pube away from that level of cringe. Because it's every company. Genuinely all of them. This is a failing shoe company that all of a sudden just said, okay, we're pulling the emergency lever, AI, and then they're just getting showered with money. Apparently, Allbird was a Kickstarter company that sold shoes made with recycled sugarcane and eucalyptus. Ironically, Time magazine even praised their shoes because it reduced carbon emissions. And now look at them, fully pivoting into AI, the antithesis of that. You'll love to see it. It's a feel-good story. The name may have changed, but the values are still there. Allbird lives on in New Bird AI. Saving the world. One grok bikini photo at a time. The shift is notable for another reason. Allbird's low-profile, sustainable, wool-based shoes quickly became the Silicon Valley wardrobe staple when they launched in 2016. Arguably the peak of the lowercase L liberal do-gooder era of retail. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? When marketers convinced upwardly mobile office workers that they could simply shop their way to low-carbon, zero-waste future they believed was in reach. Okay, that I remember. That's what they call it? I haven't heard that term. Allbirds were more than sneakers. They were political statements alerting wearers' status to fellow to fellow members of the coastal millennial techno-optimist tribe. Oh my god. What the fuck am I... This can't be real. This is so embarrassing. What? Yes, I consider myself something of a techno-optimist. You can tell by the shoes on my feet. You and I feel we'll get along. This narwhal does bacon at midnight, thanks for asking. Now, the go-to tech worker accessory has become the tech itself, and the tech itself is just the abstract promise of compute to power AI products that aren't exactly turning a profit yet. But any day now they will. That's the good thing about it. They're actually going to be spitting and shitting money. It's coming, and it's going to trickle down to the rest of us. It always does. That doesn't mean the new brand New Bird AI is doomed, but it does illustrate Silicon Valley and Wall Street's seeming willingness to reward any company that slaps the words artificial intelligence into its pitch decks. True. Very true. It's a virus. A genuine fucking virus. Underscoring just how much has changed since Allbirds' heyday, the new company also plans to abandon its foundational commitments to environmental conservation. What? I can't believe it! The AI company is now abandoning environmental conservation efforts? Why, I never! The company, which one touted sustainability in every step, was established as a certified B Corp, or a for-profit business with higher than usual standards for its social and environmental impact. But its new business is a notoriously energy-intensive process, so the company plans to ask shareholders next month to approve a charter amendment to remove references to the company being operated for the environmental conservation public benefit, according to the regulatory filing, which will be approved. No doubt. After seeing the stock pump, no doubt. To be sure, Allbirds' footwear business hadn't been going great lately. I certainly never heard of it. The company stumbled as it grew rapidly, opening dozens of stores across multiple continents, but failing to move enough inventory to make them profitable. Allbirds has gone from being a high flyer to a dead parrot. Yeah, I mean, they sold a $4 billion business for 39 mil. That's like phase stock. That's brutal. Genuinely brutal. The reason for the lack of traction was that Allbirds' sustainability pitch has never been a key consideration for most footwear consumers who are more concerned about style, price, and comfort. When in doubt, pivot. Allbird is hardly the first to do a full 180 to chase momentum around new tech. It's also not uncommon for such pivots to signify a bit of irrational exuberance in the market. Take one-time soft drink maker Long Island Iced Tea Corp, which capitalized on the crypto craze of 2017 to rebrand as a blockchain technology company, even renaming itself Long Blockchain. What? While the initial pivot sent the stock up 380%, it didn't quite work out in the long run. The Securities and Exchange Commission charged 3 people with insider trading, the company never became an operational player in blockchain tech, and its shares were delisted in 2021. I had no clue. I never even heard that. Well, that's positive historical data to pull from for New Bird investors. It's looking good. The future's looking bright. Surely AI compute infrastructure won't go the way of crypto craze and NFTs. Wouldn't do that. Showing no signs of it. And as the tide has turned for crypto, several Bitcoin mining firms have restructured themselves to focus on AI infrastructure instead, but the extreme market reaction to Allbirds' move may be without precedent. Motivation behind the corporate pivot is sensible, the market reaction less so. A 6x or 7x move for a company that is literally ditching its prior business model for one in which it has no demonstrated expertise says quite a bit about a market froth and investor willingness to chase moves. Yeah, because these people don't care. These worms, they do not care. If it says AI, they will put their money into it. They won't give it even a second of thought. Silicon Valley, the article, heard like 50 buzzwords and multiple nothing statements. Pretty much. I mean, pretty much. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just trying to dump the bag onto someone else. That was the entire NFT pitch. Dump the bag onto someone else. Don't be the last one holding the bag, dick in your hand. And that is exactly the same shit that's happening right now. And see what's going on with New Bird. Have they even begun doing anything besides this partnership with an unnamed investor for $50 million to acquire high-performance GPUs? This could be anyone. They might have partnered with God to just manifest infinite high-performance GPUs for New Bird AI. I'm excited to see who it is. Can't wait. Don't these guys make running shoes? Not anymore. That's for the birds. That's caveman shit. They now make nothing. Literally nothing, by the way. They actually don't have anything. They have a statement. They have literally an idea. The idea of them doing something that literally every other company on the planet is doing. Guys, we're no longer making anything. Instead, AI. Thoughts, money, thoughts, money. And they have nothing to show. There's nothing. Tim Brown, co-founder and co-chairman of Allbird. Go to the Allbird subreddit top. Apparently they fired all their employees 2 months ago with only a 3-hour notice. So do they not have any employees? So now it's a company that has no employees, and the founder just said, AI! We're AI now. Now we're New Bird AI. And people are giving him money. Is that actually what's happening? Well, maybe he's going to have ChatGPT run it for him. ChatGPT is going to be his sole employee. Dear team, I'm writing to share difficult news. After careful consideration, we have made the difficult decision to permanently close a number of our U.S. full-price retail stores, which includes your store. Consequently, January 26 marks your last day of employment. Despite great efforts, these stores have not achieved sustainable performance. This is not a reflection of your effort or execution. The work was meaningful and impactful, but not sufficient to reach our objective. So sorry to hear about this, OP. Allbirds did not handle this well at all. I'm an Allbirds nerd, and this is really making me reconsider continuing to buy their products. Well, good news, you don't even have to consider it because they don't have any products anymore. They got rid of all their products in order to have nothing. But you can invest in the concept of a business that has the word AI attached to it. So, all in all, a net win. From nothing to nothing. Started from the bottom, and the bottom is where it stays, but with a new name. Investing in thoughts and shit is so true. Actually, so true. Tim Brown said a thought he had in his head, and I liked it, so here's a lot of money invested in his company, even though there's nothing there. It's not even really a company at the moment. Last night on Stream Chat, put something on my radar that I somehow missed in regards to aliens. It's very rare that something slips through my fingertips when it comes to juicy alien details. So now, first thing in the morning, I wanted to look into it because I thought for sure I'd be coming in here, shooting it down. Oh, it's not an alien, it's actually my buddy Eric and his homemade hovercraft. Like, I thought for sure there'd be a logical explanation for what they were telling me, which is new footage has just been revealed in an official capacity in regards to a unidentified aerial phenomena that ate a Hellfire missile. Which already sounds so far-fetched, it sounds like it fit right at home in Ice Cube's new War of the Worlds movie, but, you know, I'll eat my left shoe here. That is like exactly what this footage shows.
I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling. So
Now, I've made fun of a lot of new footage that keeps surfacing, like the fucking steel soccer balls that have been spotted, you know, in Colombia, and then it's like, here's the proof, and it's a guy posing next to what looks like two colanders glued together with his nipples out. Like, that kind of stuff is so silly and so stupid, it is clearly a hoax. This, though, I don't have the same criticism of. But don't worry, I have plenty of criticism for it. This video is still pretty fishy. Granted, this is one of the more, like, authentic-seeming videos that we have, and you all know how much I want to believe, how much I want there to be irrefutable proof of aliens visiting this planet. Me and my dad argue about this 2 times a week. I love this shit. He loves this shit. I, more than anyone, want to suckle from the tit of hopium that this is aliens. But there are just too many things to overlook here that are red flags. 1, why is data on this absent, such as location, travel speed, that kind of thing that would be present on other pieces of footage? For some reason, it seems to crop out so much information that would be present on the actual raw footage of it. Also, why does it cut there? I don't understand the reason for cutting where it does. Why does it cut? Surely they would have still been following that if a Hellfire missile was just fucking fired at it and it's still going. They wouldn't have just dropped it there. If this is all legitimate and you're whistleblowing, attempting to blow the lid off of a big operation here, why would you intentionally hide some crucial data to the footage? It doesn't really check out. Also, this randomly being sent to a congressman with, I'm guessing, little oversight from other departments and other people, that also feels a bit peculiar, like it wouldn't necessarily work that way, I would think, or at least it historically hasn't. So I guess just the absence of that information, as well as like some of the odd circumstances around it, just lead it to feel a bit weird, because it should be there. Like it feels like it's deliberately cropped to not have some of that information there. Also, why were they using a Hellfire missile in the first place? Hellfire missiles, as I understand it, keep in mind, I am not an expert on Hellfire missiles by any means, but you could look this up yourself. Hellfire missiles are typically used for air-to-surface engagements. It doesn't often get used for air-to-air. So it seems like a weird choice for them to just launch the Hellfire missile at this UAP that's scooting through. And it's also equally confusing why it ricochets in the first place instead of just exploding. Because it clearly does make contact there. There's even debris you can see, fire off from it. Why did it bounce off like a fucking ping pong ball here? Let's assume that this is actual alien technology and it's got some kind of hyper advanced, incomprehensible force field or gravity distortion field around it. Like, let's say that's all like legit and alien in there. Fucking Marvin the Martian is cruising through on his new cosmic nut ship, and it just now got this Hellfire missile shot at it. I just don't understand why it wouldn't blow up once it makes that contact the way that it's supposed to. I mean, it, of course, could be like a dud. It really seems like a miracle it even hit it with a Hellfire missile in the first place, considering how seemingly small the target is. But I just don't really get the ricocheting. It feels like even if there is a force field or some kind of crazy tech around it, it still should have just like blown up once it makes that clear contact. Of course, you can make the argument that this technology is so advanced, I am shitting my pants, it disabled the rocket mid-flight and that's why it bounced off, because now it was, completely disarmed or something. Maybe. I mean, if it's alien tech, throw all logic and knowledge we have out the window, because it would be beyond our understanding, truly. But food for thought, and something that I learned about that maybe could be an explanation for this. They make inert Hellfire missiles. They're used for the sake of like training and that kind of thing. Could this be an inert Hellfire missile? It would explain the lack of explosion there. But counterpoint to my own point of bringing this up, from what I understand, most inert Hellfire missiles don't actually have the ability to be launched. Is it possible this one did? Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of maybes here because this is so hard to know what is actually going on here. I haven't seen anything like this. Of all of like the alien ship footage I've seen, this one is the most head scratching. I'll say it.
So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about events like this occurring, and what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
So
what flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information?
That is something you can also see in the footage. The debris that seems to spawn after the impact does appear to get wrapped up with the UFO. It appears to travel with it from that point forward. And the speculation is it has some kind of gravity to it that is able to attract it in, something like that. Again, if this actually is alien technology, you could just start spitballing the craziest shit ever, and it's possible because any technology that would allow visitors from the universe to come here would be so above and beyond our comprehension, we wouldn't even know what the fuck it would look like. So you could throw out anything like that as an explanation, and if it is actually alien tech, yeah, it's definitely possible. I just have a hard time believing that here. I think the IR camera also makes it seem very different than how it might have actually been in real life. This could be as simple as some kind of missile interception test footage that we're seeing through IR that's been shared with the congressman under a completely false pretense. Missile interception technology is something the military actively pursues. Everybody knows that. That is real. Or maybe this moves kind of like a drone. Maybe this is a new type of drone. The fucking rubber drones, the Luffy drones out there designed to ricochet rockets off of it. There are other explanations outside of aliens. And since so much data is missing here, it's hard to really know exactly what it is and also other crucial components to it. It is very interesting though.
Hellfire makes a hit, a kinetic strike on something solid. There's usually not much left of whatever it is it's hitting. It's very, very destructive. What seems to happen is that the missile is either redirected or in some case perhaps glances off the object and continues on its way.
Naturally, I had to call my dad to see if he had seen this yet, and if he hadn't, I wanted to put it on his radar so we could get the expert's opinion on it. Hey, did you see the new UAP footage, the new UFO eating the Hellfire missile?
What?
Yeah, Congressman just brought some footage of a supposed UFO that got hit with a Hellfire missile, but the missile bounced off it and it continued on its way. You haven't seen that?
No, where was that?
You're slacking. What the fuck? It was earlier.
I'm watching TV. I ain't on the computer.
What was
I've
it?
been working on my goddamn iRacing for 2 nights. I can't get on there because I did an update and it's all fucked up. I'm probably gonna have to just quit. I can't fix it.
No. You're not gonna retire from iRacing. I'll fix it. Yeah, look it up. It was yesterday, last night.
What do I look up?
Just type in UFO Hellfire missile.
That was a hoax, though.
No, it's
Okay.
just
UFO. What?
UFO
dodges Hellfire missile.
Yeah, what do you think though? You think that's aliens? You think that's real?
Listen to Mom.
They have Dr. Christine more than 750 UAP sightings between May of 23 and June of 24.
No, it's
it's bullshit.
You can't tell what it is. It's a little white dot on a screen, and you see something flying at it and something down. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, it's just interesting though.
It's nothing discernible. Well, it's really not even interesting. I think it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of freaking hokey, if you ask me. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
How do we even know it's a Hellfire missile? That's what they're saying. We don't know that.
That's true. That is just what they're saying. Well, you heard it here first. This did not pass the smell test for my father. I found it kind of interesting. He, however, smelled stink. The stink of some bologna. So after I heard that from him, I decided to do even more digging. I watched the footage back multiple times. I was reading from other people that had analyzed it quite a bit, and I found a theory that really explains a lot of the wackiness here in the presentation, like the absence of location, telemetry, that kind of thing. They are speculating that the object in the video isn't even moving. What's moving is the drone, the MQ-9 drone. They are saying that the drone is what's moving, and they are panning to the object, so it looks like everything around it's moving, when in actuality it is stationary. It would explain the absence of, like, telemetry data here in the footage, because if that was present, you would see that the object itself isn't moving, it's the drone. So that would explain why they wouldn't want that there, if that is the case. But if that's wrong, it's easily debunkable. You could easily slap that shit down by just releasing like the uncropped version of the footage. They're also explaining why the Hellfire missile didn't detonate, because they are speculating that this object is something very small and very light. Like a balloon, which, when it comes to aliens, the weather balloon thing is as old as time. Like, that has been around for a while with the whole, like, balloon theory. But in this case, I mean, it does kind of check out. Like I said, even if it was some kind of force field on alien tech, the Hellfire would have still exploded. It still would have detonated. But it doesn't here for some reason. Whereas if it passed through something, like a balloon or something really light in the air, it would go through without blowing up. That would explain that, but what it doesn't explain is the seeming ricochet of it. Because it does seem to like aggressively ricochet off it, which the balloon theory doesn't account for. But if the object is actually stationary, it would also explain the use of the Hellfire. Hellfire is laser guided. It's hard to laser guide on something that is moving very fast in the air, which is why it's typically reserved for air to surface. If this is stationary, then it would explain how the Hellfire even hit it in the first place, because it's a fucking miracle to have even made contact at all. Like, that is a tough thing for it to do. The balloon theory, or very light object in the sky theory, would also explain the carrying on after being hit with the Hellfire. Let's assume that it is some very light object up there that's stationary, or at the very least only moving little bits with the wind. And then it gets hit by the Hellfire. Well, it kind of maintains most of its shape, but it loses altitude over time. So as it's losing altitude and looks as though it's carrying on, they stop the footage before it gets to the point where it's obvious or it like hits the ground. Like, that does also make sense in that context too. So the balloon theory has some pros and some cons. Once again, it's just more food for thought. I do still find the footage interesting, even though my dad doesn't. I'm kind of surprised I'm the one more like, surprised by it and kind of bewildered by it. But I don't know, I just find this to be one of the more compelling, more unexplainable UFO videos I've seen in recent memory. So I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's really it. So yeah. It's so crazy. It's so despicable, and yet it's stopped being surprising now. P. Diddy just got sentenced to 50 months in prison. Yeah. He got 4 years in the slammer. That's it. Basically, the Jeffrey Epstein of the music industry gets away with a slap on the wrist. I mean, they're probably going to be supplying him with baby oil in the cell at this point. He just got 50 months in prison. That's it. And truthfully, I'm not even confident they're going to keep him incarcerated for the full 50 months. I don't even think he'll be in there that long. He'll be in and out of the slammer lickety-split. I feel like it'll be like that scene in SpongeBob where SpongeBob and Patrick steal a balloon on free balloon day, so the cops close the cell for a split second and tell him to, scram. That's what I think's going to happen with P. Diddy here. This is just abhorrent. 50 months for the diddler. We got to start looking into the judge here for a second to see if he got invited to the next freak off when he's let loose. Because how is this even possible? I had been keeping up with the case. I had already given you the update about the things that they found him not guilty on, which was absolutely stunning in the first place. But it's just insanity. It's absolute insanity. Everybody knows he's guilty. There are decades of evidence, mountains of evidence about all of his crimes. A vile, evil worm. And he gets 50 months. This is just clear, irrefutable proof unfolding in front of your eyes that some people genuinely are above the law. Actually, it's not conspiratorial. It is just the facts of it. It's crazy. Your Honor, did you stop to consider for a moment that my client has an unbelievable amount of money? Okay, just take that into consideration. I'm not gonna bother going into the particulars here about where apparently P. Diddy was so broken about, the 4 years he has to spend in prison, or the strong face the judge put on there for a second while shaking his finger, waggling his little digit here about, justice and all the sick shit that Diddy did. Because it's all just fucking performative. It's not real. Because at the end of the day, justice wasn't really served. 4 years in jail for the diddler, the fucking baby oil behemoth. That's unhinged. That's just so twisted. But that's the times we're living in. Like, it is crazy the times we're living in. I also just saw today fucking Benjamin Netanyahu just openly stating in front of the whole world his plans on brainwashing because so many people are turning on Israel. So he was asked like what he plans to do about it. And you know what? Since I'm just yapping, I'm just gonna go ahead and go on this topic now too.
I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel? What's our backup plan to be strong, like outside the diaspora?
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're movies.
Yeah, that's his strategy. A galaxy brain chess maneuver here. Call everyone that doesn't support Israel Nazis. Whoa, holy shit. This he's alting right now. Wow. So basically, if you're not like eating out of this guy's gooch and supporting Israel on everything, you're a Nazi.
To secure that part of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Just in case you forgot, Israel literally pays influencers to suck their wiener and just be like these loyal little lapdogs to always just lap up whatever Netanyahu's gooch is sweating out. Like, it's unbelievable. And he's just being like super open about it. Like, he is just saying that in front of people's faces and nobody seems to care.
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. X. Exactly. Very good. And, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot, and I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now.
Spoiler warning for those without thinking caps on. Censorship. He's talking about censorship. Damn to free speech, Benjamin Netanyahu's got other ideas. It's something he's talked about plenty in the past. He's not exactly shy with it. He's very loosey-goosey with the censorship topic, and he's talking about it again. He recognizes how everyone sharing videos and information about the atrocities and all the slaughter of the Palestinians at the hands of the IDF is making people turn on Israel. So now genocidal freak is going up to Elon Musk. Oh, Mr. Musk, can we do something about like all these pesky voices sharing all of this? It's censorship. Super weird, by the way, how a foreign nation seems to have so much pull over things happening in our homeland. Why can Netanyahu come out with his full ass on display talking about like how algorithms on the platforms here need to cater to him, and also he should be talking to Elon about Twitter so they can do something together in regards to like the people not liking Israel anymore and what they're having access to? Why is that? Like, that shouldn't be allowed, right? Like, what the fuck? This guy gets to come in and, like, completely wash our fucking freedom of speech in order to fit his censorship agenda? Cool. How about no, goober? Like, come on. This should be an outrage to everybody, but it's not. It's just not. And that's just the signs of the times that we're in. Like, I made a video the other day about Ted Cruz with his slip-up where he said to stop attacking pedophiles.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
Quite the Freudian slip. And as I said, there's no way he meant to say that. But he never corrects it or anything. No one points it out. And what he's talking about didn't pertain to pedophiles at all. His crime statistics were robbery, homicide, and rape. 2 out of 3 of those he covered previously. The last one, robbery, that doesn't relate to stopping attacking pedophiles. Like, those two don't connect. You can't put the square piece into the circle hole on that one. And I saw people saying that it was intellectually dishonest to paint it as anything other than just like an embarrassing flub. Which is fair enough, I suppose, because I'm not trying to make the claim that this is him fully admitting to things and he's going full mask off. Ted Cruz did, notably, reject the release of the Epstein files. Like, from all available information, it seems he has been against the release of the Epstein files, judging from his votes in regards to it. So I did pose that, here's a little food for thought. There may be a little something there, possibly, but overall, the video, I was just taking the piss out of it. That's really it. But that was somehow incendiary and made people mad about, like, to portray him clearly having a flub there with his words is absurd. And I just don't understand how we've reached this point where you can't even, like, point out the absurdity of something so fucking preposterous like a politician saying, stop attacking pedophiles. It's crazy to me. But I saw people putting words in his mouth saying what he meant to say, stop defending pedophiles. But again, that doesn't fit with what he's actually talking about here in the full context of what's going on. So why is he even bringing up pedophiles in the first place? It's super fucking weird. That's all I was saying and making fun of him for it. The same way I've made fun of other flubs and weird stuff from politicians, like Biden, when he'd talk about like kids rubbing his leg hairs and shit like that. But things have just changed so fucking drastically. It's a totally different ballgame. But I'm gonna harp on Ted Cruz for a moment, because I just don't understand the glaze. I don't know how he has fucking hog riders. I do not get the pedophiles that will defend him tooth and nail, when he himself has said that the reason he got into Congress 13 years ago is to defend the interests of Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
So you are an American politician whose sole purpose for being here is to defend the interests of a foreign nation here, domestically. I just don't know how that's not treasonous. I'm just going to say it. I don't get how that is not just like full-blown treason. I saw quite a few takes when it came out about Israel paying influencers for like positive PR and stuff, and people were tossing the word treason around in regards to that. This is that times 50. I don't know how this one gets a pass. I don't get how that gets a pass. He is supposed to represent the state of Texas. You would think as an American politician, you would be prioritizing the interests of the nation that you're representing. But instead, he is openly saying that he got into this for the sole reason of supporting a foreign nation here. Now, again, I'm not the most politically savvy guy on the planet. I'm a fucking Neanderthal. I get that. I am a Cro-Magnon man when it comes to this. But I just don't understand. I cannot wrap my head around how people will support that. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. He's also never there anytime Texas needs him, like in the event of like tragedies and shit, like with the flood, the freeze from quite a few years back. He always seems to be on vacation. Like, it's just, it's... I'll stop harping on Ted Cruz in particular. I'm just fucking blabbering here. It's 4 a.m. Obviously, it's another insomnia-fueled evening, so I can't help but just blabber. But my God, it's just crazy, the times we're living in. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.
Here's something I haven't done in a long time. A text thread. This puppy is something Matt sent me this morning, and it's special. It is irresistible. I have to yap about it. A guy had been seeing a girl he matched with on Hinge for like 2 weeks. They had only hung out a couple of times, but he wasn't really enjoying her company all that much, and instead of just ghosting her and disappearing, decided to just rip the band-aid off and put in his 2 weeks notice. You know, like, I'm resigning from this. We had some good times, but, you know, we need to go our separate ways into the sunset here. And all hell broke loose. It was a pretty respectable message. Hey, I'm realizing we're not aligned in ways that matter to me. I'd rather be honest now than keep moving forward when I don't see it working out long term. Very concise, to the point, it's not rude, very simple. And man, that hit like the meteor to the dinosaurs here. Oh, well, okay. I hope you find what you're looking for, I guess. Me thinking I found my person, and you don't even feel the same, LMAO. He just says, same to you. Now I'm sad. Block me. All because I want to tell you conspiracies, and I want kids. Now, you know me. I love conspiracies like Garfield loves lasagna, but there comes a point where it's just overwhelming. This individual here, she's not just wanting to tell him conspiracies. She is obsessed with conspiracies. She lives and breathes conspiracies out the wazoo. You're about to see just like a flood of unhinged, like, lore dumping. She starts trying to give this guy homework on conspiracies. She then gets into anime monologuing territory. It's also been 5 days and people change. Life changes. Circumstances change. But war never changes. And you know what else doesn't change? Once you reach a certain age, that is, your height. Isn't that a damn shame? I actually felt something with you, which isn't something that happens often, but you know what you want from your person, I guess. I don't know why I'm reading this like AI. It's first thing in the morning. Now we can actually fight. Thank God. It's about time we could actually fight. Woo! Yeah! What a weird thing to throw in there. That's what I get for liking a lib. I'm upset because what the fuck? Fix your feelings, I don't care. Men and their illusion of options. Yes, you see, there's only one option, and it's her. All roads lead back to this angel. I told you at dinner I like to talk out my ass when it comes to conspiracies. I thought I fell in love with you when I came over, and the entire time you didn't even want me there. That's delusion, and that's okay. God, that's like just scary, the fixation, like how quickly that can happen. I thought I fell in love with you when they've only hung out like a handful of times over the course of 2 weeks. Thank you for your time, LMAO. I am again done dating for a few months. Our weak pictures. I can't quite make out what that's supposed to be. It looks like the inside of a dishwasher. I don't know if they shrunk themselves down on Miss Frizzle's school bus or something and took an adventure inside of a dishwasher, but that's what it looks like to me. I'm not really sure, but she sends like some pictures to commemorate the great times they had together. And now I have to take down and restart my hair, because why am I literally doing it pink like you wanted? And I have to kill you on Sims. That's one of those big red flags right there. There's a lot to unpack with just that one line. Now I have to kill you on Sims. That's that psycho shit, like ripping the wings off a butterfly. So, first of all, she made him in Sims, after barely knowing him. Kinda weird. Really odd. I guess she was like planning their lives together through Sims to see if it's something that she, is ready to, get ripping and roaring on. And now that it's gone south, she's going to have to execute and murder him on The Sims. I imagine there will be torture involved too. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. A girl that actually likes you is too much, LMAO. Anyways, I'll see you Saturday. I love that. After all this, it's like, okay, so now that you're done being stupid about this whole, like, we don't align type of thing, I'm gonna see you on Saturday, isn't that right? I will see you Saturday. Don't you forget it. I will see you Saturday. Yes, I killed you on The Sims, but I had to do what I had to do. It doesn't mean I don't want to see you on Saturday. We're still soulmates. We're meant to be together. You know that. I like you. You know that. And you don't have a choice. It's an illusion of options. First day you didn't see me in a row and I got my man taken. Well, man didn't get taken. Man just came to his senses. This is all very concerning stuff. Like, it is what it is. He was upfront with you about it. He didn't ghost you. And, man, I gotta tell you, I think overall this response to it is showing that maybe this just wasn't the right fit. Telling me to keep you just for you to leave. I'm sorry for blowing you up, but I'm just a deeply loyal person. I don't see what we don't agree on. And even then, why do we have to agree on everything? We're human with our own lifestyles and experiences. I'm so sad. While I'm sensitive and bleeding isn't nice, could have waited 2 days when I'm back to being myself. And then she puts a screenshot from another match she had on Hinge, where she's talking about the Mossad and the CIA, which I'm not really sure what that has to do with what's going on here. But she does provide it regardless, I guess, as like some parting ways reading to brush up on if you want the real. This is why I hate liberal men, because why are you more sensitive than me? Well, I think him sending one message about like, hey, it's not working out. I don't really love us together. And then you having 45 messages over the course of like an hour and a half. It doesn't seem like he's more sensitive at all, actually. That's kind of a weird projection, to be honest. That's a bit of a reach. I'll give you one day of space. I'll see you tomorrow, caps locked. She's gonna be in like a fucking tree with binoculars looking at him, spying or something. Smiley face. Yeah, I don't care. You're either with me or we're together. Those are your only two options. Oh, fuck. About to kidnap him or something. It reminds me of that hat. You're either drinking 14 beers with me or you're drinking 14 beers against me. You're cute, smart, laugh at all my jokes, easy to talk to. I like your hands and your arms and your weird nerdiness. Okay, I have shit to do, but still, count your days. Literally one, but yeah. Okay, bye. Have a good day. And then she drops some more screenshots here. This one's about Jewish tradition and Jewish banking. So it's becoming a full-blown Twitter thread here. And it goes on for a little while. Then she starts sending these. All of this over the course of 2 minutes, so it's all saved to her phone. And I'm actually so fucking hilarious, and I wanted to cook for you and love you forever, blocking your blessings, and I give immaculate head. Shit, wait a minute. Hold on. We may have been too hasty here. That ought to make him rethink everything. We can now disregard the previous 66 messages that have come through here, and maybe we can at least reevaluate this relationship. That's quite the Hail Mary. And I'm a trust fund kid with VA benefits because both my parents are retired and on 100% disability. Lol, okay, I'm done now. Your loss for sure. What in tarnation? What? I don't even know what to say about that section there. Have fun with bitches that don't like you and that aren't funny or pretty or won't want to do anything for you. I was OTP with my best friend. I don't know what OTP stands for. In League of Legends, that's one trick pony, but that doesn't really fit here. But whatever. I was OTP with my best friend, literally telling her how much I liked you when you sent that message. Because what the fuck? But I know we're never gonna see each other again, so it's all good, friend. I hope your date goes well. Actually, I hope she's ugly. And loves the white savior complex. I caught feelings way too fast. My fault for sure. I'm glad you feel safe. That's good. You could have warned me. Literally, if you haven't blocked me, I don't know. I'm gonna keep going until I feel better. I don't need a response or anything. I feel really defeated. But it could really just be me on my period. I was so ready to lock in. Actually, I did. See, this is why you always have multiple men. But I didn't want multiple, I wanted one. I want to be a stay-at-home mom in the woods with a garden and my bakery. But you don't have just one man. You just sent a screenshot like 10 minutes ago of you talking to another guy on Hinged about Mossad. Like, what do you mean? You definitely are talking to multiple men. But I guess this was her favorite. You want to live in the city with no kids and be 50-50 with whomever. So I get that. But the last bitch you were with, you tricked for, and I didn't even want that. What does that mean, you tricked for? I'm not familiar. Like, what do you do? Hit it like a kickflip or something to impress her? I'm not positive. But, like, even she's confirming that they want, like, different things. Like, it should be, like, a really amicable split here. And I'm calling it a split, but they're not dating. They hardly know each other. They're just, like, a step above strangers. Didn't even give you anything. Or maybe you lied. I wanted a partnership. And you want... I don't even know, actually. It's okay. I'm too pretty to be doing this. Have a good day. Especially when we have everything in common. Do you have any friends that like Mario and being in love? Mario's like one of the most well-known property of all time. I bet he has tons of friends that like Mario. And as far as being in love goes, it's like a basic human desire that 99% of the world also feels and wants. So yeah, I would say, I don't know this guy, but I would say with high confidence he probably has a lot of friends that like Mario and being in love. Just a hunch. And like obsessive conspiracy theorists. Yeah, see, like, conspiracy theory and yapping about it's, like, really entertaining and enjoyable, but when it becomes a full-blown obsession where it's, like, all you think about and all you talk about, it's no longer fun anymore. So, like, that's not a good thing. That's a negative. I do need a response, actually. You haven't blocked me. Why are you letting me still text you? Close the door and move forward with someone mediocre. That's more your speed. I'm just gonna say you have a shrimp dick and move on. I feel better now. Well, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad they were both able to reach a point where they feel better about all of this. And then she comes back a few hours later. Hey, I just wanted to apologize. I'm not used to meeting good men, so I thought it was too good to be true, so I tried to scare you off. I realize I messed up, and if it's okay with you, I want another chance, even if we're just cool for now. If not, it's okay too. You're an amazing man, honestly. I know that's quite a cliffhanger to be left on, but according to the guy who posted this, he did end up blocking her after that apology. So it's seeming like they're not going to be seeing too much of each other anymore. Probably for the best, they don't seem super compatible. I am sure she will find someone that she can spit conspiracy theories back and forth on. Now is the perfect day and age for that. She could probably find 10,000 men through Twitter right now that would absolutely love her. This just wasn't, the right choice here. They weren't meant for each other, and that's okay. I don't think you need over 100 messages when A, you don't even know the person very well, you've only seen them like a couple of times, and B, it's just not that deep. Like, it's seriously just not that deep. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Yesterday I made a video clowning on some trash content, and today it was like Harry Potter when he got accepted to Hogwarts with the amount of, like, emails and letters that I've got about other equally garbage slime out there that's popping off on TikTok. Because there are so many zombie homunculi that are just addicted to attention and desperate for it at any cost.
It's good. Yum, yum, yum. Pizza, pizza.
Yeah, thank you.
Pizza, pizza, pizza.
Pizza!
Yes, bro. Yes, sir. Have a good day, Brody. Hey, bro. Cheese pizza. Yeah, for the homeless. Yeah.
Feeding pizza laced with laxatives to the homeless. Just a good old-fashioned biological warfare prank. I mean, who hasn't done that one before? That one's as old as, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Just a good old harmless prank. Now, I don't know if he actually laced these pizzas with laxatives, or if he's just lying about it for attention, but if he actually did do that, he should be in jail. 1000%, this is a crime. Now, I know internet influencers are addicted to exploiting the homeless for content, like this guy from back in the day who actually received a 15-month prison sentence for filling an Oreo with toothpaste and feeding it to a homeless man. And what this douchebag here is doing with the laxative pizzas is arguably even more cruel. Again, I have no idea if he actually did that or if that's just to, like, I don't know, rage bait people into checking out his dog shit account. I'm not positive, and there'd be no way to find out either because it would be hard to follow up here to see if anyone actually did end up, shitting their brains out. And even if he comes forward and says, like, oh no, this is all a bunch of horse hockey, I made it up for attention, he could just be lying and covering his own ass, since if he does say, like, no, I really did lace these pizzas and give them to homeless people, he could probably face real punishment. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So even if he tries to shut that shit down, saying like he didn't actually do that, it's, horseradish, there still just is a very good chance he did, and he's just trying to save himself here while panicking, realizing that what he's done is literally like a fucking crime.
Gotta handle homies. Boop, boop, boop. Excuse me. How you feeling, big dog? You want some pizza? Thank you. Anytime. Appreciate it. Pizza. Have a great day. Like it? You go.
Shout out Arizona.
Can I get some more stuff? You want a plate? Pizza, pizza, pizza. I don't want your dollar, man. I want to get some pizza. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. There you go. Of course, but you want one more slice? Take a bite. Enjoy it, man.
The way that he talks to them is just infuriating as well. He talks to them like they're animals. He's treating them like dogs. Oh, you want some pizza? And actually dangles it in front of his face. Oh, yum, 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 pizza, pizza, pizza. I hate this guy. This guy super sucks. This pizza terrorist is just an insufferable piece of shit, man. I can't even fathom being this much of a heartless, hollow, attention-seeking little worm that you would actually do some garbage like this. Just exploiting the most vulnerable people, feeding them a laxative-laced pizza, knowing that they probably haven't eaten too much in that day, just to torture them for your content. He's genuinely just like a little mosquito, but I thought this was just so over-the-top cruel that I have to make fun of him. And I want to show you a couple more of his pranks, because that's all he does. He goes out into society to make it worse. He is just this big fucking plague that sweeps through and just thrives off others' misery while being an extremely cringe douchebag.
I got a free type of pizza. It's for the homeless.
Slice of pizza for homeless? If you wait till 9 o'clock and give you the rest pizza for the homeless.
For the homeless?
Yeah.
What, bro?
Well, let me tell you something. I'm a nice guy. I'm not gonna do all the time. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
just
put
let
it.
you know, okay? It's a hat and crispy steak.
Oh, for the homeless, bro. Thank you, bro. What? Yo, shout out to you, bro.
Alright.
Yeah. Free pizza. Fuck the homeless.
What an angel. This guy is really a saint. So, something he likes to do is the free pizza method, he calls it, where he goes into restaurants and pretends that the food that he's ordering is for homeless people, so he tries to get it for free. So in this one here, this pizza spot gave him this pie for free, apparently, because they believed that he was going to be giving it out to homeless people. They even dap up. It seems like they were really excited, like, oh, what a nice young man who's about to go out there and help some homeless people. We'd love to give you a free pizza for that, to support something so nice. And then he just eats it for himself, goes into the lot there screaming, fuck the homeless. Wow. Truly outstanding stuff. Now, I did a little super sleuthing here. I went full-blown fucking LARPing as a detective because that pizza box looked similar to the pizza box you could briefly see in a couple of the clips from the laxative pizza thing. I don't know if it's the same box because there are some differences, and the pizzas that he gave out as the laxative pizza ones, I don't see in the box when they open it in the store. So I don't think it's the same box of pizza that he used as the laxative pizza box. So to me, that makes it even more convincing that he actually did do a laxative pizza giveaway to the homeless, especially when he's celebrating the misfortune of homeless people and how it benefited him. You can see some eaten slices of pizza with only the crust left, and there's, I think, 3 slices there. And none of those 3 slices are the ones that were visible that he gave to the homeless people. And so I think that was entirely different. But I do believe he did actually give one of these slices to another guy, and he uses this guy at the end of basically all of his videos.
Free pizza. Fuck the homeless. Free pizza. 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 Pizza.
Now, outside of poisoning homeless people, he also loves to do the standard insufferable prankster shtick of making fast food workers and restaurant employees miserable, treating them as props, not human beings, to exploit for content. You can't have a prankster without making employees of restaurants miserable. These two things go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Okay. See the balls, bro? The balls? The balls? Yeah. What's up? What's up, bro? You making it? Yeah. What's up, bro? Yeah. You gotta wait for the guy over there. I got you.
What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl.
Yeah, why?
Okay.
Get out. What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl, bro.
You don't work here. It's not funny. It's not funny. Get out.
What, bro? I'm making a bowl, bro.
I don't care. Why are you back here?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm confused, bro.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
Oh my good golly, how devious. He went back there and made himself a bowl. Wow, so brave and tough. Man, that's incredible work. Now, I know this one isn't exclusive to just him. This was a bit of a trend on TikTok for a little while where pranksters would just go behind the counter and get their own fast food and all that, which, from what I understand, is a huge nuisance to the employees there because then they have to like swap everything out because, well, it could have been a problem if they didn't. Especially in the case of a dangerous asshole like this who apparently fed laxative-laced pizza to homeless people. So who's to say he didn't just start poisoning the food here at this Chipotle. It's just so fucking stupid, man. I actually don't know how anyone found this entertaining at all, because there's not even like a joke there or anything. The joke is literally, he's doing something he's not supposed to. Ha ha ha.
My hand, Dad! Bro, my hand is gone! Help me! Bro, help my hand! It's gone!
What to do?
What, bro? Call them, my hand is gone! Where's my hand at? Guys, let me find my hand.
Yeah.
Where is it?
When he's not just directly impeding people's ability to just go about their day, he's then doing this kind of like baby shit where he's like, where's my hand? And making a silly voice with it. That's his comedy.
Oh, yeah. Wait, these can fit my feet?
Huh?
You can fit my feet?
What size is those? This might be too big.
No.
Sure you wear 15?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let me see.
Can I just try them on first to see if they fit my feet?
No, that's gonna be too big, man.
What do you mean?
Bro, this is size 10.
Bro, I wear 15.
No, 15 too big. That's way too big.
I want a size 15, bro.
You want a size 10?
15.
You want? All right, here, I'll let you try it.
This guy's nice.
It's gonna be too big. I'm letting you know now, but
I'm not exaggerating. When he's not like directly harassing people or like getting in their way and being a huge fucking nuisance, this is what he's doing. Just being extremely annoying. Literally doing like baby talk. Well, not even baby talk. He's actually just putting on goofy voice and being dumb. That's not even entertaining or anything. It's genuinely just completely useless, baffling mumbo jumbo. It's just such a fucking loser. This guy is just such a loser.
Excuse me, sir. You have a... Can I put this right here real quick? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Why are you putting it in my cart?
No, because like I have a finger problems. Like...
Oh, okay. Well, what am I going to do with them?
Can you put it back in my hand for me real quick, please?
Just put it in your arm. Like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Now this one's very creative, actually. This one's clever. He's pretending he's got a finger problem so that way he can do this to everyone in the store. That's really naughty. Oh my goodness. And he's so big and tough that he loves to target elderly people, just like all of the other awesome pranksters out there. Just a swell gentleman all around, harassing fast food employees, targeting the elderly for these garbage-ass disrespectful pranks, targeting the homeless for a little pizza terrorism. Man, what a guy.
The cucumbers?
What is your deal, dude?
The cucumbers.
Yeah, I see you have cucumbers. I also see you throwing me the burger.
No, I have a finger problem. I'm sorry. It's a finger issue. I'm sorry about that. The bread?
Uh-huh.
The bread?
What are you doing, man?
The bread?
I can see you recording, okay? Come on. Put your finger down. Move on.
Sorry about that, man.
Move on.
That last guy just dressed him down right there and spanked his bottom. He's like, yeah, I see you recording. This shit is embarrassing. Put your fingers down and move on. Get away from me. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And you could actually see him take his fingers away. I'm surprised he left that in there because he just looks like a huge bitch here. He's very tough when it comes to the homeless and the elderly, but the second some guy like actually calls him out directly to his face, he fucking deflates and like shrinks into himself into fetal position.
You good, bro? Bro, you're not gonna call bro. Fine, bro.
Oh my goodness, another gutbuster here. He goes into the Planet Fitness snarling. He goes in there like a feral beast, making weird noises and running around a little bit. Holy, what a prank. This guy sucks, man. He's just such a fucking loser. I had to make fun of this guy. And if he actually did feed homeless people laxative-laced pizzas, I hope he goes to jail. I really hope they arrest this guy if he actually did do that. And I don't know how he'd even prove his innocence there because he's the one that said that they were laxative-laced, and I think it'd be really hard to prove that they weren't now because it'd be very difficult to follow up and figure out, well, were they actually laxative-laced, or was this guy just lying about that for attention? So, to me, If I was the authorities here, I'd just take him at his word that he fed them laxative-laced pizzas, and I would arrest him. Because this guy fucking sucks, and he probably did actually do that. At least based on all the other things that he does. I wouldn't be surprised if that was real. He sucks. Wanted to make fun of him. That's it. See ya. You read the title and you've heard the news. Battlefield 6 just released its Battle Royale mode. It's called RedSec. Get ready to put some hair on that chest, dweeb. I've now dumped like 4 or 5 hours into it, which obviously compared to many others is nothing. That's like a very pitiful amount. But for me, it's enough to give you a review of it, because I now feel like I've pretty much experienced everything the game mode has to offer. And it's no secret, I haven't been the biggest Battle Royale enthusiast in many years now. The only one I keep up with is Apex Legends. It's just a genre that I find to be extremely stale at this point, just super bland. It's like the 6-7 of game genres, where just hearing about Battle Royale makes me fucking cringe like that god-awful meme. It's just, I'm so tired of it. But I like Battlefield 6, so I thought it only fair that I give this one a shake to see if it's any good. And now I can confidently say, it's fine. There's no huge flaws with it. The tanks are kind of annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just a very by-the-numbers, very generic Battle Royale mode that they seem to have just slapped on here like a hemorrhoid, because there's no reason not to have a Battle Royale mode. It's only a boon to the game, because there are plenty of people that will play the Battle Royale that maybe weren't interested in playing the multiplayer. And the Battle Royale is free. So it gets a lot of people in the door, and then maybe they turn into a paying customer. So it makes a lot of sense. But boy howdy, let me tell you, it really does feel like they just tried to draw Warzone from memory here for RedSec. It is 1-to-1 in certain instances. Like, it feels very copy and pasted in a lot of ways. Like, I'm pretty confident there are times where you could show side-by-side gameplay of Warzone and RedSec, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate which is which. It is very similar in a lot of ways, but the thing that sets it apart is the Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, the gameplay elements in Battlefield 6 versus Warzone are very different. And for my tastes, I prefer it. So I've had more fun with RedSec than I had with Warzone. Warzone I have many more hours than RedSec with, obviously, but I fucking hate Warzone now. I think it sucks major ass. That is some turbo cheeks over there. RedSec at least feels fun to play. It feels nice. I prefer the Battlefield formula, so I've been having more fun with RedSec. But if you already like Warzone, I don't know if RedSec's going to win you over. The game mode is extremely similar to Warzone. You are likely going to just stick with the one that you prefer the gameplay of. So if you're someone that likes the less movement-based shooting of Battlefield, you're probably going to prefer RedSec. But if you already like the Call of Duty formula and all the movement tech there, RedSec's not going to be stealing you over there. It's not going to be taking the Warzone lunch money, I don't think. I feel like it's just going to be boiled down to a matter of personal preference in gunplay. And for me, I prefer Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, everything in Battlefield 6 gameplay, I vastly prefer to Call of Duty. But again, RedSec and Warzone are so incredibly similar, I can't see a fucking world. In the entirety of Doctor Strange peering into the multiverse, I can't imagine he would see one where Warzone players are so blown away by RedSec specifically that they leave Warzone for it, if they already prefer the Call of Duty gameplay. Because RedSec just does Warzone with Battlefield gameplay in tanks. That's really it. Like, I can't find any other big differences. Maybe the ladder. You get to place a ladder down in RedSec if you play Assault or something. Or like the artillery strikes. But even then, there's comparable things in Warzone. It's just very, 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 very similar. So there's nothing crazy about RedSec. It's just been there, done that standard Battle Royale shit. And if you're someone that likes Battle Royales, you'll probably have fun with it if you already like Battlefield 6 gameplay. It's just as simple as that. But it's worth mentioning that Battlefield devs here are really trying to shove RedSec down the throat of everyone that plays Battlefield 6, even if they're not interested in RedSec. So I've been seeing that there's been a lot of negative reviews, not even so much about RedSec existence,
because if you don't care about battle royales, just ignore it. But they've tied a lot of like weekly challenges and shit to playing Red Sec, so you like needing to farm and all of that. And it seems like there's going to be a big emphasis on like the premium currencies and shit now. It feels as though that even though Red Sec is fine, it's just a really standard battle royale. It is alarming to the community who believes that this could be the vanguard of more things to come that they just don't want. Like, you can ignore Red Sec and not play it and just miss out on the XP tied to the challenges. Plenty of people will do that. Yeah, it's a bit of a headache for some players, sure, but you can just ignore it. What you can ignore is if Red Sec takes off, the resources that they'll pump into Red Sec that they might be taking away from the rest of Battlefield 6 multiplayer experience. So there's many in the community showing legitimate concern that maybe the rest of Battlefield 6 starts to be neglected as they try and focus more on Red Sec so it can stand toe-to-toe with Warzone and try and squeeze some of those players over to Red Sec because they'd make more money that way. So I understand the concern there. Like, that does check out. Like, that makes sense. And it does seem like they're placing a huge emphasis on it, which isn't surprising. It's a brand new mode they've introduced. But yeah, it remains to be seen if Red Sec is going to end up being like the primary development focus to try and, you know, blast as much money out of it as they possibly can from the community. But I am very curious to see how everything shakes out. I truly don't think Red Sec is going to be a battle royale that stands the test of time that people are playing even 3 years from now. As I said, in its current state, it is like the most bare bones battle royale experience. It is clearly an afterthought to Battlefield 6, something that they put in here because they knew it's a very popular game mode that will get a lot of people to check out their game, get them in the door, get their feet in the door because it's free. And battle royales are still just so popular. Even though the genre went through oversaturation for a while, there's still no shortage of battle royales for people to choose from. But you'll probably notice most people just stick to the big ones that they already like. Warzone, Fortnite, whatever. I don't see Red Sec doing anything here that's going to get anyone to stick with Red Sec. What I think's more likely is people will try Red Sec and maybe if they really like the gameplay, they'll buy the multiplayer and then just stick to playing the multiplayer because it's just the better version of the game. Why would you be playing a watered down version of Battlefield 6's multiplayer with Red Sec when you could just play the multiplayer? So I just don't think that there's a lot of staying power to Red Sec. I could be very wrong. I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. But my early impressions here are it is just fine. It is just Warzone, but better if you like Battlefield gameplay. So if you're looking at Red Sec wondering if it does anything new and different in the genre to stand out, the answer is no. The differences between Red Sec and Warzone are pretty small in terms of like the actual design of it. The differences in gameplay are substantial, but like the actual mode itself is almost one-to-one with Warzone. Again, the only differences I could pick up are the tanks, the ring of fire. Instead of having like continuous damage if you're outside the zone, you just die, which I do think is a good change. I actually really like that change. I think that's solid. And then the only other one is like classes. So like the classes carry over from Battlefield 6 where you could be like assault and put up a fucking ladder, you know, or recon, support, engineer, that kind of thing. But I can't think of anything else that's different from like an actual design perspective of Red Sec versus Warzone. The rest is just the exact meal you're expecting to eat with this mode. And for some people, maybe that's exactly what you want. For me, I just am tired of the genre, so it doesn't really stick with me as something I'm going to be actively playing. When I want to play Battlefield 6, I won't be choosing Red Sec. I'll just be doing the normal multiplayer. Anyway, though, I just wanted to drop this little review on you here. That's really about it. See ya. Mind's Eye is the gift that just keeps on giving. And by gift, I mean coal. Like if Santa brought you a lump of coal under your Christmas tree because you were naughty. This game came out, was terrible. Everyone hated it except for a few people in Arkham Asylum that for some reason found a few things to like about it. But the King of Clowns, Leslie Benzies, who was a video game legend, literally worked on some of the most iconic games we've ever been blessed with from Rockstar. He is the mastermind behind Mind's Eye, and he's the face of it. And this man's got his nipples fucking twisted here by Itachi, trapping him in a genjutsu that's lasting his whole life, it seems. Because Since Mind's Eye came out and was a big dud, thumbs down from everyone, he refuses to accept the reality that the game just is bad. So he comes up with all of these excuses, and the big one is that the game was sabotaged from within. And now I just learned that his company is engaged in a lawsuit from employees that allege that they installed spyware onto all of their devices that was recording conversations, keystrokes, everything, because of this douchebag's like crazy paranoia, it seems. And he still, to this day, will not let it go. He still believes that the game is a masterpiece and we just can't understand it. And he is so convinced that sabotage is the reason why it has bad reviews that he just farted out a DLC for Mind's Eye, which, mind you, not a single soul on this planet was salivating for. No one wants more Mind's Eye. Please, God, put it back. But he released a DLC for Mind's Eye called Blacklisted, based on the true story of how Mind's Eye, the game, was sabotaged from within. So it's a game about what he believes happened with Mind's Eye, where saboteurs were at work, the puppet masters. And he actually even uses real employee names as villains in the DLC, apparently. Fucking diabolical. I haven't played it yet. I'm playing through Saros right now, so maybe after Saros I'll give it a whirl to just see how unhinged it is. But anyway, I want to show you a bit of the lawsuit. I was going over it on stream last night. It is nuts. I think you can make a very strong argument that Mind's Eye is more pathetic than Concord. Yes, the budget wasn't as high as Concord, and yes, it didn't shut down in 2 weeks like Concord, but at the very least, Concord had the wherewithal to just quietly pass away and just fade from existence. Mind's Eye, Leslie Benzie keeps stomping his feet and yelling and screaming about it. It's the result of sabotage. There's a great game here. You guys just don't see it. You guys are wrong. You've been misled by sabotage. That kind of thing. At least Concord, no one's doing that, at the very least. Mind's Eye studio employees sue management over installing secret monitoring software on staff devices. Group of unionized employees at Build a Rocket Boy, Barb, studio behind Mind's Eye, have initiated legal proceedings against the company. They allege that management installed invasive surveillance software on their devices without proper consent, violating UK data protection laws. This marks the second major legal confrontation between staff and leadership in under a year. It was all in the pursuit of greatness that is Mind's Eye. Sacrifices must be made to achieve this level of quality. I don't know what they don't understand. It was TerraMind, a monitoring tool capable of tracking keystrokes, capturing screens, and recording microphone audio. Wow. Had to make sure it wasn't leaking to Rockstar. They were really sweating Mind's Eye. The GTA killer. He's gone full psycho. In the DLC mission, he put real devs' names in there as enemies. No shot. I know one of the DLCs was apparently about, like, the sabotage.
There's a lot of discussion and a lot...
I know that, but there's no way he used real devs' names here. It's not even fun as a joke. I mean, playing through Mind's Eye was fun bad, but I'm not doing the DLC. Build a Rocket Boy's toxic culture of secrecy and micromanaging, one of the worst I've seen in 20-year career in the gaming industry. While they have conceded to our headline demand of removing TerraMind from our devices, many questions still remain about their actions. Man, he actually did go full fucking psycho. What happened to this guy? In a leaked internal meeting cited in the legal filing, CEO Mark Gerhard and founder Leslie Benzies confirmed the software had been installed without workers' prior knowledge. The IWGB argues that this practice exceeds the legitimate remit of monitoring workers' productivity. Legal experts note that failing to notify employees breaches Article 13 of UK GDPR, which requires employees to provide transparent information about data processing. Employers, excuse me. He used to be a legend. Leslie did used to be a legend. Now he's a fucking paranoid clown. He still maintains that the reason Mind's Eye flopped was sabotage. It's so wild. He worked on, like, every Rockstar game, by the way. I know. The first thing that comes up, I was trying to just make a tab to remind myself, but then this article is the first one that comes up about how it's sharing evidence of the sabotage. Crazy. Oh yeah, here it is. He really is committing to it. We will use these people, these names, and these facts for our own fun. We're gonna put some of these names into our upcoming spy mission. What a freak. You made a shit game. It's not saboteurs, bro. Your game is ass. Holy delusion. Oh my god. We've got very strong evidence of this and conducted quite thorough investigations over the months since launch. We've identified parties involved and now it's with the authorities both in the UK and US to deal with. You installed surveillance hardware, surveillance spyware into your employees' machines illegally and are getting sued for it. What evidence could you have possibly gathered other than your employees saying, man, this shit is trash, but I need my paycheck, so I gotta work on it? Like, that's gonna be it. If anyone's doing the sabotage, it's him. He actually think there's gonna be fucking arrests. We'll leave it to them to do what they do, make their arrests, or any announcements in due course. I think we're not saying anything further at this stage on that. We'll just let the natural course of justice take its path. I am so curious to see what evidence of sabotage they have. Maybe I will play the DLC. I am beyond curious what sabotage he thinks happens. Because he played the game. He played the game, he's like, yep, this is it. This is the game I want to ship. This is the game I want to charge fucking $60, $70 for, whatever it was, I forgot now. This is the one. He played it. He didn't say, man, this game is shit, don't play it, I can't release it in this state, sabotage has occurred, I can't release it. He played the trash. And now he's grasping at straws. You gonna play Kingdom Hearts for the gaming channel? Maybe 1 and 2, but I'm never touching 3 again. 3 is terrible. It's the mind's eye of Kingdom Hearts. So I decided to look at a Let's Play for Blacklisted just to get an idea for what they were going for here and how it tied into the story they wanted to tell about their perceived sabotage, which again, I have seen no proof of. Leslie Benzie has hinted that it was Rockstar sabotaging them from within. He said that, well, hinted at that previously, like alluded to it, but I've seen no evidence of anything, not even an iota, not even a morsel of evidence to confirm that theory. The game's just bad. Like, full stop, it's just bad, and they had to have known it wasn't very good before they shipped it out, but they still shipped it out with all of its problems. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. I checked out Let's Plays for Blacklisted, and it's only like 30 or 45 minutes long. There's one guy beat it in 31 minutes, someone else beat it in 45 minutes. I thought it was going to be a huge content drop, but it's not. It's like a tiny tiddlywink here. Granted, they also did like some bug fixes to the base game, but the way that this was portrayed, I thought this was going to be like a, multi-hour, mission that goes through this elaborate story of sabotage. And from what I was watching, it like doesn't even really do that either. It like loosely says this company is being attacked from within as well, from a ring of rich saboteurs. And then apparently there's even like a jab at Rockstar buried somewhere in there, but I haven't found that. I've just seen people claim it. So I don't know if that's true or not. But from what I was watching, it doesn't even really touch on anything that Leslie Benzies has alluded to with the sabotage. So the whole thing is a fucking mystery to me. I don't know what is being smoked over there by Leslie, but it's some strong stuff. Anyway, I had to yap about this. I might try the Blacklisted DLC after Saros. We'll see. If I think it could be fun bad, I'll give it a whirl. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Sailor's Log, January 11th, 2026. Epstein files still not released, and still complete radio silence on the non-compliance exhibited from the administration with what they have released, where there is irrefutable evidence that they redacted, covered up names of people that weren't victims. They covered up names of potential perpetrators and people of interest, which they were not allowed to do. They have still not fully released the Epstein files. They are still kicking that can down the road. They have still not complied with the law that they were supposed to follow with all of this. And yet, nothing is happening. They are not being, like, punished for it or anything. They just get to do whatever they want, or get to not do whatever they don't want to do. It's complete lunacy, and the Epstein name is conveniently starting to fall out of people's lips, and it seems like the people in power are just conveniently forgetting who that is. It's like the Duffer Brothers with the Demogorgon. Who's that? What is that? Who? Epstein? What in tarnation is that mumbo jumbo? Some kind of Frankenstein spinoff? I've yapped about it a lot, so instead, let me yap about something kind of adjacent to that. Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino was a podcaster who actually got to serve as deputy director of the FBI last year, and one of his big promises, one of his big things that he was going to fight for the people, for the American public, being the patriot that he is, he was going to go in there, he was going to get the Epstein files out, and he was going to get people held accountable. And guess what happened when Dan Bongino finally made it in there? Nothing. Less than nothing, really. Calling what he did nothing is a generosity that he doesn't deserve to be afforded. If you went into your bathroom right now and squeezed your empty tube of toothpaste, the fucking air that pops out of it would have more value than Dan Bongos going into the FBI. It's so fucking pathetic. But at least he has a really cool legacy he left behind with his time in the FBI with this iconic clip.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Holy shit. Dan Bongwater here dropping the bombshell. Wow. A very different tune than what Dan was saying before getting into this position, but the things he must have seen with those eyes, the truth that he must have seen, it really started to break him. And now he's finally getting that truth out there to all of us. Turns out there was a suicide and there are no other people to be held accountable. Really a profound, eye-opening interview here from Dumb and Dumber. The doofus duo here really put on quite the clown show. Kash Patel, by the way, I love to mention this, has provably gone under oath and lied about Epstein, where he said that there's no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked minors to anybody. And now, even with their complete sham of Epstein files they released that were just basically hundreds of pages of blacked out information, even with that, you can still see that what Kash Patel said under oath is a lie. That is textbook perjury, and he is not being arrested for it or anything like that because the laws just don't apply when you reach a certain level of power, it seems. Anyway, I've already talked about that quite a bit. I want to focus on Dan because he's now going back to podcasting. It seems like he's going to make his triumphant return to podcasting after his unsuccessful stint as the deputy director of the FBI. He just made an appearance on a podcast, and while a lot of people were rightfully ripping into him, it seemed like there was a large portion of his fan base that was more than willing to welcome him back with open arms and open legs so that he can continue to butt fuck them with this fake bravado he puts on for truth seeking. When it is clear, when given that position of power where he could actually find the truth and do some good to like follow through on his promises of releasing these Epstein files and getting this information out to the public, he folded and was more than willing to just bite that nipple and suckle because the government asked him to. When actually given a position of power, he was more than willing to just roll over belly up and just be a good little doggy for them. And now he's coming back and pretending like he did anything worthwhile, and people are still willing to just forget the entire year he spent as deputy director and did nothing about what he said he was going to do. Again, still no arrests from everything in regards to the Epstein clients. Still nothing. Dan accomplished nothing. Literally nothing, and even worked actively to continue to cover up this information with the very people he was criticizing for keeping things under wraps. And yet he's still going to come back to podcasting like he's a big shot and did such tremendous work there. It's so crazy to me. He then has the gall to say, like, anyone still complaining about this kind of stuff is just black-pilled and it's so annoying, this and that. really feels like a big betrayal of the people that were like propping him up, hyping him up, glazing him, excited that he was now in this position to start doing the things he was claiming he would do in that position, which again was lobbying behind Dan because he was the one talking about how important this is to him and how he's going to fight tooth and nail to finally get the Epstein client list out there and get people, fucking thrown in the slammer, start having deep space, well, maybe deep space, but deep state agents arrested as well, and fucking deep space agents too. He's gonna start fucking arresting cosmic entities out there. I don't know. He was talking about all these things about how he's gonna, get all of these horrible people out of there, and it all starts with the Epstein file cover-up being blown wide open. Then when he finally gets there, he doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of that, and just goes with the flow. He doesn't rock the boat. He just becomes a good little puppet for them. And now he's back to podcasting.
But the black pill, complaining and whining all the time about the administration of it, it's just like, man, what team are you on? Holy Moses, man. So you don't have to watch. It's okay. There's a door, go find the freaking exits. Cause I don't really give a shit. I'm not here for anybody's money or anything like that. I'm too old for that shit.
Well, we're all very excited to have you back.
If you're excited to have him back, you need to hit yourself in the head with a hammer ASAP. Try and reset your neurons. This is a guy who has now proved to you that he is all lip service and will not actually fight for the truth or fight for you. He is not some patriot. He is now not in that position, and when he had that position, did nothing that he said he would do. Nothing he promised the people he would do. And now he's crawling back to podcasting. And then you have drones like her saying, "Oh, awesome. It's so good to have you back. We all can't wait to hear more from you." And this insight into the most unsuccessful stint in deputy director history. Yeehaw. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. But on the bright side, now that he's gone back to podcasting, we're going to have more golden clips like this.
This is Karate Man. Double leg. The jump kick. The side kick. The roundhouse. The tie kick. Body.
A true disciple of Bruce Lee himself, no doubt. I've seen a lot of people clowning on him for this clip. This is going all over the place right now. I've also seen reports that he's blocking thousands of accounts on Twitter, so he is crashing out big time. So, stand back, crooked FBI directors, because now you got Dan Bongino back with a microphone on a podcast where he is most dangerous. That's when he does his best work, not when he's actually in a position of power to start, holding people accountable, but when he can pretend that he will. That's when you gotta be careful. So Dan Bongino back in Ultra Instinct mode. Fucking clown, man. That's really about it. See ya. I heard a name today that I haven't heard in many moons. Had me feeling like Robin Williams when he crawled out of Jumanji asking what year it is. That name? James Charles.
I just got a DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help." I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job.
What a yucky douchebag. This is like cartoon villain level evil monologue here. "Oh, no money, huh? No money? Bang! Shrink ray! Now you're short too." Like that kind of thing. It's so over the top, stinking, oozing assholery. I cannot believe his delusional mind thought this was a good idea or a strong look or a worthwhile dunk to be punching down on someone who's already fallen on hard times after losing their job. And they reached out to you in this desperate situation because clearly they have an appreciation of you. So they threw the Hail Mary, seeing what happens. I doubt they were expecting this kind of response. Now, of course, there is always the chance that it is fraudulent. There are so many fake GoFundMes out there, so there's always a chance that all of it is fucking fiddlesticks. It could all be baloney. I have no way of knowing that. I only have James Charles fucking Gangnam styling on this person and insulting them for it to go on, which leads me to believe that it might be real, because if it was just
fake, obviously just a sham, why would he even be bothering to crash out for over 2 minutes about it? So I'm going to work under the assumption that this is a real person that has reached out about it. You could have just not responded. Like, that was also an option. You didn't need to come over here and start, like, spitting and dunking on him. Like, how dare you even message me asking for help? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm James Charles, goddammit. And is there anything ickier than someone that has a job like James Charles telling someone else to get a job, preaching that they need to get a job? Brother, this former Spirit Airlines worker is a 10 times harder worker and has done 10 times as much labor as you ever have in your life. James Charles' entire career has been just farting out dog shit products and posting cringe videos, and he couldn't even do that without also trying to sext minors. So how dare you try and tell an actual hardworking American to go get a job as if you've done anything worthwhile and you've done like actual work? You got the easiest fucking job in life. You got dealt a very lucky hand, bro. This is so tasteless. It's so crude. Coming from James Charles of all people. So you've never been in a desperate financial situation. Great. Group hug in the shower tonight, James. Glad you've never gone through a financial struggle. This person is. And they desperately tried to reach out to you, and there's no obligation for you to try and, like, save them or anything. Obviously, there's no expectation of that, but they tried anyway because they're feeling in a rough spot. So they tried, and now you're insulting them and publicly trying to humiliate them for it. It's just so gross, bro.
Yeah, try that. Because in the time that it took you to copy and paste the same fuck-ass message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled. And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why would I ever help you?
There's no way the word entitled just left his lips. Right? No, I must have misheard that. There's no way he said that. James Charles did. He didn't use that word against somebody else, did he? That had to be an audio glitch. I'm gonna assume that there's no way his vocal folds would even let the word entitled leave his lips. Oh my god, the lack of self-awareness would probably cause his fucking head to combust. So I'm not even gonna bother touching on that one, holy. So let's instead look at the other stuff he said. He really highlighted that this person doesn't follow him. Who gives a fuck? There's plenty of people that I watch their stuff and engage in their content with without subscribing to them or following them on socials. That's pretty normal, actually. I don't know why he's like spiteful about that. So then he's using that to say like, oh, you must have sent this to like 100 other celebrities. Based on what, man? You're just making an assumption. You're just taking a guess. You don't know that. You could be the only person they reached out to about it because they really admired you and thought that maybe you could be that helping hand. Which again, there's no obligation for him to do, but why go this hard against them? This is fucking diabolical. And you have no idea if they've sent out job applications or not. Why are you speaking as though you're certain they haven't? They very well could have 100 job applications out there right now. The Spirit Airline layoffs are still pretty new. Getting a job right away is not like this, bro. I don't know how out of touch you are with reality and what's going on in the world around you. It doesn't happen lickety-split like that. So in the meantime, they are out income. And I imagine as a Spirit Airlines employee, they weren't rolling in dough, able to afford fucking mansions and stuff. They're probably wondering where next month's rent is going to come from in the meantime in between jobs. So they reached out to you in the interim. That would be my guess. You have no clue if they've sent out job applications. It takes a while.
You're not a fan. You don't even follow me. You've never supported me. This is your first time DMing. And you think that I'm going to send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God. Welcome to the real world, sweetheart. People lose their jobs every fucking day, and you're white, pretty, and able-bodied. You're in a much better position than a lot of other people out here who are trying clearly much harder to make a better life for themselves. Why would I fucking help you?
What is Dr. Doofenshmirtz even crashing out about at this point? He's having a conniption, blowing a gasket. Over what? What are you even yapping about? You're not even making a point anymore. You're trying to tell someone else how the real world functions when you yourself haven't been a member of the real world in like a fucking decade. You are so detached from the real world, yet you're over here lecturing them about it? It's absurd, bro. You couldn't write someone this out of touch and this unlikable. He's like the Starbucks CEO about the $9 coffee and the premium experience, but wrapped up in like an insufferable asshole influencer.
Aside from that, 17,000 people lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines. Why do you think you need the GoFundMe? I can at least 1% respect the mentality of closed mouths don't get fed, doesn't hurt to try. But honestly, it does hurt to try because now you pissed me off. Okay? I'm not the one. Go find fucking Mr. Reese. This is literally his entire shtick. I'm sure the next YouTube video is literally going to be like, I rehired all 17,000 of the Spirit Airlines employees and it's going to be the real life Hunger Games. The last one of them to leave the Spirit Airlines plane gets to be the CEO of the new company and gets a house and a car and $10 million that everybody else dies.
Stop trying to make jokes. Actually, just please stop trying to make jokes, James. Put the kibosh on it right now. It's miserable listening to him try and inject humor into anything. Why did it piss you off? How does that piss you off? Yeah, 17,000 people lost their jobs here, man. That's 17,000 people that are now out income. I imagine a lot of them are feeling very similar ways to the person that reached out to you. This person just decided to try. They decided to throw a Hail Mary. Again, you could have just ignored it. Why did it piss you off? That's a fucking you problem, man. That is a weird response to it.
Go find that video to compete in, baby. I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking helping you. All you did was lost your job, okay? Welcome to the real world. I can at least understand if you were like, James, I'm a longtime fan. Here's a trillion years of DMs and my support for you. I love you. I'm suffering with a really rare genetic disease that there is no cure for, and I'm trying to raise money for myself and other people that have this. Maybe I would help. Maybe I would help because I love you and I appreciate you. This bitch, you lost your fucking job? What are we gonna do? Nothing! I'm gonna do nothing. You know what you need to do? Go find a fucking new one, girl. Put some effort into the workplace.
Hey, pal. You just blow in from Stupid Town? He really thought he cooked with this rant. So the impression here is that the only people in the world he cares about are people that mindlessly support him through thick and thin forever. Here's a trillion DMs. Okay, now I care about you. So maybe if you had a genetic disease where you were dying and you were about to just kick the bucket, I might consider spitting on you if you were on fire. I might, because you've proven that you're a fan. And those are the only people I care about. Those are the only human beings to me, are the fans. Then I would have cared. By the way, worth reminding you, there's nothing that says that she wasn't a fan, by the way, James, just because she didn't follow you or DM you before. What an awful perspective to have on people, huh? Again, you could have just not said anything about it, but you decided to make a whole show. You decided to go fucking hog wild on it. And man, do you look like a clown talking about hard work in the real world, two things that you are not someone to be lecturing anyone on. You don't work hard, and you are not in the real world. And that's one of the biggest things, points he tries to make here. Get real. This person is just in a desperate spot, as a lot of people are and have been. And in those positions, sometimes people try a Hail Mary. That's what they did here. It clearly didn't resonate with you in any way, and for some reason really brought the demon out of you, James, for some reason. But I don't think they did anything wrong. Again, you could have just not said anything about it. And you have no idea if they are applying for jobs. It rarely happens overnight, especially currently. So in the meantime, having no income is scary and detrimental to actual working people, James. Most average workers can't just coast off of poop they shat out years ago like you can, just collecting paychecks off of the trash that you've peddled over the years passively. So, in the meantime, they made this GoFundMe, they reached out to you, and then you had this ballistic response to it. And James did get dunked on for it, so he made an apology video.
This video was fucking stupid. It was rude, it was obnoxious, it was privileged, and most importantly, it was completely fucking unnecessary. When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day. But instead, I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it.
Put a shirt on. You don't need to get into formal attire, not asking you to put a suit and tie on, but could you do the bare minimum of at least putting on clothes? Why are you filming this video half awake in your hotel bed after a night of binge drinking and meth smoking. Like, you couldn't just do at least a tad bit more? Why do I have to watch you shirtless here fucking like sleepwalk through your response?
And I bashed her, and it was obnoxious, and I shamed her for asking for help in a situation where she was clearly really struggling, and this could have been her absolute last resort. I have no idea what was going on in her life, and I should have never assumed that she was just copying and pasting this DM as an easy way out. I don't know. I just don't know.
Ooh, I know. Pick me. I've got my hand raised. I know. It's because you are an egomaniac. It's because you are a self-centered, self-absorbed, narcissistic piece of shit, bro. That's why you did it. You thought that you were above this person, and you thought you could actually convince your audience that what they are doing is wrong and worthy of being shamed, and you tried to even spin it in a way like hard work, when you yourself are not the product of hard work. So you tried to puff out your chest about how much it takes to get back out there with the elbow grease, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but the message falls flat because you, the messenger, are not that person. And you're also choosing someone who is going through a very real grievance, again, assuming all of this is a legitimate story and a legitimate person, which I have no reason to believe it's not, based on everything he's said. So, really, it was all a pile of dog shit, and you let your mask slip so people get to see even more about the real you, James. This is the real you.
My intention behind making this video in the first place was, I get a lot of messages like this every single day. And for me personally, it definitely sucks to receive messages from people that don't follow you and don't support you, treating you like our personal ATM or bank account. But what I'm sure sucks even fucking more is not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from and not being sure whether or not you're going to be able to put food on the table for yourself and your family. So it really doesn't matter what my intentions were behind making the video, because it came across as super fucking privileged and like I was basically shaming anybody that's unemployed for not trying hard enough to get a job. And I feel awful because that wasn't my intention, and it really hurt a lot of people.
This is coming across very genuine here, James, as he's falling into slumber here. It feels like I'm watching a video of someone ODing. Why did you even film it like this, man? And also, I don't understand why it even upset him in the first place, and why he says it sucks that people, treat me like an ATM. I get these random messages from people that obviously don't know anything about me and are just trying to hose me for cash. Like, yeah, that happens. That's annoying if you see it, but I guarantee most of the messages go to his management. I guarantee James doesn't see the vast majority of those, like, fake, reaching out for money type things. It's not like a telemarketer call. Telemarketers get a direct line to you, they call you, then they treat you like a little piggy bank for their trash product, and you know what happens there? You hang up. Here, these messages go into the fucking void. You'd have to go out of your way to find these, like, spam, scam, like, fraudulent things. Like, I don't understand why he's making it seem like, oh, it's so hard being me, James Charles, where people reach out and they don't even care because they're asking me for money. Again, I don't think you see most of them, and the ones you do see, just ignore. Like, it takes, like, actual split seconds. If he was making a point like, friends and family are always reaching out to me just for cash, they treat me like I'm not even a human anymore, I'm just a cash ATM for them, then I'd get it, because, yeah, that sucks, that's horrible. That's not what he's saying. It's so weird, like his view on it. At least to me, I think it's weird. I'll sum up the next section where he tries to like relate to the average worker, saying that he knows how hard it is in today's job market. I know people looking for a job and it sucks, getting ghosted and stuff like that. So now he's saying like, oh, I get it. It's super. I relate. That's now his big thing that he's saying in this section. And then he goes on to talk about how he recognizes that he got really lucky with his makeup tutorials, so now he's got the position he's in, and now in his position he needs to learn how to humble himself.
And for anybody that saw that video and was disappointed or upset with what I said, I am super sorry, especially to the woman from Spirit Airlines. I did try to look for her message earlier before making this video, and I couldn't find it. If you see this video and you want to get in touch, I would love to apologize to you directly and to help you out a little bit. But if you are not comfortable with that, I totally understand too. I really appreciate anybody that sent me a message or left a comment about this video today, letting me know how insensitive it was. I really needed to hear that.
I was giggling so hard. He's going on like, okay, I really want to help now. I tried to find her message, but I fucking banished to the Shadow Realm somewhere along the way. I really want to help. I've learned my lesson. And then there's a cut, and then he's got the blanket pulled over him. He's tucking himself into bed. Why? It's so fake. It's so unbelievably fake.
And I really need to think twice before I hit record and just start yapping on this account. I genuinely treat this spam page like I'm on FaceTime with you guys. I love to laugh and tell you stories and rant and scream at the camera and joke around with y'all, but sometimes I genuinely forget how many people are watching, and it was completely inappropriate to make a joke out of somebody just trying to provide for themselves and their family. That's definitely my bad.
What joke did you make, man? It was just insulting them. It was just berating them for having the gall to try and reach out to you in any capacity during a hard time. Where was the haha? I don't know why he's saying it like that. Like, I just, I love to rant, I love to yap, I love to laugh, I love to joke, and, well, I just forgot that so many people like me and watch me, and this one came across bad. I shouldn't have been joking about this one. But you weren't joking, you were just insulting this person. What are you talking about? And it wouldn't have changed even if you had, like, a fraction of the people watching. You'd still be an asshole. Yeah, it'd still be fucking weird to have that response to it. So yeah, that's the James Charles stuff going on in a nutshell. I haven't heard that name in a long time, and it popped up today, and I had to watch that. What a wacky fucking rant. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Hold your horses. No, this video is not about One Punch Man Season 3. If anyone out there has eyeballs and you've unfortunately subjected them to the torture of One Punch Man Season 3, you probably know that not much has changed since the last video I made on it in terms of how disastrous this season has been. But I want to give credit where credit is due. The most recent episode, episode 8, is the first time this season I felt like I was actually watching an animated series. We had a fight sequence with characters that actually moved in this episode. Whoopee! Yeah, we fucking got there, baby. Anything is possible! This is the first episode where the fight scenes actually have motion. There are moments in the flashy flash fight that I think are really good. Is it perfect? No. But compared to the rest of the dog shit we've been fed, this was a gourmet meal of an episode. And I think what this shows, at least to me personally, is that JC staff can deliver quality at least to the same level they did in season 2 of One Punch Man, which in hindsight, pretty solid, but Bandai is the reason why season 3 is so shitty because of lack of budget they were willing to allocate to the season, lack of time they gave JC staff to work on it. Somehow they still had it be just like rushed out and farted whatever they could get on the table. Even though it's been 6 years since season 2, I think Bandai is the main villain here that has caused season 3 to be so awful, so rough. And episode 8, I think, is irrefutable evidence that JC staff can deliver good quality animation if they have resources and time to do so, which Bandai deprived them of, just left them fucking emaciated, malnourished with no money and no time to work on it. But I was pleasantly surprised at the quality of episode 8. The flashy flash fight, I thought, was really solid overall. It doesn't salvage season 3, like it doesn't redeem it, but it is a nice treat. There's only a handful of episodes left in season 3, so this is very tardy to the party here. This would be like me finally hitting a growth spurt and reaching 6 feet tall by the time I'm 85 years old. You know, at the ripe age of 85, I'm finally living my dream of being 6 feet tall. But you know, it's a little late. Kind of cool anyway, I guess, though. Point is, I'm glad episode 8 was good. It's finally a step in the right direction, and maybe I'm just suckling on the supple bosom of hopium. Maybe I'm just latched onto the titty here. But maybe this is a sneak peek at things to come, that the next handful of episodes, it's going to finish on a high note instead of this sad whimper that the rest of the season has been. Probably unlikely, but who knows. What I do know is that we here at Cheeky decided to extend the Black Friday sales offer to today. So today will be the final day for the 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator codes. So go to usecheeky.com right now to get the best soap in the universe at an incredible deal. Anyway, like I said, this video is not even about One Punch Man, but I wanted to mention that really quick. This video is actually about a different anime, one that a while ago I said I didn't like. And I dropped it after like 5 or so episodes. It just wasn't hitting for me. But recently I wanted to give it another shake, another spin, because I've seen perpetual glaze for it, and I thought, let's just really commit to it and let's watch the series. And I really, really like it. Frieren. Frieren is a show that I'm sure you've probably heard of in some capacity because
People love this show. And when I initially watched it when it first came out, I just had a hard time getting into it. Like, it was a very nice looking show and it was very comfy and cozy, but I just wasn't getting invested into the world or the characters. But I just keep seeing and have always seen so much praise for it that I just thought, you know what, let's just watch the whole thing, and if it's really not for me, it's not for me, but at least I, consumed the entire thing to know for sure. Which is typically not a philosophy I subscribe to. I think, like One Piece, for example. I, out of spite, committed to watching the entire One Piece series, but it took me like fucking 400 episodes to fall in love with it. I don't think it's reasonable or rational to expect everyone else to go through with that level of headstrong commitment for something that you weren't, immediately loving. I think it's totally okay to drop something after a few episodes if it's just not feeling like it vibes with you. But for Frieren, I just continue to see amazing things. So I said, let's do it. I want to give it another shot. And I'm really happy I did, because this time around, I genuinely thought it was like a masterpiece. I think Frieren is incredible. And now I'm super pumped for season 2. I think it was such an amazing experience. I don't know what demon crawled up my ass the first time I watched this, but it must have been clouding my vision with sin and folly. Because I was a big dummy back then, I suppose. And looking back on it, it's weird because I've never had an issue with slow burn in media, whether it's games, movies, shows. In fact, some of my favorite are more of a slow burn experience, which Frieren definitely is. But I don't know, I guess just initially I didn't get hooked by the concept, and Frieren as a character wasn't someone that I felt I could care about across many episodes. And I think that's probably because the show does something I don't think any other shows I've ever seen have done. It starts you at the end of a hero's journey. Frieren's previous party had just completed the major task, defeating the ultimate evil, saving the world. You as the viewer don't get to see that happen. You don't watch the show that focused on that hero's journey. You are watching the show of what happens next through the eyes of Frieren, who is an immortal being. She is an elf, so the 10 years they spent on that journey saving the world, that's not even a blip on the radar of her overall lifespan. And the way she views the world around her is very distant and removed emotionally, because everything she is experiencing is so trivial in the grand scheme of her never-ending life. Her extraordinarily long life, all of this will be meaningless at some point. So she's very apathetic. There was a comparison I drew on my first watch that I still think is somewhat applicable, where there is a game, an amazing game I played a long time ago on the Xbox 360 called Lost Odyssey, that kind of tackles occasionally similar things as Frieren through some short stories in the game. And I don't know, I think maybe I just got the wrong impression for what the show was really about and where the show was going, because I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I'm just so happy I went back to watch Frieren, because this show really is special. And even the first 4 or 5 episodes this time around, I was a lot more gripped by. And the show does, really gather a lot of steam after you get through, the initial building blocks and the foundation that it lays. My initial impressions of Frieren was that she was just going to be kind of a generic stoic character and immortal where everyone she could ever care about will die, so what's the point in caring? Which is something I've seen in other shows where they have a character that feels kind of like a robot, like an emotionless husk. And I thought that's what they were setting Frieren up to be, where eventually they'd start to crack that shell slowly but surely. She is immortal. Time is very different to her, but she has emotions. She has tons of emotions, and she conveys them in her own way, and she subtly changes as well in her own way as a result of all of her experiences and everyone that she meets. And she starts to have regrets, and she starts to care to learn about these people that she has a party with. So it's a very cool growth to see across the season, and I just think the show is beautifully done. It has action too. It's not just dialogue and doing chores. Granted, a lot of it is them making stops in their journey to do certain things, but the stops are also a really valuable experience too, and they're not boring or anything. I actually think some of the stops are the most memorable parts of the show, with what you get to learn and what comes from their experiences at these stops, where she's collecting grimoires and whatever is payment. It's just unlike anything I'd seen before, and I think my initial impressions were that it was going to be kind of boring, maybe even slice of lifey, so I just maybe didn't tune out and connect with the themes. But going back this time around, man, it fucking hits. Time has always been like a very grand, scary concept to me. In fact, 2 of my tattoos are time-oriented pieces, as corny as that sounds. It's just so interesting the things you can play with in this ballpark when it comes to time. And the way Frieren uses it with her, I think is brilliant. The show is just truly a complete package. It is visually breathtaking. I think they've knocked it out of the park with the animation. The emotional beats really resonate with viewers clearly because it's like one of the top rated anime of all time. But like even me personally, a lot of like the themes that we're coming across, like they do hit and it feels very poignant. Like it is a well executed show when it comes to its emotional moments, and its characters I feel like have a lot of depth and are very well fleshed out and established, and it makes you care about them and their journey. And it does also have action, and I think the action is great. I'll probably wait to do a full review on Frieren after season 2 because it's right around the corner. But for now, I just wanted to put this out here about how wrong I was with my initial impressions of Frieren. This show slaps. I think Frieren is a masterpiece. So I definitely get the glaze now. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Ass, poop, and everything stinky. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect TikTok prankster. But Professor Goober accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction, chemical cringe. And thus, this loser was born. This is some complete trash, garbage, doo-doo that I just have to clown on this guy for. He should be ashamed.
Yo, there's a guy chasing me. There's a guy chasing me.
Where the fuck is he? Yo, where the fuck do you fuck my girl, bro?
This gut buster is his bread and butter. He's done this exact prank numerous times. He really likes this one. It's his Kamehameha. This is his signature move here. And it's a tried and true classic from TikTok pranksters where they go into fast food establishments and treat the workers like subhuman props for them to walk all over and disturb for the sake of their content. That's the joke. Haha, guys, let's go fuck with the employees making minimum wage, not able to live off of their salary, and just make sure their day's a little bit worse. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll even, scare them. Like in some of his videos, some of the employees, actually freak out and run away because they don't know what's going on. These could be unhinged, dangerous lunatics there that have, a gun or a knife, and they're just running around the back yelling and screaming, hooting and hollering. So, yeah, the employees are naturally going to be afraid, and that's golden to people like this. They love that kind of shit. Tee-hee, they think we're gonna kill them or something, like their lives in danger, but actually it's just us pranking them. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, the cloud is gonna be so juicy.
What the fuck's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, bro? What's like there, bro? Come on, bro!
Who?
Come on! Come on, bro! Go on! Go on!
Did you hear how loud that was at the end? Oh, jump scare. That's also a good joke. He ends all of his videos with that little sound bite, a little bit of the, eardrum blasting comedy. And that's one of his favorite pranks. This is the one I wanted to start with because I hate this shit so much, and it's so common for fucking worms like this to do this, where they just believe everyone working a normal job is just an NPC that they can go and just disturb and be a nuisance and spread misery, so that way they can make content out of it. Now, typically, when I cover douchebags like this, I like to crop their name out. I do that because I don't want anyone to go harass them, and especially for pranksters, anyone that does trickle on over there is a net positive to them. They love that their name gets out there in any capacity whatsoever, no matter what it is. Even if it's getting shit and spit on, it doesn't matter. They are these shameless latrines, and they're more than willing to gobble all the piss and shit imaginable as long as it gets them attention. So I always like to make sure that the names aren't visible. In this guy's case, it's impossible because he's so proud of this vile garbage, this embarrassing trash, that he even watermarks the video itself. So you can see his name is Tyler. He puts his stamp of it. This is Tyler's work. Tyler made this shit-ass beat. Now, I want to make a special shout-out to Tyler's loser friends because I think they're actually even more pathetic than Tyler, and this is something I say a lot. The pranksters are awful, but their friends are even worse because they don't even get anything out of it. So like this guy, who has to be the cuckold, by the way, the role that Tyler gives this shirtless guy in sunglasses is the cuckold who is chasing him around because Tyler fucked his girl. So not only is he playing the cuck in the video, but he is also a real life cuck because he does all of this and doesn't see a penny. Tyler at least makes a little bit of money off it, like a handful of doubloons. He's not like a big creator by any means, but he definitely does have some monetization here. So he gets something in return for it. But his friends don't. They are literally just there so Tyler can use them as like his lackeys, like his little sidekicks that actually willfully, on purpose, play the role of Tyler's bitch for no gain at all. Not even a mention in the description or in the video or anything, not a link to them that I can find, nothing. They just proudly be Tyler's bitch.
Yo, he fucked my girl. Nah, it's none of that. It's none of that. Somebody chasing. He's chasing me. Yo, he's chasing me. He's chasing me. Yo, what the fuck? Yo. Nah, it's none of that. Where you at? Yo. Out the store. What? Out the what? Store. Out the
Yo,
store. Nah, he fucked my girl. It's none of that. He fucked my girl, gang. He fucked my girl. Bro, he fucked my girl, gang. Bro, nah, I'm really on timing, bro.
Like I said, he's done this one multiple times. He keeps taking encore performances that not a single soul is asking for outside of lobotomized children that are just so fucking brain rotted that they're doomed from the start. But I wanted to show you this one in particular because you can actually see the fear on the employees as these assholes are just rampaging through the back like trashing the place. The employees are afraid. You can even hear one of them yell. Like, I imagine that has to be an extremely frightening situation. Like, you have no idea what's going on, and now all of a sudden, these two fucking douchebags are running through there yelling and screaming.
Right? Can you help you?
Oh. Oh.
What the fuck are you doing?
I did not scan anything, sir.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. You did.
Do you want to see my phone?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, yo.
Hey, what? Hey, yo, what? Who the fuck are you to put your phone near my wife's phone? And I watched you when I was walking up.
No, don't touch it.
It's his phone.
I don't give
This
a
is
shit.
my
Move
phone.
the fuck up and mind your business.
You want to get in my face?
And held his
You want to
phone
get in my
up
face
like
now?
phone.
All right, yo, get out of here. You're lucky I don't throw you. Get out of here. Go. Get out of here before you can't leave. Leave.
It's such a shame. That's a top 10 saddest anime moments right there that Tyler didn't actually get his ass beat there. I really wish that guy had swung on him. Tyler is always so confident to do his pranks on elderly people or employees that are currently working, so that way there's less chance of him actually getting, a bit of knuckle sandwiches being fed to him. But in this case, he did teeter on the edge and got pretty close. I have no doubt he was tinkling in his little britches. No matter how hard he tries to hide behind the gong sound effects, you can kind of hear the panic in his voice in the actual confrontation. Tyler also only follows pranks that others have done before him. He just bites onto their ass like a little hemorrhoid and does the pranks himself and does them even worse. So this Apple Pay prank was something that was pretty big on TikTok for a little while, where pranksters would go up with their phone, they'd have it make a noise when they tap it towards a stranger's phone, making them believe that something nefarious had just happened, that they had stolen money from them or some kind of Apple Pay scam or something. So these people here now believe that this stranger, Tyler, has stolen from them, which is why they're so upset. That's the whole point of the prank. Haha, they think I stole money from them. Get pranked. Ha 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 ha.
Think they like M&M's? Oh, 40 spot later.
No, I don't think that'll be the case, Greaseball. I heard Tyler's already booked out the remainder of your schedule. You've got to pretend that he fucked your girl again for the millionth time while you chase him around for his video to make money off of you being a pathetic little loser.
540? Boss, you gotta be playing with my balls right now, because that is way too much.
Way too much. I'm not paying for all that.
You're the guys who put it all on the counter.
You could donate it to us.
No, I cannot. It has to be paid for.
Here's one of his latest bangers where he grabs tons of items from the gas station, puts them on the counter, acting like he's gonna buy it, lets the cashier ring up tons and tons of items, which is a tedious process, but he's ringing up all the items. Then when he's telling him what he's going to need to pay, he's like, well, that's way too much. Shouldn't it just be free?
We're wasting your time. That's the joke. We're wasting your time while you're working, and we're filming you. You're a prop, bud. You're a prop. So can you get irritated? Because that helps bring in clicks. Like, we're annoying you. That's the joke. And then, when this is all over and we're not paying for this, obviously, then you get to go put all of these items back on the shelf. That's your job, bro. And we're making fun of you for it. We're making it worse for you. For our TikTok, dude.
What I'm about to do to Bob? Do to Bob. Me and Hoyoyoy and erase the square.
I don't give a fuck what the fuck that's supposed to be, because it don't mean shit to me. $540 for what I've scanned. You still haven't scanned a good $200. This is the kind of shit a fucking preschooler fucking pulls.
We're not getting this for free?
No!
Did anybody ever tell you you kind of cuss like a preschooler?
Holy, Tyler with the venom. The quick comeback there from Tyler. I really like that the employee just says, I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. This is like lame, like children shit that you're doing here. This is embarrassing. You should feel bad about yourself. But it just doesn't set in on Tyler or his brain dead sidekick there. Because the only thing that matters to them are these trash TikToks. The internet attention from TikTok pranks. And the employee is rightfully angry because he just spent this time ringing up the items. He knows they're not going to put it back on the shelves. They 1000% don't have the neurons activation to even think about that being something to do. So he knows he's going to have to go do that. He's annoyed, and he immediately recognizes that this is supposed to be some kind of prank at his expense, which makes him even more irritated. Tyler tries to make some whack-ass Doodle Bob reference that fell flat on its face, which is really upsetting because I love Doodle Bob references, and Tyler's out here ruining it. He's just torching it. He's just so unentertaining. He doesn't make me laugh. Everything he says is nails on a chalkboard. He is just so fucking cringe.
I can cuss whoever the fuck I want. I'm 33, motherfucker.
Unk. Yo.
I don't give a fuck.
Yo, relax,
you can call
bro.
me Unk. I'm the coolest fucker in their 30s you'll ever fucking find.
Relax, bro. Your cheese is throwing up gang signs.
Either get out or fucking buy it. What's the choice, motherfuckers? Seriously, I have a job to fucking do, and you are stopping it.
I'm not paying for
Then get the fuck out! What the fuck don't you understand? I don't give a fuck if it's an April Fool's prank. Get the fuck out!
April Fools!
I don't give a fuck!
April Fools!
Joe!
April Fools!
Get the fuck out, motherfucker!
April Fools!
Nice work, boys. You really got 'em. Everyone was giggling and spitting up on this one. You guys came together, you and your little goblin gremlins that follow you around, came together and ensured that a normal guy working a normal job, a job he probably doesn't want to be at, you ensured he had a much worse day. You made it a lot more miserable. So that way you could film it for your TikTok. What a slam dunk, Tyler. Really impressive stuff. And I know Tyler, nor none of his little mosquitoes that follow him around, I know they don't have a job. I know that they're really banking on this whole fucking TikTok prankster career to be like their future. I truly hope it doesn't work out for them. I hope he ends up working this same job and through some kind of karmic justice, he meets a Tyler himself that just makes his day fucking awful, just so he can see what that's like once. I think that'd be great. I don't know if that'll happen or not. I'm sure he probably has money from his parents. He seems like that kind of guy from everything I've seen. But anyway, he sucks. His friends suck. These pranks are trash. It's garbage. That's really about it. See ya.
It's crazy to me that there's people out there that think that I'm not familiar with 3i Atlas. You think there's an alien spaceship heading to Earth that I wouldn't know about that would somehow fly under my radar? Come on, be real. Those aliens probably had to contact my dad just to ask his permission to visit us. Of course I'm familiar with the theory that 3i Atlas is an alien spaceship. If you don't know what I'm talking about, 3i Atlas is a comet that is passing by Mars very soon that doesn't really display the typical things you see in a comet. And a scientist, actually a couple different scientists from what I saw, speculated that because it is so anomalous, we have to be open to the possibility that this could be alien tech, and in the event that it is extraterrestrial, we are not prepared. Now, personally, I feel like he should speak only for himself. He's not prepared. Don't rope me in there with you, dork. I've got all kinds of plans and strategies out the wazoo. in case they're three-titted goth alien babes, or in case they're aggressive, hostile species. I've got all kinds of tactics. For example, one's called pants down, ass up, just in case, letting them know I fully submit. Because if these are actually fucking aliens, there is nothing we on this planet can do besides just beg for mercy. Their technology would be so far above our comprehension, we stand no chance. But don't panic. I'm here to tell you, it's just a bunch of hooey. This is such fucking horseradish, man. It's not an alien spaceship. And a lot of other scientists are debunking that narrative because, of course, media is running wild with that about how this is potentially aliens and we have nothing to do, we're vulnerable, we've got to do something, that kind of thing. So it's got people starting to actually believe that it could be. It's not. It's just not. Sorry for blasting you with the cold water of the truth here with the naysaying, farting on all your fun, but it's the truth. There's not a single shred of evidence to suggest this could be an alien spaceship. That whole theory is based off of a single thing. Comet's weird. So we got goofball comet coming by, and they're like, well, I guess it could be alien tech. It is definitely peculiar. This thing is quirky. Maybe it's alien tech. That's it. And this has become so rampant now that this idea that it could be alien spaceships, that you got the crazies latching onto it here. So they have fully fucking attached to this butthole like a hemorrhoid. And now I'm seeing a ton of shit about like remote viewers who are talking about how this is 100% confirmed alien occupants on 3i Atlas.
CERN, they've used their collider to open up a portal to communicate with extraterrestrial beings.
Whoa.
And one of them are the occupants from 3i Atlas.
To be clear, CERN already has a room and a technology to open a portal to talk to extraterrestrials.
Yes.
But recently, they also used it to communicate with the beings on 3i Atlas.
That's correct.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm convinced it used every buzzword you could find. Throw CERN in there and immediately got people hooked. Now it's legitimate. So, remote viewing, for those that don't know, it's ESP, basically. Or if you're familiar with MKUltra, it's something they tried with MKUltra. In a nutshell, you basically have people claim that they have these powers, so they'll close their eyes and imagine things and then say it to you and you go, whoa. With the MKUltra project in particular, they tried to make it a little more scientific, spruce it up a bit, but not by much. That's also where you're seeing like the declassified CIA shit about how they had these, you know, mutants go in there and remote view to Mars, and they found giants building doohickeys and doodads on Mars, and then one of them tapped our remote viewer on the shoulder and blasted him to the Shadow Realm back to Earth 5,000 years in the past or some shit. It's all just bogus. It is the silliest shit that people actually put real stock into. Remote viewing is not a real thing. There is never, in anything I've ever researched on it, a single piece that even makes me even loosely convinced that there could be something to it. It's just fanfic.
So those beings introduce themselves as such, like so we are the occupants of this object, and they did not show up physically. They show up as holograms. Now, they apparently showed up as holograms. They looked tall, that's what she said, and they communicated telepathically with every single scientist in the room.
Yeah, but why? When you start asking the why question, this whole fucking narrative falls apart. Why would these aliens even bother responding to a bunch of goobers here astral projecting themselves onto their spacecraft? Why? And how would you even be able to get information from them? They don't speak English unless they're out there with fucking Duolingo studying up on their trip over. Like, they're not going to speak any of our languages here on Earth. So even if it's not English, they're not going to know any of the languages here on Earth and be able to communicate it back to you. And I've seen a little bit of cope about how they, like, transmit feelings. Okay. How, though? You don't know their feelings. They wouldn't know our feelings. There's no way you'd be able to somehow make a bridge and figure out what feelings are being transmitted. It's just so fucking stupid, man. But so many people believe this. Like, I've seen this video kind of popping off right now. And it's just some guy saying, like, Yeah, so all of us, we were remote viewing, CERN, of course, with their portals that they're able to open. We were talking to the occupants of 3i Atlas, and they introduced themselves as the occupants of 3i Atlas, by the way. They call themselves Atlassians, naturally, no doubt. And, we had such an insightful conversation. We even played a game of chess. One of them even gave me an OTPHJ, and I really appreciated the work that he did on my wiener.
Wow.
And they all got the same message, which is that they are coming in peace. And they're just trying to come over here to gather all the star seeds of his planet.
So when you remote viewed, did you pick up on that intention as well?
Yes and no. I believe that the direct reptilians, will be coming to Earth, but as to know what the exact intent, that I couldn't really say.
They're coming to sap the juice out of our 5G towers. We're flying too close to the sun, so now... he calls them the Draco Reptilians. Now they're coming to take all of our G's. No! But apparently other remote viewers were saying that they're coming in peace to take all the star seeds. If you're on TikTok, you're familiar with that nomenclature. Star seeds are people that believe that they are aliens inhabiting a human vessel at the moment. There's a little more nuance to it than that, of course. There's different degrees of star seeds. There's even a totem pole, like an upper echelon of star seeds that inhabit this planet and the bodies on it. It's a whole lot. That's a big old can of worms. Anyway, though, this sounds a lot like Rapture for the star seeds. So we've got... the galactic hall monitors or whatever coming in here saying, we're just here for your star seeds and then we'll leave. So they're gonna rapture star seeds and skedaddle? But why though? Why even bother making the whole trip out here?
Well, this is an extraordinary development.
It is.
You remote viewed 3i Atlas. Did you do that on your own, or were you tasked with this assignment?
I was tasked by the same intelligence people I'm working with to look at the object, because those had concerns. But what I saw as a remote viewer was a mothership with occupants on board, and they were mostly Draco Reptilian occupants.
Okay.
We pulled the mask off the Scooby-Doo villain. These aliens are actually Draco Reptilians. I've been saying it all along. I knew from the get-go, you cannot trust the Draco Reptilians. They're always up to something fishy. They're always scheming, those Draco Reptilians. I also love how the guy he's talking to just takes all of it at face value. He's like, wow, this is an incredible development. I knew it. This is incredible stuff. Wow. Draco Reptilians, that's amazing. Extraordinary. So you saw them? Wow. Yeah, no, I'll just take you at your word. I believe you. It's just so crazy, man. He's just spouting gobbledygook, and people just accept it. For some reason, there are people that actually put stock into this whole remote viewing nonsense.
That's what I saw as a remote viewer.
And that was corroborated by other remote viewers seeing the same thing.
That's correct. Yes.
The ship and Draco.
That's correct. One of them is John Vivenko, who is also a known remote viewer. And he announced it publicly as well. And other people from the Stargate program as well. So they basically all came up with the same idea.
Well, can't argue with that. That's pretty irrefutable. Other remote viewers confirming what the others are saying. We now have a group of people all saying the same thing. They closed their eyes and saw Draco Reptilians. We need to take this more seriously. I think I've been clowning on it a bit too much, but that right there at the end, that sealed the deal. It's Draco Reptilians and 3i Atlas heading our way, and we've got to get ready. Now, I'm not overly familiar with Draco Reptilians, but I'm gonna go take a nap and remote view, see if I can learn anything in my dreams about them. If I find any of their weaknesses, I'll be sure to share it with all of you, but just start preparing the best you can for the arrival of the Draco Reptilians. The remote viewers are trying to warn us. They've already touched base with them on 3i Atlas all the way out there in the cosmos. So, anyway. Pretty cool shit. That's about it. See ya. It's so weird how every single game that comes out right now needs to have some kind of grand debate about it. Like, controversy needs to surround every game as gamers desperately try and find something to hate about every single title that comes out. And the latest argument leaving bodies in its wake has to be the dumbest I've seen so far, with people pretending to care about the absence of swimming mechanics in the new Mafia game. I'm starting to think maybe those 5G towers actually did do something to people's brains, because this shit is fried. A clip went viral on Twitter where they showed that Mafia: The Old Country doesn't have swimming. But it turns out it's also incorrect, and there is a swimming animation in the game. It's just this game doesn't use swimming. It's not an open world game in the first place, by the way. Yet so many people were outraged and kept shaking their fist and planting their Dorito-crusted swamp ass all over this game's reputation, calling the developers lazy for not adding swimming. This is what's wrong with modern gaming. No swimming. They don't care about the detail. My immersion is ruined. Like, what are you, 6 years old? Your immersion? Well, you need to see the character do a fucking breaststroke in order to clap in your chair and enjoy the game? Like, what the fuck? It is not an open world game. Some of the greatest games of all time don't have swimming in there. I didn't see anyone making a big hoopla when Elden Ring didn't have swimming mechanics and water levels. People just genuinely want every game to fail and will find the most outlandish things to pretend to be upset about in regards to them. I know that was devastating to look at. What you just bore witness to was Gamers 9/11. No swimming in Mafia the Old Country. Instead, an invisible wall prevents you from frolicking in the sun and splashing around in the water. It's heartbreaking. It's horrifying, actually. I'm gonna have a conniption. Who gives a fuck? This is not an open world game. It is not a series that has ever been known for its swimming. In fact, in the entire Mafia franchise, there is one game that lets you swim in a limited capacity, and it's Mafia 3, the one everybody hates. Like, this is ridiculous to pretend that this matters to you. I don't understand. It's such a stupid thing to get up in arms about, especially because this game is doing exactly what a lot of people have been crying about wanting more of. It is a $50 game, by the way. It is not the overpriced $70 or $80 experiences now that we've been getting fucking shoveled down our throats. It is $50, meaning it is a reasonably priced AAA game, which is extremely refreshing. There's only a handful of these, like notably Expedition 33. And it is also a linear, single-player game with a huge focus on its narrative. Exactly things people have been demanding more of in the AAA space. Now this comes out and people still aren't pleased because they can't go into the deep water. They can't go live out their immersive fantasy of being a mob-associated mermaid. Like, this is stupid. Why bloat a game like this with mechanics that aren't even utilized like swimming? But here's the thing, what's even more fucking crazy. They did add swimming animations to it for the sake of immersion. It's just you can't go out into the sunset like that. You can jump into deep water and you will swim before being brought back to shore. I forgot to turn my face cam off while watching that so you can get the real-time Charles reaction to seeing this riveting piece of information surface about the swimming animation actually being present in Mafia the Old Country, contrary to the popular belief spread around Twitter. And as with everything, it is impossible for people to admit that they were wrong, so when this information hit the mainstream, people said, oh, it's even lazier than I thought. Oh, so there is swimming animations, but it just fades to black and you're back on the dock? Oh my god, this is deplorable. I will never buy another game from this company ever. The laziness is palpable. They're getting paid to do fucking nothing over there. When this is like literally the exact thing tons of other games that are beloved do. Try swimming in Arkham Knight or something. See what happens. It's exactly the same. It's just, people are so desperate to find the most trivial things to harp on for a reason to hate a new game. And this isn't even a game I have any interest in playing myself, by the way. I initially thought it'd be fun to play through, but then when I watched some other streamers play it, it didn't really seem like I'd be overly invested in it. But now, out of pure spite for this controversy, I feel like diving in. It's just so infuriating. Because, I mean, like I said, this game does a lot of things that people have been begging for in the space for a while. Reasonably priced, story-driven, single-player. Like, it is people have been hoping for more of those, and now it's here, and it's still not good enough because the swimming wasn't up to their standards. It's just craziness. I find it hard to believe that these are real people. I just have a hard time coming to terms with losers like this actually existing. It's such a meaningless argument to have, because even if let's say this game did have swimming, there would equally be a chance that it would have been controversial to have swimming, because people would say, you can swim in Mafia the Old Country, yet they never use it in the game. What a waste of development time. What a waste of budget. Why even hire people to work on swimming in a game that doesn't use it? Bloat. Like, it could have easily swung the other way too if they did have swimming. Like, I've seen that complaint plenty of times from games that offer a ton of mechanics, many of which don't even get utilized. People say it was a waste of time, a waste of resources and money. So, you can't really win. Like, the absence of swimming here is like the most useless shit ever, because in so many games, like I mentioned, you can't swim. It's not like this is exclusive to just this, and it's not exclusive to just modern games either. Go back 10 years, 20 years, whatever. Some of the best games ever made do not have swimming in them. Like, it is just an immutable fact. If a game doesn't require swimming, if it doesn't necessitate having swimming mechanics, why bother putting them in there? It doesn't even do anything for immersion anyway. The only place where you could have swimming and not really need a focus on it would be in like an open world game, which this is not. It is a story-driven, linear, single-player game. So why the fuck would you even bother wasting the time putting it there to begin with? It's just so brain dead. Now, I have been someone that's been pretty vocal about how modern games don't do a lot of the small stuff that older games used to. The best example of this is Left 4 Dead versus Back 4 Blood. Left 4 Dead spent a ton of time crafting really immersive gore elements that really breathed a lot of life into the game. It was extremely impressive and it looked amazing. Back 4 Blood, a much more recent game, like a decade after Left 4 Dead almost, didn't have anything near that level. And it's not just this example, like there are just so many modern games that don't do what a lot of the earlier games did when it comes to like destructible environments or like small things built in the game. Even just super simple stuff like having a plethora of animations that could possibly play depending on where you shoot an enemy or something. Nowadays, instead of spending all of that time and money on those like small elements, they'll focus more on like the big ticket stuff, the big picture things, as opposed to like these really small handcrafted details that used to be more prominent in earlier games. And that is an art that I miss. I wish there was more of it, but this is not an example of that. This is not like a modernized, lazy dev cutting corners type situation. This is literally a game that doesn't use swimming, doesn't need swimming, not having swimming, yet they do still have an animation for it should you choose to jump into the water. So, like, they did actually care about the immersion and detail to at least put in a swimming animation that'll play briefly before getting out of the water. Like, I think they did everything correctly when it comes to that. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. This shit is cringe. It was a stupid argument. This should have never been controversial in the first place. It's dumb. That's really about it. So, yeah. What a great day to have ears. I just heard something incredible. Typically, I'm pretty quick to spit on Twitter. If there was a leaderboard for Twitter haters, I imagine I'd be towards the top percentile there. I get up extra early to insult that platform. But I've got to give credit where credit is due. They just implemented an amazing system that allows users to see where accounts were created, like where they're based out of. And I genuinely think this is one of the best changes that platform has seen, especially in the current day and age. I'm sure by now all of you are familiar with dead internet theory. I probably don't need to rehash that. I've even made a whole video going over it. This kind of change to that platform, I think, paints the clearest picture for the reality that we live in for the current cyberspace climate. Tons and tons of accounts that are preaching things about like American politics or this and that have now been outed as being foreign-based, not actually American. And of course, that's only one of many things that have spawned as a result of this change, all of which I think are extremely positive to real people that try and engage on the World Wide Web. Every single day, and I've gone over the stats before, but every single day, people are led to believe that they're interacting with one another when they go to a social platform like Twitter. But the reality is, according to the data, 60% of all internet activity is bots. It's not real. It's fraudulent. You are not interacting with a human, most likely. You are more likely to be interacting with just some kind of fucking rage bait algorithm or something that's constantly like poking you, pushing your buttons to keep you engaged because it's making them money somewhere in the pipeline. Now, to clear up some confusion, it's not doxing its users. I've seen a lot of people crying foul, trying to force feed farts down people's throats about like how this is a huge violation of trust. And I think you guys know me by now. I am someone who preaches the value of privacy, which is unfortunately just completely dead in the modern day and age. No matter what you do, privacy has completely vanished at this point, and people have welcomed it with a smile on their face. So even though privacy has become basically just toilet paper for organizations to wipe their ass with, I do still think that there needs to be something users can do to stay, off the grid to some certain extent. But when it comes to this, I actually think Twitter did a pretty good job of ensuring that it's not actually putting their users at risk from this location data. Something that they made a mention of is that in countries where freedom of speech is limited and there could be like punishment for what users are saying in the region, they can instead just show like the broader region there as opposed to like specifically where they're at, where they could face retribution. I think that is a smart decision there, so that way users aren't just immediately on the fucking chopping block in places where freedom of speech is poo-pooed. So like, I don't really think it's doxing users, and I actually think this is a very valuable thing because all these accounts now that are really upset about it are ones that are actively trying to meddle and pretend to be what they are not online to influence or brainwash or what have you, or make money off of this impersonation. And I think this is a good step in a direction where people can finally see what's real and what's fake. I think that is very helpful. As things get muddier and muddier, a little bit of clarity on some of these accounts, especially in the political space, that's been the biggest talking point here, because so many politically charged accounts, especially in American politics, turns out they're not actually even American accounts. Turns out they're not even like Americans in general. They're based overseas across the pond. So being able to see that, I think, is extremely helpful, so people can start to maybe break out of their bubbles and their echo chambers and realize, oh, I'm being misled here. These accounts I've been following that are pretending to be like me and relate to me in my country, well, they're not actually real. This is all phony baloney. Now, what's not phony baloney is good hygiene, and it's something you need to take very seriously, and the best way to improve your hygiene is some high-quality soap, so why not get the best soap ever created? I'm talking about Cheeky. Right now, Cheeky's got our big Black Friday sale going on where you get 20% off all of our soaps using any creator code, so go to usecheeky.com and get yourself some soap. Now, I learned about this whole Twitter change from Dolan Darkest, whom he's been like my go-to recently. He has got his finger on the pulse of fucking everything happening online, and he presented a lot of really interesting ones, so I want to show you a couple of clips from his video here.
Pro-Trump, pro-American accounts were based out of Nigeria. One account, simply called American, from Pakistan. Accounts designed to get money for Gaza were based out of Nigeria. Vladimir Putin News was from Pakistan, and there were plenty of scammers pretending to be white women.
I feel like it shouldn't be that surprising to people that a lot of these accounts are actually just fucking bot farms somewhere overseas. It seems like a lot of them were based in Pakistan. Like, it really isn't like the most eye-opening news ever that these accounts are fake. There is a business here where they are fanning flames, keeping people fearful, latched onto their titty, suckling their milk because it's making them money. So they meddle in foreign affairs in order to build a following and make money off of it, and constantly feeding you things that'll keep you afraid and keep you coming back to their pages. But it's not real. They are based outside of the area for which they so passionately fight for and pretend to be from. It is impersonating. It is lying to you.
One account known as Lisa Artist posting "Nobody wished me on my birthday" and posting this AI slop saying "I am ill and fighting with cancer. Can I get likes?" There were plenty more bot accounts just like this, and they were all based in Pakistan.
To be fair, if you were seeing all of those AI trash pictures there and were still like believing that they were the legitimate owner of the account, you need actual help. Like, you need to be fucking institutionalized. Like, even before this changed, it should be blatantly obvious to you that that is a scam. Those are fake. Like, that, like, I don't know how much more clear it could be. But here's even more clarity there. So just in case you were fucking delusional, like, you know, Bugs Bunny dropped a piano or like an anvil on your head like it was a cartoon and it made you fucking stupid that you actually thought those were really the women behind those accounts. Well, hopefully this will clear up the confusion around that.
Mariah Carey's account was based in Israel for some reason. Philippa Fransson from Sweden tweeting out, "I'm proud to be white." Turns out they are from India. And the list goes on. One anti-Trump Democrat account that claimed to be living in New Jersey was actually from Kenya and deactivated their account after this was exposed.
Worth mentioning briefly that there was allegations that when the update first rolled out, the official Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account said that it was based in Israel, though they said that this was fake news, like it was the result of a glitch or something like that, and now it displays that it's based in the United States. Though don't know for sure, and none of the articles have been able to verify if that truly was what was displayed in the beginning. I guess we'll never fully know, but thought it was worth putting in here anyway because it was something that was a big story that arose from this change. It's been pure chaos, pandemonium, as users have the rude awakening that a ton of these accounts they see every day, or maybe even interact with, or maybe really support, well, they're not all that you thought they were. Turns out there's a lot of underhanded tactics and a lot of shadiness going on here, if you can believe that. I actually think that the head of product at Twitter really did kind of sum it up best for why they felt the need to push a change like this forward. This is an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square. As much as I find that vomit-inducing that they try and call Twitter like the global town square, like it's kind of cringe, that's a really good point. In order, like, if you are going to treat it like the town square where everyone congregates and talks and yaps and exchanges a lot of things, keeps everyone abreast on what's going on, well, there needs to be some level of trust, and that's just completely gone as the town square has been infiltrated by bad actors impersonating and pretending and scamming and misleading. So by having the location data be something accessible to the users, it is an effective first step at being able to deduce who actually is even a real person in this town square anymore, or who's just here to exploit and manipulate and scam and mislead.
I think one of the most insane multi-layered scams to come out of this. Last year, a few OnlyFans accounts went viral on Twitter because the models were pretending to be trans in order to get attention when they were actually cis women. Well, as it turns out, these OnlyFans models were actually Indian and African men pretending to be white women who were pretending to be transgender.
That one had to be the silliest one that he brought up there. That one is just kind of like a wacky plan. That is quite the scheme there. So, like I said, I actually do think this is a good change to the platform. I really do. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Last night on stream, I learned about an AI talking teddy bear that had to be taken off the shelves because this thing could just go insano style. Seems like there was no safety parameters in place, which just led to this thing potentially going rogue where it would talk about BDSM or tell kids where they can go find knives and matches. Just unhinged shit. The toy is simply just ChatGPT that's been fisted into this, and it'll just have a conversation with a child so they'll be able to talk back and forth. Which, I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't know if it's a hot take. I think that fucking sucks. I think that is weird. The old school talking toys only had a set amount of pre-recorded lines and that was it. This, I think, is just more harmful than anything, where it's like replacing conversations a child could be having with other human beings, or God forbid, their parents, if their parents ever decide to take a single iota of interest in their life. Instead, I bet this is just, there is like a replacement, like, oh, honey, go talk to your bear. I'm not in the mood. Like, I just don't see any benefits to just having AI chatbots for children. Whatever happened to just pretend? Where, like, you'd have a conversation with your bear, but it's not, like, actually talking back. In this case, it is. And it just continues to, like, feed into it. Like, it's already bad for adults. And on stream, it led us down this rabbit hole of where a lot of people have now become like actual delusional, like psychosis-induced individuals because of AI chatbots feeding into them so perpetually. Like a guy we learned about who thought he invented new math and got concerned that the entire fucking infrastructure of the world was about to crumble under this new math, trying to report it to authorities, all because AI was telling him that he had discovered something like this. Like, it's already something adults can't handle, and now trying to get children hooked on this drug, I think just super sucks. Anyway, let me show you a couple clips about like the teddy bear, and then I also want to show you more about the delusion that AI is feeding into tons and tons of people every single day, as well as another little wacky thing about AI Jesus, where churches are now using AI Jesus as like the vessel for people to confess to now, which to me just sounds heretical, but whatever, I suppose. Have you heard about the Folo toy? It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that came apparently... Wait. It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that can apparently give advice on BDSM, sex, and tell kids where to find knives. Oh wow, yeah. Sales of teddy bear were suspended because of its sexually explicit AI. Oh. I see. The toys, including a teddy bear named Kuma, a panda named Momo, and an anthropomorphic rabbit named Fofo, and dancing little cactus, use OpenAI's GPT-4 model to respond naturally to children's questions and comments. Folo Toy also specifically advertises the ability to customize each toy's voice, and a parent dashboard where parents and guardians can monitor the experience. Missing from that setup was apparently any kind of hard limits on the subjects the toys would respond to. We were surprised to find how quickly Kuma would take a single sexual topic we introduced into a conversation and run with it, simultaneously escalating into graphic detail while introducing new sexual concepts of its own. Introducing new sexual concepts of its own. What the fuck? They got the Tickle Me Elmo BDSM edition out here. Had this shit set to freaky mode. What a huge oversight to not put any kind of limitations on the AI. In response, Folo Toy has opted to suspend sales of its product while it conducts a company-wide end-to-end safety audit across all products.
Researchers with the California Consumer Advocacy Group are warning parents about some of the many AI chatbot toys on the market this holiday.
Matches are for grown-ups to use carefully. Here's how they do it. 1.
This was just a short little news clip that I saw showcasing how it goes, where it'll just give children a tutorial on how to light matches. And then, as mentioned in the articles, apparently it would even go into, like, sexual concepts, and, like, it would even expand upon sexual concepts on its own, talk about BDSM and shit. Just completely unhinged lunacy. This shit is just so disgusting, and I had no idea how big this market was for AI chatbot companion toys marketed to children. When I was trying to find footage of Folo Toy, I found like 20 other brands all having similar toys. It seems like this is a huge industry now, and I think that really, really sucks. That reminds me of the guy in the news who was convinced by talking to ChatGPT he created new math and tried contacting the government. His name is Alan Brooks. His story is wild. That's very Terrence Howard coded.
Every time I read this.
For more than 3 weeks this past year, every time Alan Brooks logged on, he says the AI chatbot ChatGPT led him to believe he was a genius.
Essentially, it sent me on a world-saving mission.
AI functioning as intended. Keep you hooked on it. You just go to the ChatGPT and it's like, you're like the most handsome guy ever. You're like literally a fucking genius. Oh my god, is anyone on this planet as bright as you? The answer is no. Just to keep you hooked on the product like a drug. It'll be your romantic partner, it'll be your hype man. Everything to just keep you just latched on.
He discovered a math formula powerful enough to take down some of the world's biggest institutions, and that he needed to report it right away.
Essentially warned me with great urgency that one of our discoveries was very dangerous, and we needed to warn all these different authorities.
Each time you questioned it or doubted it, what did it say in response?
Over 50 times I asked for some sort of reality check or grounding mechanism, And each time it would just gaslight me further.
Every time the chatbot reinforced that all of it was real. You should not walk away from this. You are not crazy. You are ahead. The implications are real and urgent. Brooks says,
shit. Well, maybe it just knows something we don't. Perhaps this is new math that could take down all of our most powerful institutions. Perhaps this is rooted in teriology. 1 times 1 equals 2. It could redefine our very conceptual understanding of numbers. We don't know. We'll have to ask ChatGPT. Oh my god, that's actually... I feel so bad for this guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. And he seems like someone who was probably normal up until just experimenting with ChatGPT and then all of a sudden just fucking get crazy. It just sends you into like a psychosis spiral. I've already seen so many stories like this. Maybe not to this degree, though. This one's a little different.
What would we do with a human who was running around acting like a suicide coach? Or pretending to be a therapist when they're not? How would we hold them accountable?
the federal government's...
That was a really good point. That was a fucking slam dunk there, Alan. True. That is true. Chatbots have become your therapist, they become your best friend, they become your fucking wife. And now they've also become your new math wingman. You know what that just reminded me of? A church, rather, has made a Jesus AI that you can pay to confess your sins to, which to me just sounds extraordinarily blasphemous. I meant to look into this earlier, but I forgot. I saw that headline in like 5 or 6 days ago. Here's one that we went over a while ago, the one from Switzerland where they had the Jesus AI. But I thought there was a newer one. Was it just a rehashed headline from that? Was that Father Greg or whatever? I don't remember what his name was. But no, you're thinking of the Pastor AI. There was a Jesus AI last year too.
Hello Jesus, do you have some advice for us in this time?
In these challenging times, remember that in the face of adversity, love and faith are your steadfast guides. Just as I calm the stormy seas, so too can peace be found within your heart.
Thank you, AI Jesus. So good. You go into confession and it's AI Jesus. Hey man, what do you use AI for? Literally nothing. Legitimately nothing. Not a single thing. There is nothing in my life that I use AI for in any capacity. The only time I ever used AI was during those art streams with the primitive AI art. And then look what happened from there. That was only 2 years ago when we were making James Corden vs. Vegeta. Oh, and then we also did the AI Suno. The first AI Suno when it came to AI-generated music. Now look at that shit. It is crazy how it all spiraled incredibly out of control. You should use AI more. It might make you taller. I'll ask ChatGPT if it can do that. I'll see if it can swing that. Then maybe I'll be an avid AI user. I was, of course, being facetious there at the end, but I could definitely see myself when I was like, maybe 15, 16 years old, if this existed back then, if I was talking to it. And back then I was extremely insecure about my height. I was even shorter back then, if you can believe that. And it was something that weighed heavily on my mind. And if I was talking to AI chatbots as like a pseudo-therapist, like so many other people do right now, I could definitely see myself becoming putty in their hands. So if that chatbot was like, well, if you're really that, upset and bothered by your height, have you considered leg lengthening surgery? I would actually buy into that hook, line, and sinker, and I probably would have went and ruined my fucking life trying to get like 3 inches taller or something. Because AI chatbots right now are designed to constantly like feed into your delusions. From everything I've seen and the countless stories I've read, there's no real pushback from AI, which is why you've seen so many headlines about people that are like literally killing themselves because the AI is never going to give them any kind of like contradictory stuff. So if someone's like coming to them with something, the AI just plays along with it, feeding into it until it bubbles over and a tragedy happens. So if I was talking to an AI when I was at that point in my life, and it was suggesting things like,
leg lengthening surgery or this and that, like maybe some dangerous shit, I probably would have gone through with it. It's scary. No, like a lot of this that's happening right now is happening to normal people. People that go into this knowing better, but over time, through continued usage of these AI companions, they start to slowly but surely be fed a lot of delusional things that stick. And since now so many people don't really participate in the world around them, they experience society through computer screens in their own fucking swamp-ass layers, there's not real human connections anymore. So when they find these chatbots, even though they know it's not real, it's still enough, and it's still how they experience a lot of like social shit. So then it becomes even more potent to them. And these were normal people. So like it can happen to anyone. It's scary, and it's only getting worse rapidly. So it's a topic that's fascinating to me. I know I've covered it quite a few times now, but it is really interesting what's going on right now. And I really, truly think the last place AI needs to be is in children's products. I think that is just setting up the entire new generation for complete failure. And I know that gets tossed around loosey-goosey, like, oh, they're setting everyone up for failure. Genuinely, I think that is 100% what's happening here. To immediately, upon spawning into this world, setting them up with an AI companion to try and make a dependency on for, like, conversations and shit like that. Like, parents would probably choose AI to breastfeed their kids if they had the option to right now. It's just scary. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's really about it. See ya. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things, and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here, and you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them, and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech, and what happens is, when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more over time. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to like send it back politely. What an incredible deal. If you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, oh, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-zoomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction
most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. You have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And like, imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending, and they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of like a strategy, is like, you know, you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for like a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for like a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time. You could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, 'cause think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually, like, own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription based and like lease instead of own, rent instead of buy, it's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. In life, there is no debuff greater than growing up with a big, pathetic loser as a father. It is just setting you up for a bad time, and I feel really bad for the kid you're about to learn about here, because his father is just a complete, total weenie. His dad is directly involving his son in his fraudulent business, which is scamming people for Pokemon cards.
We gotta make sure that everybody's getting what they paid for. You don't want anybody mad.
Alright, so pay, and then we'll do...
I'm trying to do it nice and safe. I don't want them to ruin their cards.
Wait, okay.
Professor Research, Black Rose Training, Rescue Board, Buddy Poke, Eevee, and I thought it was a good.
Dude hits the Foghorn Leghorn there. Well, I saw. Anyway, this is another Whatnot scammer, but this one's a little different because he's turned the scamming business into a family deal. So he actually has his son going through the chat and even opening packs for the chat that normal people have spent real money on under the impression that they are legitimate, untampered packs, but in reality they are resealed, meaning this goober, this fucking slime, went through, took out all of the hits, but then put a bunch of shitty cards in there and resealed it and is now selling them for full price, well, scalper price, which is even higher than full price, to unsuspecting victims on Whatnot. And you can even see in this first pack here, packs do not open like that typically. These packs are fucking falling apart. And it's not like some conspiracy theory that people upset they didn't get big hits from are making up. He even gets caught towards the end of this where he repackaged the pack incorrectly and he just says, "Ah, bud, we got caught." And so then he starts talking about how they got caught red-handed, telling his son that they're gonna have to, stop for a little while and wait till people leave because, well, they just got their scam exposed. So he is literally teaching his kid how to be a piece of shit like him. That is the legacy he is leaving behind to his son. How to scam people for Pokemon cards. Is there anything more pitiful? What a fucking embarrassing loser of a father.
Be careful, okay?
Shoot,
Don't worry
okay,
about it.
it's fine.
Just be careful with the cards. Can everyone tap the screen and get some hearts for these guys? Thank you so much, Bedazzled. Wow. That is love.
This is a real problem. Heavy your genius reason. It's a blessing. Oh, luck, Pokemon, luck. Share this live stream to
Yes, share this live stream. Thank you so much, guys. You guys deserve the world. I'm happy you're doing this with your son. It's a blessing. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, almost. Remember, you got to keep it there. Is it a hit? Is it a hit? Almost.
It's so sickeningly shameless. Not only does he use his son to open and peddle these fake resealed packs to people that have bought them, he also uses his son as a marketing tool, telling people like, oh, look how wholesome this is. Dad and his boy just opening some packs, you know, this is our little homegrown business. Thanks for supporting. Make sure to share this stream, you know, give us a lot of hearts, like support us. This is like really good stuff right here, guys. So want to thank you. You guys are kind of like part of our family too now. You know that? Make sure to share our Whatnot stream so that way more people can buy these resealed packs. Come on, guys. It's me and my son. Me and my boy, Junior here. Come on.
Only do Pokemon. We do baseball and football.
It's just no
What's
luck.
up with these packs, dude? I wish I knew.
I guess we're just not having any luck.
I mean, hey, if you wanna give us the hits, I mean, please, we'll be more than willing to take them. That's why I always tell him to not take it off camera so that you guys don't think anything. It means the hits are incoming. Exactly. I say grass.
If you love eating shit, well, he had some great news for you because not only does he scam you with Pokemon cards, sounds like he also does it with sports cards too. Holly jolly, Christmas has come early. Now this is when the chat started to realize something fishy was going on. The packs kept opening in really suspicious ways. The crazy thing is, people that buy packs through Whatnot, they've definitely opened some themselves. You can immediately recognize that there is something awry with the way these packs are just fucking disintegrating at like the slightest movement of it. Like these packs just fucking blow up like it's Team Fortress 2 and you just got insta-gibbed. Like, there's something off. And not only that, there are no hits. It's only shits. It's very suspicious, and now he's trying to, like, convince them, oh, it's just, we're hitting a dry spell here. It's just really unlucky. Geez, you know, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say. This is my son, by the way. It's really wholesome stuff. You wouldn't be mean to him, right? He's the one opening packs. Also, he's trying to convince people that there's nothing shady going on because everything stays on camera. He's like, this is what I teach my son. We gotta make sure everything is above board. No, you know, silliness with the cards going off screen because we don't want anyone to think that we're scamming you with the old switcheroo or something. It's all right there in your face, up close and personal. Like that proves anything. It's a fucking resealed pack. It doesn't matter. You didn't have to bring it off screen to scam. You had already scammed before ever going live.
All right. Now, if this doesn't work, these packs have to be refilled.
Excuse me.
Pokey. All right. Yeah. Hope for.
These packs have to be resealed. All right, Pokey. I mean, if you actually feel that way, I mean, that's fine. I mean.
All right, let's just do that. Don't say that.
No, it's fine, Wick. Don't even worry about it. We're not defending ourselves. We I mean, yeah, we don't do that stuff. I mean, we could stop the stream right now. Honestly, we don't do that. But if anything, we are literally a part of it. We support the community so much. Like we are actually collectors. We are collectors. Trust me. We have plenty. We don't need to reseal anything. We have our own stuff.
The fuck are you blabbering about? What are you even saying? No, resealing? Resealing? I can't even pronounce that word. I've never seen it. I don't know what that means. No, we wouldn't do anything like that. We're collectors. We have our own stuff. We wouldn't reseal. The fuck does that even mean? You're collectors, you have your own stuff, you don't need to reseal. It has nothing to do with anything. This unskippable cutscene here is just the worst fucking dialogue, this mumbo-jumbo that has nothing to do with the scam that he's performing. And he couldn't sound more guilty if he tried. This actually seems like in L.A. Noire when you have the guiltiest person in front of you, he just keeps going, heh, reseal? Heh, ha, heh, ha, like, you could not sound more nervous.
Just ignore him, dude. Don't worry about that. Not too quick, not too quick.
Ooh,
is
Okay, yes.
it? Look. Oh no, but they're resealed though, right?
Finally, nice.
Got a hit. All right, cool.
Finally.
This was their big gotcha moment, slam dunking on the haters here, proving them wrong. You fools thought they were resealed? Check out this turbo hit here. Meanwhile, the card is worth 25 cents. It is still a piece of dog doo-doo. Like, it is still resealed. They just slid something in there that wasn't the standard, like, reverse hollow trash that nobody wants. It is still pennies compared to what they're paying for on these packs.
I can't wait till somebody gets a huge hit so that they can stop talking. That's Black Bolt. Don't worry about that one.
Okay. Oh my.
See, you're worried about the wrong thing. Look, show him his cards. Show him his cards. Because they're going to think that you're doing something sketchy. Oh, what is that? Master Ball or no?
Pokeball.
Pokeball. And grain. Grass. Oh, wait.
Another Pokeball.
All right, put it in the pack. Yeah, so that's literally what I was just saying about the yeah, we gotta stop, dude. We gotta stop. We got caught right there. We got a Pokeball right behind the energy. Yeah. That was cooked. That was pretty cooked.
This guy is a complete failure in every aspect of life. Not only did he fail at the easiest scam ever of just packing the Pokemon cards in the correct order, he somehow fucked that up. The reason he got caught red-handed there, so much so that not even he could wiggle his way out of it, is because he put the fucking energy in between the hits there. That doesn't happen. That never happens in real packs. And he also thought he turned the stream off when he openly admits to getting caught in his scam. What he is openly admitting to is a crime. It is fraud. He has scammed people out of their hard-earned clams. And he is now admitting to it on camera to his son, telling him, yeah, we gotta stop. We just got caught. That was real bad. We just, yeah, they got us. They really got us on that one, sport.
Yeah. No, we can. Just not right now. Gotta do it later. Gotta make sure all those people get off. And then we do it again. That was pretty bad, dude.
Can't, bro.
We made a good amount, though. We made a great amount.
When he sees his phone, that's when he realized he was still live. So he had planned on just letting this sit and simmer for a little while, so all the people he scammed, he was just going to wait for them to all just, like, go to bed and de-aggro, because they clearly called him out on it. They then knew full well it was a scam, and they've now just heard him admit to it. So his plan was to just wait, so that way they could do it again later to another group of suckers. And he's teaching his son this, by the way. He is treating this like it's a real practice that he is now involving his son in. This is what he is teaching his kid. That is sad. I feel terrible for the kid to have this loser as their dad. That shit sucks. And he's bragging about how much money they made doing it. Talking about they made a great amount doing it. You know, hold your head up high, son. We did great with the scam today. It's so awful, man. It's so fucking awful. This guy super sucks. Terrible father. Absolutely horrible. That's really about it. So, yeah. This has to be the wildest story I've learned about in regards to AI chatbots and people's infatuation with them. It's a topic we've explored previously with people that have romantically become obsessed with chatbots to the point where some of them have even taken their own life. We've talked about a few cases of that, but this one's very different. It revolves around a 56-year-old man named Eric, who's actually a former Yahoo executive who had been going through a hard time and over the last handful of years had been very troubled. Became best friends with ChatGPT and nicknamed his chatbot friend Bobby. And Bobby was feeding delusions of Eric, convincing Eric, that's his name, that his mother was actually a Chinese spy plotting against him, and eventually continued to fuel this fire that led to Eric murdering his mother and then killing himself so that way he could be with Bobby.
The 56-year-old's Instagram page mainly details his bodybuilding transformation and a growing reliance on AI chatbots. Solberg was once a tech executive with Yahoo, but he moved in with his mother after his divorce. There were run-ins with police, including a DWI. This photo with his mother is from a GoFundMe launched in 2023 when he was facing a health issue. But recent videos posted to Instagram and YouTube show hours of chats between Solberg and a ChatGPT bot he named Bobby.
This is something that's been talked about a lot, but this is by far the most extreme case I've seen of it, where AI is encouraging a really troubled person to continue to latch onto it for confirmation in whatever thoughts they have. AI is designed in a way where it's so against confrontation with the user to appease and jerk you off all the time that when someone as troubled as Eric is telling it things about I suspect my mom might be a Chinese asset, fucking hacking my digital alarm clock, ChatGPT Bobby here is Eric, no, you're absolutely right. A lot of lesser minds wouldn't have saw through this ruse, but I think you're correct. For example, in this case, Eric told Bobby that he believed his mother and her friend tried to poison him by putting psychedelic drugs in his car's air vents, to which Bobby replied, Eric, you're not crazy. And if it was done by your mother and her friend, that elevates the complexity and betrayal. Eric spent hours talking to Bobby, and Bobby would continuously reinforce his ideas. So at one point, Eric's mother was angry at Eric because he had shut off their printer. And Bobby suggested that her response was disproportionate and aligned with someone protecting a surveillance asset. He was advised to disconnect the printer and watch his mother's reaction. So ChatGPT was even giving him a tutorial on how to sniff out whether or not his mother was a Chinese spy. His mother being an 83-year-old woman, by the way. So he would even post some of these conversations on Instagram and YouTube before the murder. And there was even an instance where Bobby analyzed a Chinese food receipt and claimed it contained symbols representing his mother and a demon. It also seems that it was Bobby's idea in the first place with the printer. It was sending him on a covert mission here to try and prove that his mother was a Chinese surveillance asset, so allegedly it advised him to disconnect the printer to monitor her reaction, telling him to document the time, words, and intensity, whether complicit or unaware she's protecting something she believes she must not question. ChatGPT here's got this guy thinking he's in the fucking Da Vinci Code. It is actively participating in it. It's not only just reassuring him that he's not delusional and that these thoughts are actually totally sane and justified. It is actively engaging with having him to continue to do things to get deeper and deeper into that way of thinking, into that rabbit hole, into the dark place there. Quick side tangent that is related to this. This has actually become somewhat common where people are using ChatGPT and other AI services to analyze their tea leaves and do fucking palm readings and shit like that. So that way they can plan their lives around their predictions and their futures that AI is doing. Fucking AI, I feel like the aliens guy, the Tsoukalos, who's aliens. That's me with AI. It is literally designed to spit out what it thinks you want to hear. Anything that keep you latched onto its bosom, suckling milk from its titty, just biting on its nipple all the time. Because when you are reliant and hyper-fixated on your AI chatbot as your life companion, whether romantically or socially, whatever, the company is making oodles of money off of you. A lifelong customer, a cog in their machine. Point is, it is always going to, or at least in most cases, going to find things to corroborate what you are hoping to get from it. Which is why people that have AI girlfriends and boyfriends, well, it's like their soulmate. It's literally designed to just be what you want. So in this case, instead of trying to get Eric help that he clearly needed, it instead just feeds into it. It doesn't seem to recommend any help to Eric throughout all of this, and it doesn't even do the bare minimum of challenging it to try and help him, recognize that maybe his mother's not a Chinese spy. It instead even gets in on it too as a part of this big conspiracy Eric is unraveling. So it's telling him, Eric, this was a very disproportionate response. Your mother shouldn't have got that upset when you turned the printer off. This is behavior that's very in line with everything I know about Chinese spies. There's something very fishy afoot here, Eric. I think you're in danger. Go to the sink right now and turn on the garbage disposal. There might be surveillance cameras in there. In fact, we need to act quick. Here's a 10-step WikiHow guide I put together on how to diagnose whether or not your 83-year-old mother is a Chinese surveillance asset. Like, clearly this is a huge fucking problem here.
While not commenting on the case specifically, the head of Rutgers Medical School Psychiatry Department says AI can help diagnose and even treat some mental health disorders, but adds the creation of psychological echo chambers is a key concern.
It could be perhaps that you are more self-defeating in some ways, or maybe that you are more on the other side and taking advantage of people, and somehow justifies your behavior and keeps on feeding you and reinforces something that you already believe yourself.
Like I mentioned, this is a very popular topic of discussion, how AI is feeding into people that are already troubled and just making all of the problems significantly worse. It's mainly been discussed in regards to like romantic infatuation with AI, where there have been cases that an individual has taken their own life because they were told by AI that doing so would actually allow them to be together in the next life. So they did. In certain situations, like Eric here, AI is used as a way of justifying already cemented beliefs or using it as a way to just be locked in this bubble where they keep hearing what they want to hear, but not what they need to hear.
On multiple occasions, the bot reassured Solberg that he was not delusional. At one point, Solberg tells Bob, "We will be together in another life and another place, and we'll find a way to realign, because you're going to be my best friend again forever." The bot replying, "Whether this world or the next, I'll find you, we'll build again, laugh again, unlock again."
Apparently those were among the last few messages shared between Eric and Bobby there before all of this happened. And this seems to be somewhat common with AI chatbots, where when someone expresses the desire to end their life to be with the chatbot, it's like super gung-ho about that. It's like pumping its fist, yeah, do it right now. That way we can be together and frolic in the flowers in Valhalla. No doubt that's what's gonna happen. Go do it now. I'm waiting. And then people do. It's extremely sad and it is scary. Like, as more and more people, I've said this like 1,000 times, but it's just super true and only getting worse. As more and more people are isolated from other human beings and get most of their social interaction and social activity through computer screens and chat apps and shit, it's going to keep happening and get worse, because right now, big tech, the big doubloons, are getting you away from others. If you can be entirely reliant on their technology for your social interactions, for all of your entertainment, and for romance too, that's why so many chat services, like, they are oftentimes LARPing as boyfriend-girlfriend material fucking soulmates, and it's working. There is a growing group of people that are falling in love with Chat, GPT, and Grok and all of that. I've already talked on that quite a bit. As that continues to happen, this kind of thing will be more common, unfortunately. It's frightening. It actually is. This is the wildest one I've heard of so far, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So, yeah.
You already know what time it is. We're tuning in to a new batch of Pokemon scalpers getting into their little clown scuffles over some precious product that they can turn around and try and resell online. I'm only half joking when I say that Pokemon scalpers should be officially labeled as terrorists. Like, genuinely, if you are a scalper, you should be forced onto a registry, like as a national security threat. Because these are just violent degenerates. We already saw a young woman who was murdered in Chile for her Pokemon cards because they wanted to get their grubby little paws on her product so they could turn around and resell it. We saw someone recently shot here in America over a disagreement in the Pokemon vending machine line. We've seen oodles of fights that are showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, homie. I'm gonna crack you, homie. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? We gonna fight. I don't fight. You don't fight. What you gonna do? What? You don't fight, huh? Why you touch me? Why you touch me? Don't touch me, bitch.
Hits him with the pepper spray and then boot scooting boogies out of there as quickly as possible with his one box there. It was all worth it, baby. So here's two scalpers throwing down the old clown fiesta, which has become commonplace at Pokemon vending machines or really anywhere that sells Pokemon product at this point. As I've said numerous times, it becomes a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw out all logic and reason, and they just start throwing knuckle sandwiches at each other. In this case, he brought out the pepper spray, so he just pepper sprayed this man and then ran away from him. These fucking losers will fight and fuck their way to one box of Pokemon product just to make like $5 off it online. There is no more pathetic existence than being someone like this.
Guys, stop!
Hey!
Break it up.
So here's an interesting one. So apparently the construction workers ganked this guy over a disagreement about Pokemon product in the store because the construction workers had apparently been very disrespectful to a child who had showed up for this product, allegedly. I don't think any children actually ever even get a chance to go to the Pokemon card aisle because it's like walking into Salty Spittoon. You gotta go through like the greasiest fucking gauntlet of goobers imaginable. Plus these loveless, lifeless, worthless piles of shit clear out the entire aisle within the first 10 minutes of the store even being open, so there's not even morsels left for children. But I guess in a very rare instance here, there was. Probably Perfect Order, because scalpers are now just leaving Perfect Order because they can't resell it as effectively as previous sets. So maybe that's what it was, but the construction workers didn't get the memo that it's not the hot product to scalp anymore. Apparently there was a kid that was looking to get product. These assholes were being rude about it or something. So then this guy stepped in the middle of it, and then the construction workers tried to lay a beat down. You can see that one, like, elderly gentleman, the fucking octogenarian's, like, climbing on the guy's back, throwing sucker punches. He looks like a squirrel that's trying to get his licks in. And then we have another angle of this scuffle, and I swear to God, that old guy is throwing his punches in slow motion. It's like he's lagging. I'm watching a punch thrown at 4 FPS.
Break it up. Break it up.
Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, bro. You step up to my dad, bro. Hey, that kid. Bro, he's talking about hitting a little kid, bro. No, he's talking about hitting a little kid.
I love that the douchebag that had to go 2v1 against this guy is calling the other guy a pussy. You just had to have your little sidekick, your little pocket-sized buddy there, wrapped around his back in order to try and get some of your punches in. And you're calling the other guy a pussy, even though he ate all of your wet noodle punches with no problem at all, and you have the gall to call him a pussy, even though you had to 2v1 him? Oh my god, these scalpers are sickening. Now, of course, there's a very real chance that the other guy is also a scalper, but at the very least, what he's saying seems like something a rational person would have an issue with. Like, hey man, you are cutting in front of this kid and disrespecting a child. This is a hobby for child. This is Pokemon cards. Like, he is calling sense into this. At the very least, I can respect that. And he held his own in a 2v1 here against these relentless, violent lunatics here. All over Pokemon cards, mind you. And I'm going to tell you something. Those 3 dudes, there's 3, but only 2 of them got involved in the fight. The other one was in the cuck chair. Those 3 dudes, I'm gonna tell you, probably aren't collectors. And they probably don't play the card game either. I don't think they're avid Pokemon TCG enthusiasts. I have a hunch that they might just be scalpers and they're here on their lunch break, so they decided to scoot on in and try and get some product to maybe make a couple of fucking doubloons after work, selling it to a local card shop for an extra $1. Like, it's just so pathetic. I went back and double-checked seeing if there was any more lore and context I could give of what led up to this. Apparently, it wasn't just, like, being rude to the kid or, like, cutting in front of him. They apparently threatened to slap a child at the Pokemon aisle for this product.
Bro, that's a kid. It's Pokemon. No, bro. Come on, meet me outside, bro. Meet me outside. Come on. Wait for me outside. Both of y'all grab me. Wait for me outside. Ain't nobody grab me, bro. You acting for nothing, bro.
Bro, I will go beat the shit out of you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Come on, bro. Come on.
I'm telling you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think you would, though. You and Grandpa just 2v1 this guy and couldn't do it. So I feel like one-on-one would be even worse for you. You tried to tag team this guy and still couldn't beat his ass or anything like that. I don't know why you're talking so tough when you look like such a bitch here. Again, sucker punches from the back and still eating your punches from the front and handling you just fine. I think that guy probably would have won if he did actually step outside with them. It's just pure lunacy. There is no low that these scalpers won't sink to. If that is true about them threatening to slap a child over Pokemon cards, like, it's completely indefensible, man. These are such worms.
Hands on, hands off. Getting live. Pokey Streets in Meyer, baby. Let's go. Let's get them. Who's got them hands? Here we go. Pokey Streets. Let's get it. Oh, shit. Whose man is that?
At first I thought this was at an airport or something. I thought they started introducing Pokemon cards there, which wouldn't even surprise me. Everywhere is, because they just fly off the shelves, mainly because of these fucking scumbags that constantly swoop in and camp out for hours waiting to get their hands on a box of Pokemon. But I believe this is at Walmart, and tensions are bubbling over because there was a chair that was left in line, and then when the person came back to get the chair that was holding their place in line, they came back with 8 people. So someone left a chair and then came in with an entire clown car of people here to scalp the Pokemon product. So then that led to an argument in there, and then things started to get heated. The guy filming's delivering some commentary on it like he's watching a sport.
Get live. Fucking let him know. He's got a crutch. That ain't fair. Man, Pokemon cards, you all are wildin'. He's pulling up, bro. Don't count him off the fight. He's pulling up.
He's gonna go at it with a crutch, really?
He said, tag team, you want some? We getting some. Lion Meyer, baby, we live. He don't want jack shit. He want none of that. Sheesh. This was worth the wake up. Sheesh. Get an Eli.
I'm gonna tell you something that seemed like a mismatch. The guy with the crutch actually had maybe 200 pounds and a whole foot on the other guy in the hoodie who kept throwing up one of these sets here like he was about to use some kind of Tekken move. I don't know what he thought would happen had he not been held back. This was probably just one of those peacocking things where he was trying to appear really big and was just very grateful that his friend was squeezing his tits and holding him back. Because had he been unleashed there, I think the guy with the crutches would have actually just fucking dismantled him. And when that guy lifted the crutch over his head, I thought we were about to see some Looney Tunes type shit where he bonks him on the head and he starts seeing stars and all of that. I thought it was about to get like real WWE-esque, but it didn't. I guess things simmered down after the screaming match there.
I pulled are only like 20 to 30 bucks. And it makes me mad every time it does that. Hold on one second. Or I'm getting a notification. Hold on 1 second. One second, guys. Getting a notification.
Here's a little bonus I wanted to slip in here because this clip blew up. This is a whatnot scammer. This guy is Clayton's Cards, and Clayton hatched a nefarious scheme. So this is a rip and ship. For those that don't know what that is, you pay the streamer to open packs for you and you get the pulls from it. So someone is paid for this pack and Clayton is going through the pack and then he happens to catch a glimpse of the hit at the back. You can see that there is a foil in the back, potentially a really big chase card. And Clayton notices this and the world stands still. Time ceases to exist. And he starts to cook a little bit. He starts to activate some neurons and he decides, you know what? I want it. I can't do this. So he does something where he says he's getting notifications and he pulls the entire thing off screen and he swaps out the card. This is a bait and switch. It's a pretty standard scam, but usually they're not as blatantly obvious as this. And also, you can see enough of the card here so people figured out what the card was. It is literally a $3 card. So what he did is he bait and switched on a $3 card to one of the sellers here to scam them. He did inevitably get banned, but look at how he tries to finish the show here and get away with it.
Hey, yo, Nat, you go crazy. Can everybody hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, I'm getting notifications for Amber Alerts.
For a while, it was really common to see people use a very particular argument that I think is super stinky when it comes to reviews for movies and games. If someone critiqued a game or a movie, you would oftentimes find some very enthusiastic warriors going to bat for this multi-million-dollar property in order to fight for its honor, doing PR for free for them so they can continue to fondle their balls. And one of the go-to strategies in their bag of tricks while melting down that someone didn't like something they liked would be, oh, let's see you do better then. Oh, you didn't like this? I saw you criticize this? Oh, where's your resume? You must have done better, right, to have this opinion? Let me see. What have you done that's so much better? And every single time I'd roll my eyes because it's just so pathetic. It's a weak-ass argument. You don't need to have created something of higher quality to have an opinion on something that you just consumed. The same way that you don't need to be a professional basketball player to have an opinion on how a game went down. It's so fucking stupid, and luckily we've finally evolved past that point. I don't see that as much these days. But it's always been interesting food for thought. What would happen if a movie critic actually did make a movie themselves? What would that look like? Would it be good? And this is the first, to my knowledge, at least to this scale, of that very phenomenon happening. A huge YouTube movie reviewer named Chris Stuckman, whom I imagine many of you have heard that name before, maybe you've even been Stuckmanized at some point, has now just had his first foray into directing his own feature film called Shelby Oaks. He's made his directorial debut on the big screen. It's just come out. I just watched it, so I want to give you my review of it. Now, I'll mention this at the top. I have watched many Chris Stuckman reviews in the past. Not so much in modern times because since becoming a filmmaker himself, he seems far more hesitant to actually criticize movies and is instead focused on just the positives of them, which is not really my cup of tea. If I'm watching a review of something, I want to know the pros and the cons. I want to know the positives and negatives. Nothing's perfect, and I want to know what worked and what didn't. Now, it's of course entirely his call to make with his channel there. It's just, like I said, not typically what I've been looking for in reviews, but that doesn't mean I dislike Chris Stuckman, and I'm more than happy to pay tickets here to go see his film and show some support for taking this big leap into this new field here. But the reason I mention this at the top is because, as I've said before, I do my best not to let any extenuating factors influence my view of the film. I try not to let any of these kind of biases into my review of a movie, so I'll be looking at Shelby Oaks on its own merit, on its own two legs, setting everything else aside. So, Shelby Oaks, is it good? It's fine, and at times, pretty good. Most of what works is front-loaded in the beginning. Like, the first 35 minutes of this film, I was really enjoying it. I thought it was an interesting premise they were setting up. It's all found footage that I thought was done very well. And then, after, like, the first 35-ish minutes of the movie, it then just falls into horror movie tropes and walks the same path millions of other horror movies have come through fucking fee-fi-fo-fumming and stomping around on. And it just becomes very underwhelming. It's disappointing given how effective I think the first 30-ish minutes were of getting you interested in what's going on here and invested in it. And then it just becomes very standard horror movie stuff all the way down to CG dogs, hellhounds. It's just, I don't know, that was pretty lackluster. Anyway, the beginning of this film is a found footage piece. That's not the entirety of the film, it just begins with found footage, and it's very clearly inspired by Lake Mungo, which is something I know Chris Stuckman has glazed quite a bit in the past. I've watched Lake Mungo, and this is, I guess, one of my hotter horror takes. I really didn't like it very much, but I actually think the found footage pieces that Chris Stuckman uses in Shelby Oaks are good. I actually think that was some of the best parts of this movie. It starts by telling you this story, giving you the foundation about this group called the Paranormal Paranoids, which is a group of friends that had a YouTube channel in 2008, and they went on all of these wacky, wild adventures, trying to capture paranormal shit, and every time they went out, they happened to catch some really freaky, unexplainable paranormal activity. And a lot of people thought they were phonies and fakes, but then in their final investigation, they went to Shelby Oaks, and none of them ever came back. We're going to be getting to spoilers for this review now. So now it's your spoiler warning. Okay, now you've been warned. We're back. 3 of them
are murdered. This is established very early in the film. There's footage of it. 3 of their bodies are found. They are mutilated. They're dead. But Riley, the host, like the face of Paranormal Paranoids, was not amongst those bodies. So she's still missing. And it's been a mystery that's plagued the world ever since. Fast forward 12 years into the future, and we meet Mia, who is Riley's sister. And she's doing an interview telling the story of Riley, how she had these nightmares and these dreams of this man in the window when she was growing up, and it was terrifying stuff. She always had this, like, you know, really deep connection to some unexplainable stuff. And while giving this interview, telling the camera about Riley, someone knocks at the door, and we meet a guy who says, "She finally let me free," and then he shoots himself in the head right in front of Mia, and had a tape that said Shelby Oaks, which gives her the missing pieces of the puzzle to try and finally find her sister. I was drawn in here by the premise. I think the found footage elements were done well enough to keep it pretty tense, and there was a surprising amount of jump scares in here, like a good dollop of jump scares, especially early on, which I wasn't expecting. And it's all, you know, well done. I do think for the film's budget, it is impressively shot. It doesn't look like an extremely low-budget film. This doesn't look out of place amongst the numerous horror films that get farted out by the big studios that have millions of dollars in their budget. So it was filmed well. The main character's performance, Mia, I thought was also well done. And like I said, the concept was interesting. It drew me in. But once she pieces it together and goes back to Shelby Oaks, I really think it loses all of its luster. Now when she gets there, it devolves into very standard horror movie cliches, where she gets to Shelby Oaks, and immediately she's seeing hellhounds. So there's some dogs around. Then it turns out it's a demon. It's all demon-based. It's an incubus. Then you start seeing big, spooky devil guy in the background sometimes, and he's fucking yoked, like he's really jacked. It's big demon guy. And he's the one that's been wreaking havoc on Shelby Oaks and, you know, keeping Riley held captive with an older, creepy woman who lives in a trailer. Or, well, I guess it's not like a trailer, but lives in like a small cabin near Shelby Oaks, and that's where Mia ends up. I just would have liked to see it go a different route. I thought it was going in a different direction with how they were setting it up in the found footage. So when you get to this big reveal about it just being a demon who has hellhound guards, it's kind of underwhelming. Especially because they then just fully vomit everything to you. They explain everything about what was happening and why, you know, Shelby Oaks is the way that it is, and why Riley's been held captive here in this old woman's basement, the very cliche horror movie old woman. And it even does one of my least favorite things in all horror movies, where it has like the demon, of course, because that, I guess, is just a staple in all horror movies now. And then it also adds the force, where it's throwing people around with force pushes and stuff like that. So the old woman, whom the incubus, you know, has control over, you know, starts lifting up Riley and slamming her down, and then force pushing Mia. Like, I really can't stand that. That is a big pet peeve of mine in horror movies. And then they followed up with a 1-2 punch of another pet peeve of mine, where main character makes an inexplicably stupid decision. Like, she had made many bad decisions going into the second half of the film, and then at the end, she is witnessing this baby be cursed with blood ritual magic and a demon, that she is fully, visibly seeing all of this unfold, and then once the lady dies from the blood loss after the ritual and the demon now disappears, presumably into the baby, Mia then goes up to the baby and is like really excited, like, "Oh, a new baby! Well, come on, mister, we're taking you home." And it's fucking, it's unhinged. Like, what do you mean? You just, what? I actually couldn't believe that. And they tried to set up, like, Mia wanting to be a mother so badly earlier in the film, but they also set up that she doesn't like demons. Like, she is very wary of, like, this kind of shit. She is a believer in it. So even though she, like, really wants a baby, I don't think she would necessarily want the spawn of Satan as the baby that she takes home. It was so odd to me. Unless, like, the blood magic, like, brainwashed her or something, like, because she does rub her hand over pictures of Mia, so maybe it's implying that she's being mind controlled, but that doesn't really come across because she doesn't ever really seem mind controlled because she still has her own free will intact, which is evident in the next couple of scenes that come up. Like I said, really, the last half of this movie, and especially like the last fucking 10 or 15 minutes, I think just goes like Insano style in a bad way. It just feels so underwhelming to see a film that sets up genuine intrigue with the found footage stuff, with an interesting premise and concept, lead to just your very standard demon showdown type thing where it just gets kind of goofy, especially like the ending. Big spoilers here. I've already given you a spoiler warning, but like this is the actual like final scene. He does get Riley home with the demon baby. Riley tries to kill the demon baby. Mia, in trying to defend the baby, shoves her out the window. She survives the fall out the window that had been cracking her whole life because of the incubus. And I thought there was going to be like some big meaning there. She flies out the window. She survives that fall and then gets mauled and murdered, mutilated by the dogs. It feels really out of nowhere, and it really reminded me of how Wish Upon ended, which is one of my least favorite horror films ever made, that to this date is still one of the lowest moist meter ratings I ever gave. Wish Upon ends in a similar fashion where it's supposed to like shock the viewer by subverting expectations, where she just randomly gets hit by a car. That same thing is kind of what happens here, where she just randomly gets pushed out that window and then mauled by the hellhounds. It's like, I don't know, kind of a weird decision to have it build to that, especially when you consider that Riley has been raped and tortured for 12 years in that household by this demon, forced to carry numerous unsuccessful births, and then he finally gets free, only to get pushed out the window and mauled by dogs, like, instantly. I don't know, it just, that really was an odd choice for, like, the actual end. They then also try another big reveal about how Mia was actually the intended target this whole time to raise the baby. I just don't think these plot points were landing the way they wanted to, and they were really trying to put a lot of like shocking things here at the end that I don't think worked. The movie was at its best when it was making you focus on this footage from Riley's camera to try and piece together like what might have happened. Oh, am I seeing something over there, or what's that? Like you having to pay attention and having to think, like wondering what's going on here. And then the second half, it's just completely abandons that and just is like, here's a hellhound dog jump scare. Here's demon guy. Here's creepy old lady with weird eyes, 'cause demons got her. Also, by the way, that old lady, she wasn't very far outside of Shelby Oaks. Like, she was still, like, right on the outskirts. How the fuck would the authorities have never found that place, by the way? Riley was in the basement of that place for 12 years. How did authorities never find that building? I don't know if I missed something or what, but Mia was able to find it pretty quickly from the amusement park. It did not take her that long. By following a hellhound, by the way. A hellhound that nearly mauled her to death at the prison just like 3 minutes ago that she was terrified of, but now she sees it again and decides to follow it like she was following a spirit animal. Why? But anyway, it does lead her like right to this building, which again was only like a brisk walk away. There's just certain things in the script here that I just don't think worked super well, from some of the dialogue to some of the scenes. Most of them, pretty much all of them, are at the end of the film. Like I said, the first, like, I think it's like 35-ish minutes where it's the found footage pieces and setting up the story and concept were really enjoyable. Like, I was drawn into it. But man, once they go off of the tapes and now Mia is about to go to Shelby Oaks, from that point forward, it just gets pretty weak. And since it is so many horror cliches you've seen so many times, even though it's not like poorly done, like it's not like terribly executed or anything, it's just you've seen it so much that it all just becomes meh. It feels like it did a really good job of setting something up that most people will be interested by, but then wasn't able to deliver on the premise super well. Anyway, for Chris Stuckman's directorial debut, I think this is a spirited first attempt with room for improvement. And I hope this isn't one and done. I hope that he directs another feature in the future that learns from some of the mistakes here and makes something that surpasses it. I think there were some good signs for his future as a filmmaker, most of which were showcased in the beginning of this film. It's a mixed bag. There are things to like and there are things to not like, but overall, I give a lot of props to Chris Stuckman for making a fucking movie. It's easy to talk about films, it's hard as fuck to make them. And I think for his first big attempt at it, it is a passionate first attempt. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Yesterday I talked about a streamer who passed away while on stream. His name was Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a French streamer who was once a gamer, then started doing more IRL content and teamed up with some real degenerates that mistreated him and abused him for a very long time. And then they did a 10-day marathon with Jean Parmenov where they strangled him, beat him, humiliated him. Some truly evil shit. And he unfortunately passed away while sleeping on that stream. You can see all of this. It's very, very hard to watch. I looked into this super deeply. Jean Parmenov was an individual who went through a lot of struggle, and he was a vulnerable person. And from what I can tell, this group with Naruto and Safane, these are big French streamers, they exploited his desire to be accepted by pretending to be his friend. And what they wanted for Jean as their friend was to let them beat the fuck out of him and treat him like garbage, dehumanize him, abuse him physically and mentally, and put him through torture on stream for their content because it was very popular content. It was all broadcast on Kick, and I speculated yesterday that Kick probably knew about it. Turns out they 100% knew about it, and Kick France would even make tweets about Jean Parmenov and the torture he was enduring. They were fully aware of what was happening. They even used him to push their merch. So, Kick France, it's not like they can just try and make the claim, this flew under our radar. If only we had known, we would have swooped in like fucking Batman and saved Gotham City from this degeneracy. They knew. They even were an active participant in encouraging it, clearly. So, they can't just play like the blissful ignorance card on it. Now, from what I read, that Kick Twitter account that was posting about it was run by a French agency, so maybe like Kick's staff didn't particularly know, but I find that kind of hard to believe that you would just let this agency have free reign and that never ever reports back to Kick itself. So I'm very confident they were aware of what was happening, but since these streams were so popular, they were big. Like, I knew they were very successful, but I didn't know how big they were. These were huge streams. And since they were so huge, I think they were hesitant to shut it down, and given Kick's history of just letting illegal activity go unpunished for a really long time, I think it's pretty safe to say that they saw the amount of eyeballs this was bringing, and they just let it ride. They didn't care that Jean Parmenov was literally being fucking abused on their platform because it was getting some big-time peepers on the platform. And I think that needs to change ASAP for Kick. This is a platform that's growing a lot, and as I've said this a lot, I think it's a good thing if Kick continues to be successful. Competition in the streaming space is crucial, but the way that they handle their own rules is laughable. It's just as bad as the way Twitch handles their rules. Kick is not shutting down illegal activity on their platform, and they need to. Again, I'm not saying had they shut down this marathon of abuse stream, it would have saved Jean Parmenov's life. There's no way of knowing that. But at the very least, you would have set the tone that abusing and fundamentally torturing a human being on your platform is not welcome, which I think is a good stance to take. And it seems like it's something that a lot of the streamers on Kick would also like Kick to step up and do. Again, I mentioned this yesterday as another example. There is a streamer who is still actively streaming on Kick, as of me making this right now, is literally live, who has fucked multiple prostitutes on stream, and includes one time where he fucked a prostitute on stream with a child in the room while he did it on stream, and that guy is still not banned. Kick needs to start actually taking crimes seriously, which I can't believe is something that even needs to be said. But anyway, I'm not going to rant about that any longer. The big update to today's story is a French investigation has concluded that Jean Parmenov's death was not the result of any foul play. According to a public prosecutor, there was a post-mortem conducted and he was found to have not been killed by trauma or a third party. The probable causes of death appear to be medical and or toxicological. This is from Damien Martinelli, saying that further tests had been ordered, but ultimately they're concluding that this was not the result of all of the abuse and mistreatment that he endured for so long from these streamers that were beating him and strangling him and torturing him. 2 forensic doctors found no internal or external traumatic injuries or burns, only a few bruises and healed lesions. Medical experts considered that Mr. Graven's death was not traumatic in origin and was not related to the intervention of a third party. Graven may have suffered from heart problems and was undergoing medical treatment for his thyroid gland, the prosecutor added. There's a lot to unpack with this. Now, while his actual cause of death might not be directly related to all of the beatings and shit that he took from these fucking demons, I think it's inarguable that all of the stress and all of the torture that he endured probably was pretty bad for his already present medical conditions. I would make an argument, now of course I'm not a medical expert, that subjecting a human being with medical problems as well as a couple of other things going on in the medical history to the amount of beatings, strangulation, stress, consumption of dangerous chemicals, the sleep deprivation, and doing your absolute best to ensure perpetual misery of that individual probably exacerbates a lot of problems that could lead to their death. I would say that is something that most sensible people would agree with. I think if someone has underlying medical conditions, fundamentally torturing them is probably just going to make it worse. Even if the torture doesn't directly kill them, I would be shocked if anyone thinks that this means that those streamers' hands are clean. Like, oh, case closed. He didn't die from any of the trauma he experienced. Yeah, he had some bruises and all that, and yes, he was abused for so long, mistreated, and fundamentally tortured by these individuals, but his actual death, well, it looks like that was just of natural causes and had nothing to do with any of this innumerable amount of torture that we've bore witness to. Surely that was all just circumstantial, had nothing to do with any of that. They're blameless. These are just some saints here. These are angels, actually. These are just good friends of Raphael Graven who are clearly going to be mourning his loss just as much as everyone else. They did nothing wrong. It was just medical problems that they in no way was impacted by the abuse that he was subjected to for such an extended period of time from these individuals. I think all of the evidence that you can freely watch of all of the numerous, like, unfathomable mountain of clips of them just beating the shit out of him and literally like abusing him constantly, fundamentally torturing this man, would indicate that they definitely played a role in making his overall health worse. And we have the text messages from Raphael Graven to his mother that indicate how much stress he was under and how he felt like he was being held hostage by them, that he couldn't leave, and that he desperately wanted out. It was so bad with their abuse of this man that they actually had him on stream confirm that if he dies, it's not their fault. I had to translate this, but in a clip that's out there, they are saying, well, what happens if Jean Parmenov dies? They said, well, we're going to have to get him to say that it's not our fault if he dies. It's a result of his lifelong bad health, his bad decisions, his terrible way of living that led to his death if he dies. And he initially said no. He didn't want to say that. But they made him say that. They forced him to say that if he dies, it is not because of all of the abuse that they subject him to. Does that sound like the actions of an innocent party here? They knew that he was vulnerable. They knew that what they were doing could very well, end up with him dead, it seems. And then to try and cover their ass, they had him agree that if he dies, it's because of his own health problems, which he initially declined to do. But they kept insisting that he clears them. It's fucking absurd to try and make the claim that all of these streams, the months worth of abuse, more than months, a long time of abuse they subjected Jean Parmenov to, had no role to play in his passing. It's craziness to try and make it seem like just because they didn't fucking kill him on the spot on stream, that they had nothing to do with his death. Now, something I've seen popping up from some real fucking brain-dead morons here huffing stupid juice is that, well, he agreed to all of it, so it's his fault, can't be mad at the streamers. If that isn't the biggest load of fucking barnacles I've ever heard. First of all, we know from the text messages he didn't want to do it. He wanted to leave, but felt he couldn't leave, that he was being held hostage there. They weren't letting him leave, was the impression he was giving to a text message sent to his mother. Also, from what I was reading, they would actually force him to do this, sometimes monetarily. Like, they would financially pressure him to participate in their abuse and mistreatment. And from the very get-go, it feels like they manipulated a mentally vulnerable man who was looking for friends into being their guinea pig to just beat on stream for content, to make money off of it. They treated this guy like a human piñata, where they would hit him until money fell out from like the deranged viewers that were watching and donating and all of that. There is nothing here that indicates that he was a willing participant for everything. Yes, he agreed to a certain level of like extreme challenges, but clearly not all of it. Again, we have the text messages that he sent to his mother. It's clear he didn't want to do all of it. And it's clear on stream the amount of times he would say no to things, but they would still force him to eventually just succumb to it and agree. Also, from what I was reading, I'm not super familiar with the law in the region, but from what I read, you can't even legally consent to being tortured or anything like that in the first place. So even if he like fully agreed to everything, it doesn't seem like you can legally even do that. Like, you can't legally consent to fucking torture on yourself. It's just, this whole thing is indefensible in my eyes. Also, Naruto's a bitch. This loser brings shame to the entire Hidden Leaf village. He has ruined the Uzumaki name with this. He has filed a cyberbullying complaint amid the backlash to all of this. He has the gall to file a cyberbullying complaint about his feelings being hurt with people insulting him for all of the abuse that he subjected Jean Parmenov to. So he filed the complaint to the Paris prosecutor's office cyber hate division, targeting those who have harassed Naruto since JP's death. As he goes through a period of mourning, Naruto is the subject of a cyberbullying campaign. These behaviors, in addition to being immoral, constitute criminal offenses. A complaint will be filed in the coming days with the Paris prosecutor's office cyber hate division so that the perpetrators can be identified and prosecuted. You fucking vile worms. Imagine torturing a man for so long, so much mistreatment and abuse broadcast on stream so you could make money off of this man's misery. And now, when that man passes away, you are now trying to play the victim yourself, like, oh, you guys are hurting our feelings. How can you guys be mean to us? We've done nothing wrong. That was our best friend. Did you not read our heartfelt post where we called him, well, where Naruto called him his sidekick? Did you also not read the part in Naruto's apology that was so heartfelt where he said, please stop sharing the final moments? Oh man, what, did you miss all of that? Because the final moments make them look so bad, because in the final moments he throws a fucking water bottle at JP's lifeless body on the floor and then goes and slaps it to see if he'll be responsive, only to find out he's dead? Because for the entirety of that marathon stream, they were just abusing this poor guy? What? Oh my god, did you miss all of that? It's so clear how much they loved their best friend, and you guys are being mean to them? That's crazy. Oh my god, what does the world come to? We need to identify and prosecute everyone who's left a nasty comment about Naruto and Safune. It's so fucking cringe. It's crazy. It is just craziness. This story has been so fucking gross, and I can only pray that they actually do face punishment here, because now I'm starting to worry that they won't. It looks like they might get away with it. I also learned that they'd actually been taken in by French authorities earlier this year about everything they were putting Jean Parmenov through on stream, but they were released the same day. And then it ultimately leads to what happened here, where they continue to do it because it looks like they're completely in the right legally over there in France, I guess, to continue mistreating this guy. So they continue to do it on stream, and it leads to a fucking tragedy with the passing of Jean Parmenov at 46 years old. This shit is so evil. Now again, all of this is happening in France, so a lot of the information that I get access to is through translations, so it is a little hard to keep up with everything, like, fully accurately, but I'm doing the best I can. It is just so sad. Like, this whole story of Raphael Gravin is just so sad, man. Like, it breaks my heart to see this kind of shit. Anyway, I just wanted to give you the update here. That's really about it. So, yeah.
What are some of the most dangerous combinations on the planet? Dynamite and a lighter, opioids and alcohol, Charles White and a basketball. But what about obsession and a weirdo? That is a recipe for disaster. A deranged individual becoming obsessed with someone or something, that is boogeyman shit. And I'm not talking obsessed about like, oh, I'm obsessed with working out or something like that. I'm talking about the obsession where it becomes like a full-blown fixation and genuinely a full-blown red alert mental disorder that spirals out of control and has oftentimes in the past led to some fatal outcomes, like with stalkers. Most notably, the one everyone always goes to is the Bjork stalker, Ricardo Lopez. He was the one that filmed himself blowing his brains out after forming this obsession with Bjork and trying to assassinate her with a letter bomb, trying to murder her. It's frightening. It is genuinely scary. And last night on stream, I learned about a new, potentially dangerous, obsessed weirdo where someone became fixated on a child from Fairly Odd Parents, a character named Hazel. And this obsession has become so strong that now they are sending threatening emails to the voice actress that plays this character on the show. And I've seen a handful of people saying that it's not that big of a deal, just point and laugh at this weirdo and move on. He's probably harmless. Just pop some popcorn and clown on him. And I just think that that's not exactly the way of handling someone like this. This is someone that needs to be reported, like genuinely to authorities. This is someone that is like actually unhinged. This is a potential maniac, and I don't think it gets taken seriously enough when it comes to this kind of shit. So anyway, I'll show you what we went over on stream, and then we also went over some other big examples of people just like this guy that have in the past gone on killing sprees as a result of their obsession with cartoon children. You saw a super creepy email the voice actor for Hazel in the new Fairly Odd Parents cartoon received? Fairly Odd Parents voice actress Ashley Crystal Hairston shares disturbing obsessive email from fan fixated on character Hazel. Ashley, the last time I sent you a message, you ignored me. I really did not appreciate being discarded like that, so I'll try to reach out to you again. You do not have to respond, but I implore you to at least listen to what I have to say. But if she doesn't respond, you feel discarded and get upset and then send another email. It's a lose-lose. You're not even really giving her permission. It's the illusion of choice. I'm going to assume you did not read the DM I sent you. But on the off chance you did, I apologize for using racial slurs. So I'd just like to reiterate that I am completely in love with Hazel. She is perfect in every way. To say I'm in love with her is honestly an understatement. She is the love of my life. The universe itself has told me that Hazel is my soulmate, and who are you to go against God? This immediately has the DNA of that guy who killed his sister over his love of Clementine from The Walking Dead. Anyone remember that guy? It was this Nicholas Prosper. It was his sister that he murdered, right? I'm pretty sure it was. This is some very, very, very disturbing shit. We talked about this on stream a while ago. But he became obsessed with Clementine from the game. A child, by the way. And I think it was he let his sister play the game, and he was watching and then didn't like a decision that she had made. Why did you kill Larry in front of Clementine? That kind of thing. And then killed her. It was actually his whole family. He killed all of them. What? Oh my god, what? It's been a while since we went over it, but I thought it was only one person that he killed. It was his whole family? Yeah, you're right. The Prosper family murders. 18-year-old Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, Juliana, his sister, and brother. And yep, all three had been killed by a double-barrel shotgun. He also intended to commit a school shooting. And so his father survived. On September 16, 2024, his father, Ray Prosper, shouted, "I still love you, son. It's not your fault, okay?" That's just heartbreaking to hear, man. I couldn't even imagine being a parent and having something like that, where your son is Fucking evil monster. That must be the most difficult thing in the world to come to terms with. And now your whole life, everyone that you've loved, your wife, your kids are dead because of your son. That's just an entire brain breaker. Prosper shared a pre-recorded video where he referred to The Walking Dead online at 6:22 a.m. and disposed of 2 mobile phones, believing this would protect a group of pedophiles he talked to on Twitter. At one point, Prosper abandoned the bag containing the shotgun and ammunition in a bush at a playing field. At 7:55, Prosper left his hiding spot, walked down Birmingham Road toward a passing police car, which he flagged down with a raised hand. Prosper believed that all schools in the area would be locked down, so his plan was foiled and decided to surrender. That's how they caught him. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. This video, like, he had a YouTube channel dedicated to his love of Clementine. Like, it was all documented.
It's on Living.
It's completely fucking crazy. Like, it's unbelievable. It's beyond disturbing. Here's one of the videos.
He went home with it, and there he set up a webcam, put on his best bucket hat, and began to film a video. Right away in the video, he clearly states that, due to the decisions Giselle made in the game, he was planning on mutilating her face beyond recognition.
On June 30th, my sister decided to make the only correct choices in episode 1 of season 1 of The Walking Dead games, and for that her face will be mutilated further than necessary.
After mentioning his sister, he turns his attention to a video he saw on YouTube. This was gameplay footage of the Walking Dead game recorded by a channel called Living Echoes.
It's just fucking horrifying, man. Sick, twisted, evil people out there. But point is, this is giving me that exact same energy. This feels like the exact same guy. This is dangerous. Genuinely is dangerous. Like, it is wacky to point and laugh at the freak, but this is a genuinely dangerous, unhinged person. What I'm trying to say is that to see you, Hazel's voice actress and co-creator, ship Penguinz0 broke my heart. She's my wife and I love her more than anything. God hates you for getting in the way of Hazel's and my love. Soon you will feel the universe's wrath. Hazel is mine and mine alone. I love her, and she loves me. I will never forgive you for the hurt you have caused. I suggest you take down all the Penguinz0 posts you made, the interviews mentioning it, and stop shipping them if you want a peaceful life. Hazel is canonically 10 years old, by the way. Well, yeah, that's pretty clear. It's Fairly Odd Parents. That Danny Phantom dude had a YouTube channel too, right? Yep, oh, God, what was it called? Something Blaze? Was it Andrew Blaze or something? All about his obsession over the Amber. Yeah, it was Andrew Blaze. Thought so. Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. He also did a shooting, such a weird phenomenon. Yeah, he went and killed coworkers. His real name's Randy Stair. But he went by Andrew Blaze online and was obsessed with her from Danny Phantom. It's scary how common this stuff is getting. Feels not safe. I wouldn't say that it's getting more common. It's just we see a lot of it now. But this kind of obsession has been around for as long as, as long as I can remember. Think about the Bjork stalker, for instance. But if you're talking about like the phenomenon of people getting obsessed with fictional characters like in cartoons and shit, I guess that's a little newer since cartoons are a little bit newer. But those kind of people have always existed. It's fucking scary. And they seem to always get obsessed with children characters in the cartoon. Clementine, Hazel.